Yes, Karibuni. Welcome on board and welcome to our biggest podcast tonight. Yes, Karibuni sana. Yeah, I welcome you to our podcast tonight with the name of discussing the biggest day in Kenya. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be the biggest day in Kenya, so we are in the eve of it. Uh, Personally, I call it the Youth Day of Kenya. The Kenyan government has refused to acknowledge our foreign heroes. But as Kenyans, Mkenya wa kawaida, working class of Kenya, we have decided to appreciate and acknowledge that day. It has mixed reactions. There are those people who want it, there are those people who don't want it. But all what I know is that it will be the biggest day ever in Kenya. People are going to come out in droves to celebrate the lives of people who actually showed people's resistance cannot be defeated. And that's why we are celebrating those young souls who are exterminated by Ruto regime. That is why tomorrow is important, and we will be following it. And we will come out, all people of all walks of life, peacefully, and protest the heinous act, the extrajudicial killing, which continue to be Mr. Ruto's agenda. That is the significance of tomorrow. We are protesting the continuous heinous act by Mr. Ruto regime. Even as we await to oust him through a ballot or through a popular vote, whichever comes first, the truth of the matter is Mr. William Ruto has contravened any article of the Kenyan Constitution. That is the bottom line of the discussion, and that is why this event is very important. Young Kenyans died like chicken. Young Kenyans were killed. And I was so shocked by the Kenyan police spokesman, ama ati msemaji wa polisi, ati anasema we cannot protest in protected areas. But the question begets, or we ask, when you're saying parliament is protected area, state house is protected area, we are not taking demonstration inside the parliament. And that is a question, by the way, he has been asked. He couldn't respond. From his discussion, I can only confirm that Mr. Mushiri, who is police spokesman, he is just confirming use of force by police. Because they are saying you cannot demonstrate in the parliament. But he is not clarifying if you can demonstrate near the parliament. Because those are two different things. I can demonstrating inside the parliament is going inside the parliament and demonstrating ndani ya nyumba. That is one event. Also, I can demonstrate outside the parliament. The parliament is there. I'm demonstrating from here. I'm 50 meters from the parliament. I'm demonstrating as I look at the parliament. Am I still contravening protected areas? Those are the things which we have to ask ourselves. So, because we also want to demonstrate in areas which matter, we don't want to go and take our demonstration in Korogosho, or we don't want to take our demonstration to Njiru, na huko kwa Matakataka, Dadora. Demonstration has to happen where the issues of the country are happening. Otherwise, if we wanted to demonstrate, tungesema tunaenda kudemonstratea huko kwa pipa. Huko takataka ya Nairobi na tupangwa huko Dandora. Tunaenda kwa hiyo chimo to demonstrate hapo. But we don't want to do that. Karibu Joseph. Demonstration lazima ipelekwe in a serious place. So atupeleki demonstration Dandora, or atupeleki demonstration pali imejificha. The demonstration has to be in an open place, a busy place, and at the center of the nation. That is where demonstrations should happen. If you look at demonstrations in New York, they usually happen in Wall Street, in where things are happening in the nation. So you cannot tell me I will not demonstrate near the parliament. And that is where the statement can be made roundly. I'm not demonstrating for the sake of demonstrating. I'm demonstrating to make a statement. I don't understand why policemen don't understand. We are not demonstrating for the sake. We are not assembling for the sake. You are putting a statement, and you also want to your voice to be heard. And how can you be heard? Venue matters in a demonstration. That is why we are not going to demonstrate in the forest. Because even if we go to demonstrate in the forest, no one will hear our voice from there. That's why we are not going to the ocean to demonstrate in the ocean. That is why any demonstration has to happen at the center of the city. And it has to capture important areas of that country. So sitaenda kudemonstrate huko Njiru ama huko kwa Mapipa, lazima ni demonstrate hapo parliament. That is what a demonstration means. It is global. Go ahead, Joseph. Kuna Joseph wawili, maybe Joseph ambaye amejificha na huyu Joseph mwingine. Joseph, can you respond to that? Wakati sasa wanatuambia sasa kama ni mbunge hamtafika mbunge. Hii ni demonstration kwa sababu sielewi.
Sikusikia vile unasema, niko kwa SGR. Nimeona ukiongea kama umekasirika.
No, nimekasirika because when you are choosing a demonstration, the venue matters. That is why atuendi abadeas huko na huko kwa msitu kudemonstratea na huko. Kama ni demonstration tuko nayo, lazima tu demonstrate where the news can alive, where things are happening. Atuwezi enda huko abadeas ama tuende na huko kwa Kenya.
You cannot fear Kamket.
Sorry?
You mean you cannot fear Kamket in Nairobi tomorrow?
No. You know, one thing which I want to assure you, Bwana Joseph, Kamket is also subject to international law. And Kamket cannot start making us to fear our nation in the name of you will unleash goons. We cannot live in such a country whereby, because if Kamket succeeds tomorrow, it means even they can steal our election na watuletee goons. Na kuna kitu tutafanya. They can do that. So, the worst thing we can do, Joseph, ni kuogopa Kamket. Tukiogopa Kamket tumeisha, sababu unajua ile kitu watafanya. Watatuletea hao mapokot, anasema atatuletea mapokot, watuibie kura na story ishe. If there is a man we should not fear, ni huyo Kamket. We have to make a statement to him.
Niko na mtu kwa Munyoro amekusalimia kwa hapa. Tunaelekea Mombasa.
Yeah, that is good, eh?
So I will not be able to communicate properly.
Okay, there's no problem about that. Lakini mwambie sisi ni wale watu wazuzu ambayo we are sanctifying the Kenyan democracy. Kazi yetu tunakujanga hapa kila jioni for the purpose of making Kenyan democracy better. Na
how is America? America mnaendeleaje?
You know, that is a civilized democracy. That is a civilized democracy. They know how to sort out the issues. Hawana mashida kama hii sisi tuko nayo. They are not having issues of employment. They are not having issues of watu wako na njanja ovyo. For them, their issues ni nuclear. That is why.
Na kuna kitu tumeona ni ya ukweli ama ni uongo, Jiro?
Aje?
Raila alikuwa ameongea.
Raila ameongea, but no one is listening to him. Raila ameongea and we don't listen to him, unfortunately. So, in fact, leo nimeshtuka nimefungua hiyo video ya Raila Odinga and I was unable to watch him even for 1 minute. And I used to be a psycho fan of Raila Odinga. It is so sad. Kuna
mtu nilikuwa nataka, Jiro, sitaweza kuongea, lakini kuna mtu ambaye nitakuongelesha kama tukiendelea. Alex anakuja.
We will have to wait for him. Unajua hii ni mtandao, saa zingine you don't know if people will respond or not. Mimi nakujanga nafungua kituo wa kukuja akuja.
Nikimwona kwa mtandao nitarudi.
Okay, there's no problem about that. So tell our other brother who is on your edge there, mwambie hii Kenya tutaipigania and we will get our right. Kasongo hawezi kukalia.
Wewe uliniambia ati Raila ni engineer na hujajua namba yake ya engineering.
Bwana, he is not an engineer. Huyo tumemrelegate. We have relegated him.
Are you an engineer yourself?
Yes, I am an engineer. My registration number is A3295. My registration number is A3295. EBK, Engineers Board of Kenya.
Ndio naye Raila hajatoa yake.
Yeah, ndio nakwambia ukienda huko kwa EBK uitishe namba A3295 utanipata huko.
I'll check tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, hata ukienda kwa website huko, ukienda kwa website tafuta jina yangu utapata mimi huko. So
Unajiita?
najiita tu engineer Jiro Mwaura.
Oh, sawa.
Yeah,
Si
ukienda
wacha
huko
kuongea baadaye. Wewe ndio
hata kama uko na
nitakuongelea
manyumba, kama uko na manyumba unataka approval, mimi hizo vitu nafanyanga.
ndio nasema
Eh.
nitakuongelesha baadaye after.
Okay, there's no problem about that. Go ahead.
Haya, sasa asante.
Okay, appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Okay, Joseph Kariuki, endelea.
Mimi sitaki kuja kuongelea kuhusu watu walishazoza. Raila ni mtu ni mzoga saa hizi, mimi siwezi ongea kuhusu mtu
In fact, there was
amewekwa
kulikuwa na video yake, unajua like I think he is trying to make himself relevant. I'm so surprised Joseph, hata ningewaekea video ya Raila Odinga hapa, so it just popped out in my phone. Can you imagine Raila Odinga has talked for 15 minutes, nimemweka hivi within 1 minute akili yangu imesnap, nimeshindwa na kumuona. I can't imagine, and I used to be a psychophant 1 year ago, 2 years ago.
Kuna mtu ameisha, hata kuongea hawezi ongea. Wewe unasikia akisema nini? Mimi hata siwezi msikiliza. Mimi huyo mzee niliachana naye, mimi siwezi msikiliza. Ninakujaga hapa kuongea kuhusu issues important than him. There is so many issues important than that guy.
Yeah.
And starting with one is that wameanza kublock State House Road. If you have seen the pictures, wameanza kuiblock leo jioni.
You see,
so these guys they are afraid wameanza
Joseph, let me tell you Joseph, let me tell you, na kuna kitu na siku hizi hata hatuogopi Ruto. By the way, unajua Ruto anafikiria tunamuogopa. We don't fear you. Even if you try to barricade yourself in the State House, you cannot fear the same people who elected you or who voted you. Let me use that word. Ile kitu iko, the same people will smoke you using the ballot. Unaweza jificha sahi sababu time yako haijafika, but kwani utatushika mikono tutiki jina yako kwa nguvu? Kwani atatushika mikono tukipewa ballot? Ruto atatushika mikono tukiona jina ya Ruto tunatiki hivyo kwa lazima? My friend, let me tell you, whether you hide, you do whatever you are hiding, your days are numbered. You cannot do it again. You cannot take Kenyans as terrorists. When Kenyans are saying peacefully they want to protest, even international community imeongea. The international community has said the Kenyan police and the government should not provoke people. So I don't understand the stupidity of these people. Tomorrow they want to cause havoc. They want to unleash havoc on Kenyans simply because hawataki tukumbuke wale watu wenzetu walikufa. We loved those kids. Tulikuwa tunawapenda. Those people, they are loved ones. They are those people who loved them. They want to remember their souls. It's a memorial like any other. So wewe Ruto, kama if you don't want to celebrate, because na najua ile kitu inauma Ruto sana. Ile kitu inauma Ruto, it is because ataki kukumbushwa ile machozi. It is going to be a very emotional day and he cannot handle that day. Joseph usifikirie why they don't want this memorial, because when they are saying this memorial is like being taken to hell. He can't imagine that this Gen Z thing is what will make him actually be a one-term president. The fact that he killed the people. Watoto wetu walikufa and he doesn't want memorial. Ati wanataka, we have no issues with the State House. The power is not in the State House. I don't know who has cheated Ruto. Power is not in the State House. Power iko na wananchi. Power ni sisi tuko nayo. These days hata Wamunyoro ndio iko na power mingi sana and some other residences. So State House ni nyumba tu. So Bwana Joseph, forget about your story ya State House. State House is just a symbolic house which does not mean much to us Kenyans. Hata tunaweza hamisha State House to somewhere else. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So Joseph, the memorial has to be there, whether Ruto atake asitake. And in fact, the next government, this memorial, we will be celebrating it every year. These are some of the proposals we will put. We will give it a day, whether we call it Youth Day or we call it Martyrs Day, but June 25 in Kenya will become a synonymous day forever. We will always be celebrating. So tutakuwa tuna celebrate June 25, tunamaliza June 25, tunashikanisha na Sabasaba. Hizo siku mbili lazima tushikanishe. Afadhali hata tuondoe siku zingine which are not so important, but this June 25 has to become a synonymous day in Kenya, and we will be celebrating it every year. Every year we will be celebrating those souls which departed the Kenyan soil unwillingly, simply because a Kenyan president could not handle criticism. And he saw Kenyan children as terrorists and killed them. That is why we have to celebrate that day every year. So, ameze wembe, lakini June 25, all the time, it is a day for our youth. So we will think for a name for that day. We could call it Youth Day. We could call Matthias Day. We will celebrate it, but we will think of a day. So June 25 is here for us every year. So every year, ni vitu kama hii inatendeka. So every year, June 25, hata yule president tutachagua, June 25, story itakuanga ni hii. Lazima tunatokezea kwa streets, tunakumbuka ile serikali ambayo iliua watoto wetu. Na tunawasomea. So kesho ni kusomea Ruto. Wewe mwizi, wewe muuaji. Kesho tu, hiyo ndio story kesho. Kesho tu ni wewe muuaji. That is why they don't want it, Joseph. So tomorrow is a very serious day for Kenya. And we cannot take it for granted. Our kids die. Our kids die. They were killed by the government, which was supposed to protect them. So wasiturete. Kenya has to celebrate our youths. They died. Innocent blood. Na wacha nikuambie, hakuna kitu kibaya kama kuua damu ambayo haina hatia. Some of those kids were very innocent. Young people. Watoto Mungu hata anapenda sana. That is why hiyo damu itawasumbua mpaka mkufe nyinyi. Wewe una habari. Bwana Ruto, kama ujui, hiyo damu ya hao watoto mliua June 25. Hiyo damu ndio itawaosha. That blood is going to take you from where you are. No matter, ndio unaona hata kuna vitu yako inaweza kuwa mzuri. Even if you try, wewe hata uombewe na nani, hata uwekelewe mikono na nani, your things will never be okay. Because you are continuing to participate in killing of innocent blood in our nation. Huyo ndio Ojwanga komochari. Hiyo damu inalia. Huyo ndio Ojwanga, sijui ama Ojwanga amezikwa, I don't know. Ojwanga damu yake inalia. Kuna huyu kijana amepigwa risasi. We don't know his state. Hiyo ni damu yake inalia. Maombi ya wazazi wale watoto wao wameku. You think God has a devil here? He doesn't hear? My friend, bwana Ruto, hata ujaribu nini, vitu yako iwezi fanya. It cannot. Wewe hata it cannot, vitu yako iwezi fanya. Wewe hata ufanye nini, your things cannot. You think unafikiria mzazi ameuliwa mtoto, and you tell me Mungu bariki Ruto? Hakuna. Anasema nimelaani huyo mtu. And I'm done.
Yeah, so at the moment the reason I nilitaja State House, you know, the Gen Z have said they are marching to State House, and I know when they say not only Gen Z, because this thing is a cooperation of Gen Z, millennials, and all the like people who are tired with this government. So they said they are going to march to State House, and I know they are true to their word. That is what they are going to do. Na mtu yote anashinda akirushia watu uoga, just know hata wewe si ati ni vile uko safe. Hata ukienda comment huko kwa media, kwa social media, jua hata wewe si vile uko safe. So stop spreading hizi mambo za uoga huko kwa social media, jua hata ujui kama hata wewe utakuwa next. So another thing, hata hiyo Kamket mnaongea hapa, hata yeye mwenyewe ameona moto leo, hata yeye mwenyewe ameongea akasema si hivyo alikuwa anamaanisha. So they are full of fear. Wanajua kesho usiku utakuwa kunoma. They know tomorrow Gen Z and the millennials wamekubali sasa ni nini. And it's not a funny joke that, see jokes, unaona hao watu wakiongea wanasema ati mimi nimeacha ideology yangu, na mimi nimeacha nikasema vile nitafanywa nikikufa. It's not a laughing matter. Ukisikia watoto ati wanaongea kuhusu serikali wanasema ati inataka kwenda kuwaua, wameanza kuandika sijui their final wishes and vile wanataka wafanyiwe wakishaenda maandamano ya kesho. Is such a sad situation. I have seen a lady there talking about how the situation of the economy of the country has been, na hata wale watu wanapata hata ukitaka kazi ati lazima ukuwe na mtu mkubwa anakushikilia mkono. It was so sad seeing that lady shedding her tears talking. Then nikiona news leo ninaona tena mama mwingine analia akisema mtoto wake hapatikani. Amekuwa alipotea, he was a blogger, amepotea na hapatikani.
Na Ruto anatusoma ufara sana by the way. All the time watoto tu wanapotea tu, and they want us to start laughing with him. Huyu jamaa acha kutusoma ufala bana. All the time watoto wanapotea. Kama huyo nitawekea huyo mama mtoto wake amepotea Saturday, polisi wanakujia huyo mtoto kwa nyumba, they are not even identifying mtoto ashapotea, and they want us to laugh with him. We cannot bwana. We cannot bwana. It is now becoming a sensitive matter. And by the way, if Ruto cannot control the government and you know he cannot control the government, ikifika hii level you resign. We cannot. Unajua hata John ile wakati Mary iko karibu kuzama sababu yake alisema munirushe kwa mto. Why should Kenya suffer because of you? Yani we cannot rest. 3 years down the line ni shida.
And then also the country size iko under tension. The whole country is under tension kwa sababu sasa this thing and imagine our parents. Usiende kukataza mtoto wako aende kufanya kile anataka kufanya kuonesha to participate his rights. Let every kid go. Huwezi jua hata huyo mzazi mtoto wake aliendeo Saturday na hakuwa maandamano. We don't know. This government is coming for everybody. Whether hata uko maandamano or you are at home. So nobody is safe. If we don't speak now, there is no chance of us to speak again. We must speak now and we must speak to this guy and tell him, no, we are tired of you. We don't want you there. We are tired of you and we are tired of your shenanigans. It's very sad that even a whole CS can wake up and start talking like a baby. Kusemaga ati sijui vile ati watoto ati wanasema ati wataenda state house ati that is amount to treason. Brother, we are used to your crap. Tumechoka na nyinyi. Hizo mambo na viswahili zenyu na vizungu zenyu. We are tired.
Bwana Joseph, it's so simple, It is so simple. You cannot refuse a protest. How watoto wajasema wanaenda kuua mtu. Our kids have not said they are going to kill anyone. Allow them in the streets. Waende wafanye mambo yao warudi nyumbani. Street si yako. We own street. Hebu nikuulize kama sahi Bwana Joseph, Kimanzi street ni ya nani? Who owns Kimanzi street?
Hakuna mtu.
Yeah, you can. So unajua, let me tell you, as the government is wanting to restrict people, you cannot pick it. Hebu wataogopa watu mpaka lini? When will they fear people? Yani wataogopa watu forever. Yani wakiona tu group ya Wakenya pahali ni hivyo. Yani tu wakiona tu a large group of Kenyans, they start fearing and they making so many mistakes. You see, that is the problem which we have with this government. They don't allow people to pick it. For your information, I understand sometimes demonstrations go overboard, especially for the people who are take advantage of the demonstration. Routers who come and they want to take advantage. But we cannot say people will never ever demonstrate because of intrusion from other people.
Lakini jiru usiwapatie hiyo liwe ukisema hivyo. Ukianza kuambia ati kwani hatukuona baba akijiapisha? Si baba alienda kujiapisha? Si polisi waliwachana na watu? What happened? Kuna watu waliruti hizo duka. Nobody looted the shops. Nobody invaded anybody's privacy.
Yeah,
biashara ziliendelea. Usiwapatie hiyo liwe. Ukipatie hiyo liwe
protest. They should allow people
to protest. Because the problem, polisi wakirusha tear gas ndio wanaanza kunini watu. Wakianza the moment wataanza kurusha hizo tear gas ndio wanaanza kuagitate
watu. How humans operate, Humans operate. If you attack a human being, it will respond. It is natural. It is natural. So definitely polisi akikuprovoke hata wewe lazima urespond. You have to respond because you cannot allow yourself to just be killed there mama police. So that is the issue which is there. So if the policeman does not provoke you, you are right. Things are okay.
But these guys, they should not tell us whatever they are. Even those police, what is the protected zones? Who are you protecting even? The person you're protecting, we are the ones who have put him there into power. What are you talking about? You policemen, we are the ones who are paying your salaries. Or do you think the person who is there in the hill there, you always praise, is the one who is paying you? What if we say we are not going to remove any taxes in Kenya? Who is going to fund those big stomachs you have? Watu mpaka wamekanyaga watu, unaona wanapiga mpaka kijana mdogo amejaza tumbo kubwa.
Hii history ya serikali kuua watoto wetu, hii wataacha. Watoto wetu watakuwa wanatoka barabarani, wanafanya vitu yao na wanarudi nyumbani. The government cannot be the source of insecurity to our kids. Hiyo naye hatuwezi kubali. Joseph, that one we have to agree on one thing. The Kenyan government cannot be part of insecurity. Ati serikali ya Kenya ndio ina cause havoc. They are the ones who are hiring criminals and militias to our kids. Hiyo nayo, there's no any contract we have with the government kama hiyo. Hiyo hata tunaweza shukisha Ruto haraka sana. Ati sisi, the government we have, ndio they are using our taxes kutuletea mikora. Hiyo nayo, hiyo tutamshukisha haraka sana. Wajaribu, by the way, wajaribu. They don't, let me tell you, Joseph, nataka kuwapea hint. I will give them. Bwana Ruto and your goons. Kesho mkileta mikora, it will be your last day. I want to tell you, it will actually bring spontaneous reaction, because let me tell you, I don't think there's any Kenyan in his right manner, including even international community na watu wengine, serikali inaleta goons na muna haya mikora wa kukuja kuchapa watu, and you be allowed to be in the state house even a single day. It will not happen. So in whatever you do, Bwana Ruto, in whatever you do, wewe leta mikora, lakini ujue it will be your last day, because hakuna vile we can allow a government which is unleashing criminals on us, alafu na tuseme uendelee kukua rais yetu. Hiyo nayo iwezekani. We cannot have a government, because you already have criminalized yourself. So Bwana Ruto, if you want to exit power anytime, jaribu hiyo story mnataka kujaribu, ati kuleta mikora kwa street. Mujaribu tu. If we will have evidence hiyo mikora ni ya serikali, we will smoke you out. Hiyo nayo, we will not cheat you, because we cannot have a government which is unleashing mikora to us. Hiyo nayo hatuwezi. So that will be the red button. So wewe tumia kina Kamket na wajinga mnasema ati mutaleta mikora kwa street. The moment we will have proof, the Kenyan government is unleashing mikora, it will be the last day for them.
Alafu watu waliona kama ni mchezo. You see that guy who was talking to Kimathi? I don't know if you saw that guy talking to the statue of Kimathi. Don't play with things. Things are very powerful. You might see like he was just making a joke there. Lakini labda kuna spirit ilikuwa inamuongelesha from Kimathi. Because Kimathi's spirit has also never rested. He was done the same way that the youth have been done. Unajua Kimathi na Gen Z hakuna tofauti. They were killed the same way. A Kenyan walikuwa wanajiitwa aje Magati. They are the ones who are used to kill him. Ni polisi Mkenya alitumiwa kumuua. Those who are called, I don't know hard words. They walitumia kuua Kimathi. So it is the same thing. Don't play with things. They have hizi vitu sicheza na.
Belfast anasema we be serious. How can we be serious and we are not sounding death, and the government is preparing to kill our kids? Which other seriousness do you want us to have if we do not question the government early enough?
I don't know.
I don't understand how what
I never supported Ruto, so I don't know. I don't know what he's saying. I never supported Ruto.
We know Ruto is crap, so Ruto stories za nani anasupport Ruto. We don't care.
I never even supported him, so I don't know.
He's not our person. He's not our man. Some of us
But even if I supported Jiru, I did not support him. What does that bring in the table? We come and support Ruto ama sikumsupport if I'm saying that and you are saying that. What is that helping us?
Of course. Leo Raila Odinga ameongea hata hakuna there is no one even is listening to him. It's not even a breaking news. Leo nimecheka bwana. Yaani maandamano iko, he is not being felt. The serious, can you imagine? Mzee yako leo ametoa speech hata hakuna mtu anafuatilia. Anasema you know, Gen Z should be it is enshrined in the constitution. People should be allowed. Hata hakuna mtu anasikiliza. Maandamano lishajiita yenyewe.
Huyo mzee anasikiaga threatened na Gen Z. Unajua hakuna maandamano imewahi kuwa successful kama ya Gen Z in the history of Kenya. Hakuna maandamano imewahi kuwa successful kama ya Gen Z. They did what people were not able to do. The people even who are fighting for the second liberation, they were not able to do what the Gen Zs did last year. They breached the walls of parliament, something that has never happened. Sijui kama Njiru ulikuwa unasikia reporters wakireport wakiwa parliament wanasema this has never happened in the history of Kenya. Ama ulikuwa unasikia nini Njiru? Reporters wakireport walikuwa wanasema this has never happened in the history of Kenya. So this mzee became a shadow of the Nastai kuongea mambo yake Njiru. We are boxing me to talk about him. I want us to talk here about the Gen Z.
He has become unajua nimecheka sababu yani ni kitu yani nimecheka yani hata kwa mitandao sioni. I don't see anything. Interesting time, man. Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't want to speak about
that. The revolution will feed itself. I don't know. Belfast, if let me tell you, see, I think Belfast, you have not followed the revolution. Eh? I think I need to come here and explain to you how revolutions feed themselves. A revolution does not need somebody to feed it. So whether Kalonzo Musyoka, Raila Odinga, they are for it or not, revolutions feed themselves. Eh?
And I don't know, Njiru, kwani hao watu wa Raila wanaongea within two states of their mouth. Jana nisikia jamaa mwingine mpuzi akiwa huko Bina Show anasema ati mpaka hakuna freedom ilipiganiwa, so it means even second liberation haikupiganiwa. So which revolutions are we talking about here? Me, I'm talking about the 25th revolution. That one is the one I know. That one is the one I know. That one was a revolution.
Belfast is trying to say that everything has been captured, including revolutionaries. So it's like Belfast is like trying to say that whatever we are hyping here, ni munyamba ya punda. That's what you're trying to say. So Belfast thinks that we are hyping something which will not happen. Joseph, Belfast thinks maybe from the mind of Belfast, I think he thinks hiyo maandamano ya kesho tu, it will be something like a small child play.
Bwana Njiru, we are not hyping anything. We are not hyping anything. We are talking what is there. Kila kiko pale, si ndio tunaongea. Sisi hatuongei kuhype. We don't have time to hype. Bwana Njiru, hii si concert. We don't have time to hype anything. We are talking what is there. If you heard what that lady talked about, sijui kama uliona msichana akiongea mpaka anatoa machozi. Anasema I was educated, I went to school, but my life now is shattered. I cannot even be able to get a job. I went to the university, I took all my time to get a study. But nikienda kutafuta kazi naambiwa ati lazima nikuwe na bwana mkubwa. I don't know if you have that video of that lady, because that video made me even feel to cry.
Last thing I want to say before I die tomorrow. They told us, go to school. Education is the key, they said. We sat in classes with no windows. We studied in torn uniform on empty stomachs. We believed them. Our parents believed them too. They gave everything. Sold cows, missed meals, broke their back just to see us wear that gown. And years later, here I am, graduated, jobless, hopeless. Turns out, the key only opens doors if your father knows someone. If your uncle is a big man, if your name already matters, and those of us without names, we stay outside, knocking, forgotten. Then they say, start a business. But even small dreams are not safe here. Kanjos will come, or even the goons they send. They won't just destroy your stall. They will scatter your future like trash. So, if I die tomorrow, maybe my parents will be given 2 million. Maybe that is more than I could ever give them alive. So, shoot me close range. Don't leave me like others, breathing but broken. Because in this country, we were told to dream, but never warned this would kill us. This country is not safe. Not for people like us.
Is that kid who you are talking about?
Yeah, that kid. You see what he's talking about?
And I don't think
even grown-ups here in the comment section, Jiru, grown-ups here in the comment section, they don't have brains. A whole kid like that one can educate you of what has been happening. Huh? A whole kid anaweza kueducate on what has been happening. Huh? She feels it. She feels it.
Well,
we are not ready for the dramas.
Joseph, kuna wengine hapa, as long as Raila is happy, they are happy. Raila ndiye anawabebea furaha yao. Kuna watu hapa, as long as Raila is happy, they don't care bana. Si umeona, they have even sponsored some few crowds in Kisumu ati wakirani hiyo maandamano ya kesho.
I don't care. Jiru, I don't care about them. Kwa sababu hata kama utashinda ukiimba uimbe kule, mimi hata sitaki kutaja huyo jina hapa. Kama utashinda ukiimba uimba ule unataka kuimba ni sawa. But the problem remains is the same pain we are feeling is the same pain you are feeling. There is no different pain. Kama unasikia the government has abandoned you, we are feeling the same. There is no difference. So ukuje hapo uniimbie ama unifanyie nini? The same pain I'm feeling is the same pain you're feeling. There is no day that person is going to help you and come and tell you that I'm going to give your kids education. We have seen them all through. Huh? I don't want to name names here. I'm even tired of naming the names. We have seen them what they do. No, it's not one instant. So many instances. Even their own people, the ones they are saying that we are supporting him, they have not even been ever helped with anything. A baby died. I remember a baby died. What happened to the family? Nothing. The family just remained crying. So don't come and tell us about people. I don't want even to talk about Mjiru. Me, I want to talk about things that are helping us as Kenyans, because what that lady has said is completely shows people are fed up. Jiru. That is how old is that girl? If I can ask you, how old is that girl? I think even she has not reached 25. She's already feeling the pain that
Yeah,
other
hiyo
Kenya,
mtoto ni 15,
that the
20.
pain that Kenya has brought. Anasikia uchungu, hata hajaanza maisha yake vizuri. Jiru, huyo msichana ako 22 years, labda ametoka shule juzi. He has not even started his life, her life. She's crying. Then you come and tell us here we are going to listen to crap. But brother, I'm not ready to entertain such nonsense. We are here to be able to help our country reform and change. We are tired of those old guards, all of them. Let them live. That's why they can kill and they don't feel anything. So the Satan amewaitisha damu ingine ndio wafurahie, ndio wasikie wako happy, so that they can continue gathering power. It's such a shame. Somebody can come and defend somebody, and even they're just a minor person there. It's such a shame.
Okay, wacha nitafute. You see what there is tomorrow will turn chaotic if police try to block your maandamano. Lakini maandamano watu watokezee, wapige nduru yao, wasome majina ya wale watu waliuawa, because I know that one is the plan. Tusome majina, we raise the red hapo parliament, hapo watu walikufia, because people have to raise the red hapo. There's no problem. Lakini kama polisi wakianzia kukuja hapo na punda ama na farasi, tear gas nini, things will be chaotic. Anyway, nimeona kina Kalonzo Musyoka wameongea, they're in support of the day. So maybe, Joseph, to ask you, has the government legalized tomorrow's protest? Have they said it is okay for Kenyans to protest kesho?
No, they have not said okay. Where have they said okay? They said they don't recognize that day. Walisema they don't recognize
okay,
anything about it.
Ukisikia hivyo ni kumaanisha hiyo ni tear gas.
Yeah, they don't recognize anything about it. They said it. Wanajaribu kutuchezesha pamoja na polisi hapo, but they don't recognize it. But let me tell you, everybody is watching Jiru. People are going to be taken very soon. An international community is watching, my friend. And I'm telling you, they are gathering things, and you hear people going. Wewe gojea tu. Utawasikia wakienda. And that day we'll be having witnesses. Wacha hivyo wanasemaga watu watawamaliza. That day watafungwa kabisa life. Let them continue spreading this what they are spreading, hate speech and violence and goonism. Wacha waendelee kutuspreadia hate speech na hii mambo yote they are saying. That's why you see even the international community today has spoken. Why are they speaking? They are also tired. Kila mtu amechoka, Bwana Njiru, hata Catholic bishops, kila mtu amechoka.
By the way,
you cannot have everybody talking about you.
By the way, Catholic bishop wamesemaji?
They have said they don't want this vile wanasema kuhusu goons. And the way government will be
ya Catholic bishops leo. Tusikilize.
Such a shame. Kila mtu hakuna mtu anasema kila mtu. Can everybody be mad, Jiru? Kila mtu anaweza kuwa wazimu. I'm feeling very angry today, Jiro.
Haina
Hmm?
shida, haina shida. Ruto sisi ndio tutamfunza bana. Eh? Unajua Ruto amekuwa mtoto ya Serelak for so long. Sisi ndio tutamfunza ukweli sasa.
Quotation from the prophet Micah. What does the Lord require of you? To act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Dear people of God and all people of goodwill, we, the Catholic bishops of Kenya, give thanks to God for the relative peace that continues to prevail in our nation. We commend the people of Kenya for their resilience and patience in the face of prolonged economic hardship, widespread unemployment, and rising social pressures. This spirit of perseverance speaks to the moral and spiritual strength of our nation. As we thank God for the relative peace that prevails, we
Relative
reiterate
peace.
that justice and peace are intimately connected. Authentic peace cannot exist where justice is denied or human life is threatened. Peace is not merely the absence of war. It is founded on truth, built up in justice, nurtured and animated by charity. Gaudium et Spes, number 78. We cannot therefore overlook the increasing signs of stress in our country. The frustration the young people are venting is an expression of a deep and serious concern shared by most Kenyans. That the current governance culture continues to sideline the majority, that there is massive misuse of public resources, and that the response to questioning or honest civic expression is now being met with brutal hostility.
Sure.
The space for alternative or dissenting views, for dialogue and accommodation is shrinking quickly. It is in this light that we, as your shepherds, are compelled to speak out in the spirit of truth, compassion, and justice as follows. 1. The increasing disregard for human life and dignity. We are deeply concerned about the growing devaluation of human life in our country. The cases of mysterious disappearances, extrajudicial killings, and violent intimidation have become too common. Painfully, we recall the more recent deaths of Father John Maina, Father Alois Bett, and that of Albert Ojwang, and others whose lives were taken in unexplained and violent circumstances. These are not merely names. These are our brothers, sisters, priests, sons, and daughters, and friends who deserved protection and justice. The cold-blooded shooting of Boniface Kariuki by a police officer at point-blank range is most shocking.
Ladies, listen up. The video showing the pink salt trick that melts belly fat while you sleep has
Security officers are sworn to protect, not to harm. When those charged with upholding law and order become the source of fear and injustice, it signals a more
the young people deserve listening and support, not suppression. It has now been 1 year since our young people, often referred to as Gen Z, took to the streets. By and large, the protests began as a peaceful protest against rising taxation, lack of opportunities, and what they described as a system that increasingly ignores their voices. They were expressing what many Kenyans had already felt and expressed. These youth-led demonstrations reminded us of the power of civic consciousness and the rightful place of young people in shaping the country's direction. However, the protests soon degenerated into violent encounters and brutal use of force, leading to a huge loss of lives, especially of the young people. As bishops, we appeal to the youth to exercise their rights peacefully and within the law. Since then, the church and other civic actors have sought to engage them meaningfully, offering platforms for dialogue and participation. The teaching of Pope Francis of happy memory is indeed timely. Quote, young people must be helped to develop their talents and responsibilities in a spirit of service to others, end quote. Christus Vivit 242. Rather than nurturing constructive youth participation, some state agencies have chosen to suppress it. We have witnessed the harassment, abduction, and in some cases, killing of young people whose only offense was raising their voice for accountability and justice. These incidents have left families in mourning and communities in a state of fear. The government's primary responsibility is to protect its citizens, not to threaten, silence, or punish them. A society that instills fear in its youth for simply speaking out is a society walking away from justice. Our young people are not enemies of the state. They are citizens with valid concerns who should be heard and supported in building a better future for all. Many Kenyan citizens are voicing these same concerns.
Wait, is this you when trying to build a website? Because I got you. Oh? Check out.
As we remember those who died in the protests of 2024, we pray for those young souls. They should not have lost their lives. Yet,
Oh, Joseph, I think that one is enough unless you tell me I've not.
That one is enough.
The speech is not capturing, but you can hear the emotions which the bishops are trying to bring here. And maybe there's something I want to confirm to you, Joseph. Kama kuna kanisa inakuanga by the way imeshika ground, and I'm not a Catholic by the way, but if there is a church I can tell you they have touched with the ground is Catholic. That I'll tell you for free.
And there are too many, you know, they have the biggest following in Kenya.
Yeah, ndio najaribu kukwambia. So ukiona hiyo kitu inasumbua wa Katoliki, you also need to be serious.
The Catholic too, Jiru. It's everywhere. It's all see churches too, Jiru. Everywhere.
Bwana, unajua Ruto kuna mandini zingine amekuwa akitumia vibaya. It's not everywhere.
Obviously kanisa ya ninja man. Kanisa ya ninja man. Unajua Jiru, kanisa ya ninja man ni yako wewe peke yako. Ukiletewa pesa utachukua tu kwa kikapu. But churches that have denomination, unaona hizi churches zote ziko na structure. You don't see them. Go and tell me a church which has structure that ina support you. Nani?
Hata nani by the time aondoke huko, he thought that Ruto is a very good man. Huyu wa ACK.
Ole Sepit. Ndio nasema but after ndio nasema but after unaona bila alikuja kuongea.
Anaanzia kuitishwa. Ngoja kidogo, kwanza niingililie Ole Sapit ujui. Let me tell you shida ya Ole Sapit na serikali ilianzia wapi. Ole Sapit alikuwa amelipwa na Ruto. I think alilipwa 6 or 8 million, something like that. Then when he started criticizing the government, si walimulipua. Si walisema arudishe pesa. Ama Joseph ukumbuki?
Nakumbuka.
So
lakini kwa nini unastuka na mpaka PCA ile nilikuwa naenda ilikuwa inamsupport? You know there is one day that I went to the church. You know me 2022 election unajua kule nilivote. So I went to the church and the father there in front alikuwa anasema the bishop alikuwa anasema tufunge macho tuombee Ruto. You know hiyo kitu ilikuwa inanishinda kabisa Jiro. Hata niliambia bibi yangu tukifika kwa nyumba niliambia my wife mimi siwezi funga macho niweze kuombea mtu. Imenishinda Jiro. Imenishinda kabisa. So even Catholic ilikuwa tu nini PC ilikuwa hapo.
What is he saying now? After misreading.
But now Jiru, the problem is Jiru, we cannot blame unajua Jiru tukianza kublame watu ati walifanya nini, that is where we go wrong. Kila mtu anajua pale ile mistake alifanya. Sisi hata Kashagu alisema ninajua nilifanya makosa. Everybody did a mistake. Kuna wale walibelievika. Jiru, unataka kusema hata sisi hatukufanya makosa ya kusupport Raila?
No,
hata sisi tunataka kusema hatukufanya makosa.
Hatukujiingiza. Let me show you the person who nataka, that is why mimi kama ulipigia Ruto kura, let me show you. Unless I can only forgive you unless if you have never handled this. Ngoja kidogo.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi, kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo ulio nayo. Lakini kama wewe unakwama mahali moja, unasema huyu simpendi na huyo hatoki Kenya, atakuwa hapo. Siku ya kupiga kura atapiga kura hata na yeye. Sasa wewe utafanya namna gani?
Joseph, that is why I cannot forgive a Ruto's voter.
Na amejimalizia hiyo statement yake pia yeye amejimalizia vizuri. Amesema nini? Huyo akipiga kura na yeye huyo mwingine atakuwa akifanya nini? Amejimalizia na hiyo statement yake. So I saw that statement let me tell you Jiru.
Huyo bishop hakuona hiyo. That bishop muombe Ruto. Huyo bishop ameona hiyo.
Hakuna mtu hakuona hiyo.
And what pushed them to even saying tuombe Ruto, and they saw that they are not discerning. That's simple.
But Jiru, nikikuuliza swali, what better did we have? What better? Is this guy we have now? What better?
There was at least we knew something. We afadhali basi hata tugeabstain.
What better? Ndio nakuuliza what better Jiru. That is the question.
Lakini bada
hakuna better.
No, Ruto was not an alternative.
But not better. There's nothing better. Hata Ruto mimi hata siwezi advocate.
No, tuseme hivyo any person ambaye
nitakwambia, that's why I'm telling you. Mimi hata mwenyewe I got confused after I saw what he did to us. Ati anaweza join kitu alikuwa ametuambia hata hawezi jaribu kujoin. I got angry. I said there is none better. There is nothing better. All is just but the same. Jiru, wacha tumalizie mambo ya blame game hapo. We have a problem. Tukishinda tukiria tu ati tuko na shida all the time ati to vote. Let's stop that blame game sasa. It's high time sasa tuanze kufikiria of what is coming. Mambo ilipita.
Let me tell you the problem of voting for Ruto. If Ruto was not voted in Kenya, all those people who are dead could be alive today.
Na Belfast wacha kushinda kuniambia mimi nilivotia Ruto. Unajua huyu jamaa nimeona is a very tribal person. I think that's why he has a problem with Kipril. He's a very tribal person. Because my name inasoma Kikuyu, you thought we voted for Ruto. Brother, if you are a tribal man, don't bring your tribalism here. I've seen you is like uko na tribalism mingi sana ndani yako. Brother, not everybody is the same. Ukiona mtu akiongea hapa si kila mtu is the same. So hiyo imeniuma sana. If I'm talking about that, I'm talking about a situation we are in. Ama wewe kwako ndio mnapata nini maziwa inakutoka kwa tap, ama Njiru kwako maziwa inatoka kwa tap juu kuvotia Ruto, ama unaletewa chakula kila jioni, ama unapewa unga.
At the end of the day, lazima ujitume wewe mwenyewe. The government is there to give us an enabling environment. Hata hatutaki watupe kitu.
Lakini mbuzi anashinda akituambia hapa ati watu wa report
moja kile tuko nacho. That's why we don't agree on him on so many things. So anyway, Joseph, there's something I wanted to tell you. I know ni sawa mmetuambia tusiseme hivyo, but kama ulienda na ukapigia Ruto kura, hata uko na shida. Me, I always say it openly. Kama ulienda na unaona, anyway, me, there is the issue of kids being burned in the church. Bana, mi siwezi. Mi siwezi. Hata kama mi siwezi. I think my consciousness is too serious. Even in forgiveness, I cannot give you responsibility. Ukiwa umefanya hizo vitu Ruto amefanya. Maybe I'm an extremist, but it's okay. But me, I cannot vote Ruto anywhere. Maybe I'm an extremist.
Jiru, I think even some people want to delay our thoughts about tomorrow. So I not comment. Some people want to delay my thoughts about tomorrow. I think they just want to get into the way of the thoughts of tomorrow. But me, what I know, tomorrow, Jiru, the young people have spoken. They are not going back. Whether you have intimidations, whether you say you are going to send anything you want to send, they are not going to be. Hata nimeona wameanza jioni. Did you see the video? Wameanza jioni. Wameanza jioni. Sijui kama uliona hiyo clip. I think zinaenezwa tu. I saw it in another. Wameanza jioni maandamano. They were preparing rehearsals.
Hebu nikuwekea, unajua leo kulikuwa na matown hall Hebu sikiliza hii town hall kidogo.
And I really loved Kameme. Unajua Kameme leo imeleta young people Njiru.
Hii hata ni TV47.
They were discussing.
Hata TV47 walikuwa na town hall leo. Hebu sikiliza.
I'm Hilary Odhiambo. I'm a youth leader from Migori County.
Thank you, Hilary. Why are you going to the streets tomorrow?
All right. All of us know that corruption is the center of the rot government that we have, and it is not a side issue that we are blinking an eye to it. And the reason why we are showing up tomorrow and leading a section of the young people that I lead is that tomorrow, if possibly, we want to prosecute a government that has stolen our future and sold to us hopes, and I will say false hopes in kilograms. I would say that because most of us lie in queues looking for jobs. And if we look at the NTSA and even the police service, and you look at the other day they are doing a recruitment. The other day, I think I was a resident of police, the prisons of Ruiru, and I saw how the recruitment is being done. Trust me, there's so many parents who are crying because maybe some of their money is lost, over 500,000 shillings, 500K Kenyan shillings, and the employment space has been left for the rich.
Okay.
We are not the rich.
So that's why
we
you're
need
going
accountability.
To the streets tomorrow.
Yeah, we're demanding for accountability to
right.
prosecute the government that has stolen our future.
All right.
Yes.
All right, Odhiambo, thank you so much. Allow me to bring other people into the conversation. If you're close to a mic, grab it. Chichi, would you care to be our runner? Let's start with you, sir. Your name and why you're showing up on the street. By the way, did you protest last year?
I'm Tungo Amwange from the Kongamano la Mapinduzi.
Karibu sana.
I protested last year, and last year we said that Kenya is a proof that religion cannot bring a better government. And for me to go to the streets tomorrow will be back to the to the independent speech of Pio Gama Pinto. We were fighting for freedom from ignorance, freedom from disease, freedom from poverty. And whatever we have seen is something less. We have not achieved what we were fighting for. And again, to add on, in Kenya, we were fighting for land and freedom, but we didn't get land and freedom. We got the independence. Right. So what makes us fight and push forward is we need the land and freedom back. We don't need the independence, which is pre-colonial. And another thing that makes me go to the street,
yes, please,
ni ujinga.
Right.
Ujinga, unajua ujinga ina dawa hapa Kenya. Na Wakenya tuko na ujinga mingi, na ujinga ndio inafanya tokee kwa barabara. Tupinge ujinga ya hawa wabunge wetu. Na pia ujinga yenye rais amekuwa akituonyesha.
All right. Karibu sana. Thank you from Kongamano. Let's go to this side, ladies. What is your good name and why are you showing up tomorrow on the streets, if you are actually showing up?
Okay, my name is Jerry Mbogo. I come from Kirinyaga County. I'm a youth reader, reading Kirinyaga Youth Union and Mount Kenya Youth Forum. First, I will be on the street because I know it is within my right, it is within the Constitution. Second, I feel the president has been promising each and every time he picks the mic and nothing is being done. We have so many young people who are tortured in the last protest and we've not seen anything being done. 1 year down the line, we've seen more than 60 young people dying just because they have raised their voice. They are saying we need accountability from the leaders we've given power. We know the sovereign power belongs to the people, not to the people that we give the seat, not the police, and there is nobody who is above the law, including the president. So tomorrow, the people I lead, and together with other youth leaders, will be calling upon young people to have a peaceful protest and also make sure we remember the heroes and the heroines of our generation who stood up against the status quo to fight for a future that has, just like my fellow young people has mentioned, have been, the politicians have robbed us our future. Right. So that is what will be taking me to the street tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much. And last but not least, let's have some voices here. Gentlemen, you have a mic? Let's hear from this. What's your good name, sir? And what's your point? Keep it nice and tight, if you may. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here.
Karibu, karibu.
I'm Dennis Minor.
Yes, Dennis.
What is taking me to the street is that we need to call out police brutality. It cannot be as usual that the people who are protecting us are the ones who are killing us. We cannot have it as usual that people will die in police cells. We need to call out that because we need a country where we feel secure. Right now, when I'm taken to a police cell, I will not feel secure because cases have happened where somebody has been taken to a police cell, he's murdered, taken to the hospital when he's dead. They know he's dead, yet they take him to the hospital, pretending they are taking care of him. We need to speak out against police brutality, and that's why I'll be in the streets tomorrow.
All right, thank you. One last person. We will keep the conversation going. I believe the lady next to you has a microphone. All right. Allow me to... Do you have a microphone, sir? All right, please.
I'm David Maina.
Why are you going to the streets tomorrow?
I'm David Maina. Tomorrow I'll be on the street because, for one, the government has dismissed the voices of the young people as naive and disruptive. They don't want to listen to us. We are going to be on the street because we want to get the power that belongs to the people. Democratically, we are going to seize the power, but we are going to do it democratically. We are going to empower ourselves because the young people are not being nurtured into leadership. Leadership is given to loyalists, the people who are loyal to a certain person. Those are the people we are told that are representing us in leadership. That is what we are going on the street for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Guys, we'll be coming back to you. It's a broad conversation involving all of us, all right? Allow me to throw
Yeah, that's what is happening. So wacha niwaoneshe riaso hapa kidogo. So Bwana Yosefu.
And nimeona is a very good gesture. I've seen the people in archives, they are praying right now. They are praying, and it's good. We are fighting against forces of evil. So
Kuna maombi inaendelea. Kama uko na hiyo video ya maombi.
Iko
Hiyo riaza leo.
Jiru. Kuna media inaitwa Ogi Media, tebu cheza. Kuna video zinachezwa hapo, hata Githurai wameanza kuban tires saa hizi. So there was a video there, they are showing people have started praying. They were praying in archives, and it's very touching, because this thing is not all that we are taking to the streets also, or talking. We are fighting with forces that are even hidden, the forces that are even. This is a spiritual also welfare, brother Jiru. Hii ni mpaka spiritual welfare.
Watu wanaomba sana. That one I agree with.
So
Kenyans are in prayers.
I think you can play those clips kama utapata huko nilikuwa nakwambia.
Hiyo media utaniandikia jina yake, sikupata the name. Just text me the name. So you can hear these young people who are speaking here. They are not idiots. They are people with a reason why they are moving to the streets. Hapo hakuna mtu anasema I am being told by people to go. Sijui kama Joseph kuna mtu umesikia au anaongea hapo akisema kuna mtu ameniambia niende kwa street kesho. Everybody is saying that. Unasikia mwingine anaongea story ya governance, mwingine anaongea story ya police brutality, and also it is also showing you that we are now having a very enlightened generation. Now I think now Ruto is the last president to joke with the Kenyans. Kama if what people are speaking here, in fact, I have a lot of hope with Kenya. Let me tell you, Joseph, when you are listening to some of these same dialogues, which are being said actually by people with no responsibility in Kenya, raia tu wa kawaida, unasikia ni kijana anaongea hadi unaujia kuulizia, hey, really? Why is this guy not even an MP? Yani ukisikiliza hawa vijana and then unaangalia Embu, sisi tulichagua nyani nyingine inaitwa Mondigi, hadi unaanza kuuliza, hey, can you imagine? Wacha niwatafutie huyo Mondigi wa Embu ili muone.
Huyo ni mtu wa kwenyu Jiru.
Wacha niwaekee Mondigi kidogo.
And mimi nimeona wakiimba worship songs. They were praying in archives. So I've sent Jiru the nini Facebook hiyo page ya huyo jamaa.
Yeah, nitaweka tu sahihi. Hebu kwanza niwaekee, nataka yani muone. Lakini pia sisi wa Embu we are not serious anyway. Wacha niwaekee tu hiyo Embu yetu.
Guess which student has a better chance of getting into an Ivy League school? First, take a look at Zach. He's valedictorian.
Senator Mondigi Alexander Munyi. 2 minutes kindly.
Okay, Bwana Speaker, ni asante kwa kunipa ruhusa niweze kuchangia statement ambayo imeletwa na Senator wa Kirinyaga, Senator Murango, kuhusu mambo ya masiwa. Mambo ya masiwa iko katika kilimo na katika kamati ile niko ya agriculture, lakini mambo ya ajabu Bwana Speaker, wakulima wanaumia sana, wale wanalima wako na ng'ombe na pia kukamua ng'ombe na pia na mbuzi na kuuza masiwa KCC. Kwa wiki kadhaa kumetokea kisanga na vita nyingi katika kaunti ya Embu na kaunti zile zingine. Wakati ulikuwa nalia masiwa iweze kupata pesa ile inapatikana na rais wa Kenya, na pia CS wa cooperative walikuwa yasema masiwa itatoka shilingi 50 per 1 liter. Lakini mambo ya ajabu, na sisi tulikuwa nang'ang'ana hata mkulima aweze kupunguziwa mambo ya chakula ya ng'ombe na pia na dawa siweze kurudi chini, ndio mkulima aweze kufaidika na bei. Bwana Speaker, saa hii ukienda mlima kuna masiwa ama kuna zile zingine sote azua mahali najua Embu, Kirinyaga, Tharaka Nithi, Meru na pia Nyeri, unakuta masiwa imeleta shinda KCC. Ayo mahali masiwa inawekwa hawaeti kusukua, masiwa imekuwa nyingi, bei ilikuwa juu. Bwana Speaker, ni kitu ya usuni kwa sababu wakulima wa masiwa wanateseka, wanaumia. Mambo ya ajabu, hizo county wale walikuwa na maroni sasa hivi wameshindwa kulipa ile ndeni, wale walikuwa nalipa school fees wameshindwa, wale walikuwa nataka pesa ya kwenda hospitali wameshindwa. Bwana Speaker, ningeomba tuweze kuonekana vile wasiri wa kilimo na pia wa cooperative waweze kuangaliwa nini inaendelea, kwa sababu saa hii rais alisema masiwa, hakuna masiwa itanunuliwa bei kuliko shilingi 50. Hiyo ingine nikimalizia, Bwana Spika, mpaka waziri anaweza kuwa summon na hii Senate akuja njipu ni nini inaendelea, wakati rais anasema masiwa inafaa iwe juu na inakuwa chini. Wakati huu nikimalizia, Bwana Spika, ni wakati nakumbuka katika kamati ya REPA kuna pesa ambaye niyo KCC haikulima.
Senator Mundigi, samani kidogo tupate hoja ya nidhamu.
Huyo ndio seneta wangu, acha niache tuwabogo.
Jiro.
Nyang'au kabisa.
Wacha niwachezee.
Cheza.
These are abductions going on live.
Abduction?
Yeah, they are going on live.
Wanakamata watu?
Yeah. And let me show you another video. Let me show you another video.
What's wrong with Ruto?
There's so many videos. This is today. I think I'll play with the audio. That one is Parliament Road. Then I have a video for them. This is Kedurai, yeah?
Yani, na hizi abduction za Ruto.
Then I have another one. Niko na ingine wakiomba. I don't know if utaona hiyo. Sijui kama nitakuonesha hiyo video wakiomba. I think nitaonesha. Yeah, this one. Oh, sorry. So that one was just 45 minutes ago. So those are the events that are happening in the whole country.
Lakini
the CBD first.
Lakini ile kitu, one thing which we should not allow sasa, I don't think now Kenyans we need to entertain abduction any longer. Me, I'm now seeing those abductors need to be killed. I'm sorry to say that, but me, I'm just saying, abductor akikuja, Wakenya tu waue yeye tu.
So you are seeing the events that are happening. I've told you, Jiru, we are not fighting only that one. You are seeing that we are talking in the media and everywhere. You are seeing kids coming out to demonstrate. We are fighting a spiritual battle, Bonanjiru, and you are fighting a battle that is spiritually in nature. That we have dark forces. If somebody can kill kids and their parents are weeping, that means we are fighting with the forces of darkness.
And more problems and more problems. Imagine wanaendelea tu kufanya abduction, people are crying kufanya abduction, people are crying kufanya abduction.
And that is hiyo ndio mara ya pili nimeona abduction leo, Jiru. The second time. Ya kwanza asubuhi, sijui kama uliona ule broga walikuwa wamemwendea kwa nyumba, anawaambia nileteni kotoda. Wanasema hatuna kotoda, anawaambia mimi hapa sifungui. Ambia utaki kufungua. So even I don't know what happened next to him. Because ni kama walikuwa na ubaya mingi, ni kama walikuwa wataka kuvunja hiyo mlango ya nyumba yake. I think I'll also show you that video.
No, we cannot run a government that way. So if that is what Ruto want, hiyo nayo tutamshukisha. Frankly speaking.
And that's why I told you Njiru hapo ukiuliza kama the government has accepted hiyo maandamano nikakwambia there is nothing. Umeona trucks za nini ziko parliament? They have broke the roads. That's what I was telling you even State House. They have broke the way.
Okay, they can do that, but they cannot allow or they cannot prevent us from picketing. It is enshrined in the Constitution, and they cannot cause havoc. So that's what I'm trying to say, that tomorrow, depending on the criminality which Ruto will do, could be his last day. I don't think, and I'm sounding this even including Akina Karonzo, Gachagua, whoever. They have now to start getting serious. There's no in which Ruto can now start doing this thing, and we now start giving him a few today as due to Goja 27 to Goja 2027. The ground is ripe for swearing in. We actually have presidents in the street. So kama Ruto ameshindwa na kugovern, we have State House in so many places. We can swear one of our person, or we can declare Ruto presidency as persona non grata. I don't know why these people, this opposition of ours, ni madanda hivi hawaelewi vitu. You can actually declare presidency as persona non grata. You can declare it, Bwana Joseph, kama hujui
kabisa.
You can say this presidency is representing Kenya, and we do not recognize it, and they are acting on their own.
Can I ask you a question?
When
When you have seen those scenes that I've shown you, what inakukumbusha nini? What does it remind you?
Of course, mimi nikionanga hizo vitu hao watu wanafanya, I'm remembering Soviet in 80s. That's what, because you know I'm a student of Soviet issues. Soviet in the 70s, those things used to happen in the Soviet. I think Mr. Ruto has been standing Soviet issues. How akina Lenin walikuanga wanaoperate. Mr. Ruto amekuwa akiangalia how Lenin has been operating. And that is what he now wants to implement on steroid. So this is a Soviet style arm twisting issue which has not to be allowed. And that's why I'm trying to say now, if Ruto will commit criminality tomorrow, he has to be ready on Thursday to get out of State House. If tomorrow people will die, if tomorrow there will be havoc in the streets, we have now to declare Ruto is persona non grata. We have to declare State House empty. And we can do it, by the way, through People's Revolution. We can do it. Sawa, Joseph, go ahead.
I see kuna mtu ameingia hapa unfazed. Wacha tumsalimie. Unfazed. How are you, my brother?
Nugu. Sasa.
Pole. Ndio Njiru anacheka hapa.
Mimi am supporting, I am in the side of the government, by the way. Niye ndira support thirikari. Sababu kwa nini mlichagua Ruto? Mi sitaki watu wakufe, but I will always support Ruto. I am a pro Ruto. Hata mfanye nini? Mi hata siwezi enda. Even in 2027, ni 2 term. I am going to support Ruto. Niliamua na support hii serikali mpaka 2032. Nyinyi na huyo Gachagua wenu watu watabu. Nyinyi wa Kikuyu kwanza. Nyinyi mnasemanga economy inaharibiwa na maandamano. Sasa nyinyi ndio mnaandamana kesho. Wacha tuone. Thank you. I'm coming back.
Pole, sisi tuko maombi sisi, hatuko kwa siasa.
Me I'm supporting the government.
Sisi tuko kwa maombi sisi. Umeona tuko kwa maombi.
Unajua Unfazed amekuja kutunyamazisha, ameona huku tuko na mioto, sasa amesema sasa wacha nirushe baridi. Wacha nirushe maji baridi.
Namjua. But
anyway, you guys, mimi sidhani sahi tuko na serikali Kenya. So many things are happening right now. Sijui kama mliwatch ile nini ya KTN, like literally what was that I saw yesterday?
Yeah,
mpaka kumetengenezwa WhatsApp group.
Tulicheza hapa ati wako na nani mademu wanafanya, yani mademu siku hizi Kenya wamekuwa baya hivyo.
I think I should trust men more than women, because kama hao ni wanawake mpaka mtoto mmoja ni mtoto ya bishop, surely. Surely. Sasa then hao ndio wanapewa pesa, and then when they are given money they go and recruit those people from the ghetto, then wanawaleta CBD to kill. In fact nilisikia, I asked someone akaniambia hizo marungu zinatengenezewa kwa one of the nini ya Kionjori in Laikipia. Hizo marungu za kutandika watu kesho zinatengenezwa na nini ya Kionjori huko Laikipia. So you can see our people still being used to cause destruction and to kill. Hao ndio wanatumika. Mliona hata wenye waliua akina Albert Ojwang, you can hear some karaoke there, and and I'm wondering where are we going. Na mimi nauliza, why is it that people who are fighting for equality, for the betterment of a country, they are not fighting an individual? Ruto is just there by name. He will not be the president of Kenya forever. People are coming out to speak in one language because there are things that must be done, and we must get justice in our country. Polisi hajapewa kazi ya uwe. These are the things that need to be changed, and we cannot just speak here ama tuandikange and then there is nothing that is happening behind the curtains. Like we cannot just say tutaandamana kwa nini. Lazima hii serikali inasikianga wakati watu wamekufa ama wameenda kwa barabara. Watu wamejitolea waende kwa barabara to fight. Na unajua hata wakati wa Maumau, even when the freedom fighters were fighting, kulikuwa na watu walikuwa naitwa ngati, tokonias, and those people ndio walikuwa na blackmail na wanaenda kupea mzungu kwenye hao wengine wamejificha, and when they were known they were being killed. Wakijulikana wao ndio wanapeleka information. Now, how do I receive, me as Wanjiko, how do I receive 1,000 to go and beat up a Kenyan who is protesting for the sake of VAT, for the killings and abductions, and na mambo ya health and everything? There's nothing that is good in this country. How do I find myself in a situation whereby I'm being paid money, me and a friend, to go beat up innocent and armed Kenyans who are on the road, who are on the streets, fighting for the betterment of this country? Like, don't you see, if you don't have to go for this maandamano, can you just stay at home? At the end of the day, you will not go home, you will not go to State House jioni after doing the destruction and all that you're doing. You will come to the estates, to the ghetto, to the village where you live with your family or where you live alone. That is where you will go after everything, after the day is over. But ukipatana huko, hauendi kupata polisi, hupati Ruto, unanipata mimi mwenye nilikuwa kwa barabara, maybe mimi ndio tunaombana chumvi na wewe chumvi. Mimi ndio unaniambianga mtoto wako uko na mazishi nipeleke nyumbani, and so on. The people do wananchi wanafanya vitu mingi when they are together, but wewe unakubali kulipwa ndio uende uwe. And as the Kikuyus, we really have to we can do better. I'm seeing so many names. It's like we have wanaekwa wale watu wanaweza uwa na kwa demonstration waekwe Mkikuyu. Every time unasikia Wakikuyu ni 3 out of 6 Wakikuyu walikuwa 4, na wao ndio wamefanya destruction, wao ndio wamefanya hii. Why are we having these names? Why? Does it mean we are so desperate that you can take blood money to do and to harm in the name of nimelipwa niende nikafanye? Guys, let me warn you, for those who are preparing for tomorrow, kwenda kupigana na innocent protesters. Alikuwa anaitwa aje yule IG wakati wa Kibaki, the one who went to ICC. He went to ICC not as an inspector general of police. He went there alone. Ruto will not be in power forever. He can die kwa kiti. Death is inventable. Huwezi sema ati mtu hatakufa. He can die. Or something might happen. Maybe hata resign, hata asipo resign, hata kaa kwa hiyo kiti forever. Ask yourself, when Ruto is not in power, the person who is protecting me right now, where will I be? One, unaona we are being, mambo ya CCTV ni mingi Kenya, si sahi technology iko juu. Picha ndio hizo, hata ukijaribu kujificha watu wanakuanirish kwa social media, wanasema huyu ni fulani na fulani ndiye alifanya hii kitu. Kama wewe ni polisi, hata kama wewe ni raia, your name will appear there. So these names, we will be writing these names somewhere of those people. Kama wewe ni polisi, kama wewe ni raia, umepatikana na rungu ukipiga innocent protesters, Ruto hata issue kwa power. And these politicians, they are used to, yeye akifanya makosa, yeye hatapatikana, his fingerprints will not be found. But you who have been captured, you will answer these questions. God willing, I know one day, one time, we are going to have a good leader. And some of these people will get justice. Ask yourself, when we are looking for justice in a few years to come, will your name be there as a person who went and caused mayhem, as a person who was paid by the then government to go and kill, to destroy, and then your name appears there, and now you are calling people saying, I was paid with the government? Ruto will not be in power to protect you. And even if right now you get arrested because of those things, kupiga watu, just know that Ruto will say he did not pay you. Can people just reason as Kenyans and see, we are not fighting Ruto, we are fighting bad governance. If Ruto is doing the right thing, I do not think there is anyone who would have a problem with him. I personally, nasemanga I didn't vote for him. In fact, from the MCA to president, hakuna mtu nilipigia kura aliingia, and I got over it. Like, sitaishi hapo kwa hiyo election ya 2022. So alishakuwa president. If he was doing the right thing, I would never vote for him, right? I have my own reasons, but not a personal beef. No, I don't think there's anyone who has a personal beef. If it was Gachagua mwenye anaenda kwa barabara peke yake na watoto wake, that he would say ni juu alimuimpeach. But can't you see the Kenya yote watu wako na shida kila mahali. If he's doing the right thing, we wouldn't be protesting or doing hizi vitu zinafanyika. Like right now, Ariel Dragat should have resigned, but he stepped aside. Sahi niliona IPOA akisema he has no case to answer. So, and then there comes that Taram ndiye sijui amekuwa sasa, he has a case to answer. But inasemekana Taram alipigiwa simu na Ariel Dragat. Now, venye ninaongea hapa nasema, Taram ndiye amekuwa sasa, yeye alikubali kushikiana na Ragat wamfungie Albert Ojwang huko ni Central. Sasa ndiye ako kwa shida. Ragat ameondokea, hata amemruka. Lakini wewe jiulize, wewe raia, nani atakutetea? Your family will sell their parcel of land, they will do everything, hata wakuja kwa media. Lakini ikijulikana kumbe ulikuwa unapigana na ulikuwa umeenda kuua watu, my friend, unaenda hakuna mtu atashughulika na wewe. So can we just like, sisi tunafight, mimi I just want a good Kenya whereby mambo ya education, mambo ya insurance, ya health, mambo ya yani vitu zote ziko sawa. I do not have a personal beef with Ruto. In fact, I would be a very bitter woman, a very bitter lady, if I would be having a personal beef with him from 2018, because that is the time I said I cannot vote for this guy. Why? I have my own reasons, and anyone else could see this. Now they are saying, hey, I wish we learned this. Alisema sijui wakati ataingia kwa serikali hatutakuwa na pesa ya kuiba. Na ni ukweli, he meant it. In fact, he meant it by saying, nitaiba hiyo pesa yote, hakutakuwa na pesa nyinyi mtaweza kuiba. So that's what he meant. In fact, you could see this guy as a bloody liar. He's a liar, a typical and a pathological liar. I am not a saint, But I would rather you tell me the truth. It will not hurt me than lie to me. The moment my spirit ili discern, nikaona Ruto, I have the spirit of discernment, and I knew Ruto is not a good man. I could not have voted for him. Either way, kama Chebukati alifanya vitu kwa website, maybe kura yangu kama mimi si kumpigia kura, I voted for Raila. But maybe Chebukati aliamua kwa website hizi kura zote zilikuwa za Central, zote zikuwe za Ruto. You know how they change these things. So for me, I am in support of the protest tomorrow. And I hope they're not going to repeat the same thing they've done. Because now we are watching them. I've seen the international communities were released a statement, and I'm hoping, my hope is polisi hawatarudia makosa. Unaona hizi hata ile ilikuwa kwa BBC. These things, Njiro, we are going to visit them in future. We are going to visit some of these things in future. Let them feel protected by the master they are serving. But things we are going to revisit them. Not because Ruto is encouraging, right? And I hate seeing people saying ati maandamano ni ya Wakikuyu. My friend, I was voting for Raila knowing he's a Luo. The Kikuyus who put Ruto in power, they knew he's not a Kikuyu. They knew he's encouraging. So tuache hizi mambo ya tribal game. We are fighting an individual who is doing the wrong thing, and Kenya does not belong to William Ruto. We are not fighting the community, but because people want to generalize and put this as a tribal fight, now ni Kikuyu wanapigana. I have so many people I've seen on social media. Even Kikuyus na kabila wengine si wa Kikuyu. So you cannot tell me I'm fighting Ruto because he's not a Nini. I was voting for Raila, and he's not a Kikuyu. So let us reason like Kenyans. Tukue watu civilized. And I hope Ruto with his police will not repeat the same thing. It is very annoying. It is very shocking that watu military wanaonekana kwa streets wakati wa maandamano. Au polisi tunataka kujua, wanapeangwa hizo uniform. Is it that the military is on the streets fighting innocent Kenyans, and the military ndio inafaa ikuwe ikiprotect nchi yao na wananchi? Ama hizi polisi hizi uniform wanavaa ni military ama ni polisi wanavaa nguo za military? We need these answers. We don't. Na kama ni polisi akienda kwa protest avae uniform, they should be on uniform and not cover their faces. We need to see them. You cannot go harming people who are not armed. Mpaka wao ndio anawaambia mnarusha tear gas ya nini? We are just here. Nimeshika prakadi yangu ya Kenya ni home, and you are now unanirushia tear gas ya nini? We need these answers, Jiro. And I hope when we have a good reader, be it Karonzo, be it Matiang'i, we are going to revisit the constitution. There must be things that will never be repeated in this country. In our children's generation, hakuna vitu kama hiyo. We will live to tell them some tales, but they will not endure them if we are still in this Kenya. Some of us have gone to school. We have read the constitution. We are not zero. No one is an illiterate. We are not illiterate ati tunangoja mzazi venye atasema we are going to do it. We have gone to school. We know the right thing, and we know how to do the right thing, na tunajua ni gani serikali inafaa ifanye nini. Mimi kama saizi mimi polisi haizi nitetesha. In fact, if you are a policeman ama police woman, wale najua mimi hata best yangu ashaishiko, na mimi polisi haizi niambia ati we are not mwambie mpe cash bail akuje kotini. Kama ni kotini aende on Monday. Wacha kushinda umeweka mtu hapa ati unapewa pesa. Mimi I know my rights. I'm a Kenyan citizen. I've read the constitution. We are going to revisit. And when we revisit, kindly, my sisters and my brothers from all tribes in Kenya, do not let your name be mentioned as one of the people who was used to kill unarmed protesters. Thank you, Jiro. Wacha nifikishe hapo, I'm coming back.
Okay, thank you. Kuna wale watu wako UK nataka munikonfirmie hii sababu na I want to confirm it together with Simon Peter. Ati Murkomen alisemaje? At in the UK, if anyone tweeted or posted in any social media and said they will be visiting Buckingham Palace or 10 Downing Street or Parliament, nobody will wait for them to come to the street. They will be picked up from their own houses and they will be charged. If an American citizen in any state says they will invade the White House, the Secret Service will pick them up from their home. It is only in Kenya where citizens say this and still walk scot-free, and even when they are taken to court, they are released. Kipchumba Murkomen. Ebu muniambie wale mko UK na Marekani.
Jiro. Si kitu ndio nilikuwa nina comment just another time hapa. Nilikwambia nini kuhusu vile alisema? Hebu kidogo on face nijibu Jiro kidogo juu. Hii kitu nilikwambia nilikwambia we are learning, we always want to follow the constitution of the UK and US, but when it comes to our police force, we want to treat them like Kenya. My brother, we are not in UK and we are not in the US. We are in Kenya. So hiyo mambo yako ya kushinda ukituambia kuhusu UK na US. Kama unataka kuwa CS wa UK, uende ukakuwa minister huko, Situletee upuzi.
And first you can comment about that. So
Njiro, Murkomen kutuambia ati it's only in Kenya whereby you will say at you occupy state house and then at the court releases you. Nani aliambia Murkomen ni state house ni ya Ruto? Ebu enda Google uiulize saa hii Njiro, who owns the state house of Kenya? It belongs to the people because it's the people who put you in power. Ruto didn't put himself in power. He used numbers and he's looking for numbers even now, right? So it belongs to the Kenyan people. In fact, we should be having a day when we amend this constitution whereby we should be visiting State House. It should not be like a private entity. It doesn't belong to anyone, Jiro. And that's why Uhuru Kenyatta had to hand over power, even if they were not in good terms with Ruto. Why? State House never belonged to Kenyatta's, and it has never belonged to anyone. If it ever belonged to anyone, Moi angeishi huko, ingekuwa yake. It belongs to the people of Kenya. And saying I will visit State House, I am saying that because I'm a Kenyan citizen. I'm entitled to visit there because I'm not a foreigner. For a foreigner, maybe you need to unahitaji vitu mingi uende huko. I'm not an immigrant. I am a Kenyan citizen. I am entitled. State House ni yetu sisi wa Kenya. Watu wasituambie nini hapa. Watu wamewekwa baridi mpaka saa hii ati State House nini? Kwani ni yao? They will leave it there even if he dies. Nani alizikwa State House? Jiro, tell me if Moi was buried in State House. Was Kenyatta buried in State House? Who was buried there? Because it's not a public, it's not a private entity. It is a public entity. Akuje tumsomeshe sheria. Na kwani alisomea Bungaro School? Anasomanga ni lawyer wapi na amewahi shida kesi gani? Yeye anajaribu kutufunza
ni mwalimu
nini
wa
sasa?
Cheragei. Usikiangi hata Cheragei anamuitanga mwalimu.
Mwalimu wa nini
Jiro.
sasa?
Jiro.
What is he trying to educate us? Can they just shut their mouths? We educate them. Sisi tutaandika tunaenda huko.
My sister, Jiro, before mmekasirika sana, the abduction I just showed you is for a guy called Kevin Mwangi and Paul Ngare, former associates of Mutahi Ngunyi. That is the video I was showing you.
So the abduction has been confirmed.
Yeah. That
So
one,
Ruto,
the video I was showing you just now.
so Ruto
The other one for the one akina Anu walikuwa naongea, that one I saw it in the morning. Hiyo
and
nilikuwa
that's why
nimeiona.
that's why I'm asking. So Ruto anafikiria ni mkubwa aji, he will continue institutionalizing abduction throughout our life, and he want us to take it like a cake. Mkenya akiabductiwa, maybe and first let me ask you that question. Can you tell me Ruto anajiona nani ati he has to regularize abduction and people cannot even pick it about it? Who does he think he is? Maybe nikiuliza hiyo swali, ama yeye ni nani ati Kenyans can be abducted and we take it as business as usual? Women are just crying here because their kids are just being taken overnight. They don't know where those kids are. Some of the people who have been abducted, they end up dead, and we tumusmairie. Who is he? Yani yeye ni nani? I want somebody to explain to me, yani kwani yani Ruto yani amejichukua, who is he yani? Ati people can just die and he is still up to State House, Yenyewe.
Na hapa kuna JMO unafaa umpatie time.
Ngoja Jiro, as a man, kuna kitu lazima, I'm not a man, but unaona kitu inaitwa ego. If your ego ukiambiwa na msichana no, you either beat the lady or insult ama una revenge kama Muramwa, you have a problem. You really have a problem. Kama your ego inakuwa threatened na watoto, ati watu wanaandamana unakuwa threatened. Kama, sorry to mention about Ojwang, but I feel the father has failed the son. Kama wewe ni kama Eliud Lagat mwenye mtoto hata it was I hope you guys saw alikuwa ameenda, he had sent some GSU officers to go to Standard, and when they went there they learned that the magazine or the gazette ilikuwa fake, so they rushed and went away. Then later on he now pursues to get Ojwang, someone, in fact, by the way, do you know I never knew the deputy IG alikuwa nani? Do you know, mimi, to be very honest, hata sijuangi hawa nini watu wenye wanafanyia hii serikali kazi. Mimi I do know, hata siwezi kuambia huyu ni minister wa nini, wewe sijui ni wa nini. I do not know them. In fact, Lagat nilimjua hiyo siku. Jiro, imagine unaenda kupasiu mtu wako Homa Bay just because of her. In fact, wakati aliambiwa na Standard, this is a fake whatever gazette, angeachana nayo hata hakuna mtu angeshindania na hiyo story, but because of having a fragile ego, yeah, and na mtu kujihisi sana his na pride, you pursue someone who is in Homa Bay. Hata kama ulikuwa umefanya makosa gani, unaambianga Mungu behind the curtains, forgive me. He has tainted his name, and this thing will live to haunt him just because of a post shared by Albert Ojwang, who I didn't know also, but because he felt attacked, his ego felt attacked. Ni wale wanaume they cannot, ni wale watu they cannot tolerate anything. Ukimwambia mimi sikutaki ama I'm married ama I am seeing someone, he takes it as an offense. We are tumepatikana na story ya Albert Ojwang. Unfortunately, Eliud Lagat falls in the same place with Ruto. Ruto has a fragile ego. This is a vengeance man with a fragile ego and with a lot of pride.
Gachagua si alisema, ambaye walikuwa na Gachagua alisema is vengeance.
Yeah, and he can only be tamed. Yani anatakanga wakati watu wakufe, watu wauane. That is the language he listens. I don't know kama kuna damu wameitishwa mahali wanapeana ya watu ya youth. But this man, they fall in the same place with Eliud. And he is protecting Eliud because they know, he knows what he does for him. Huyu ni mtu wake wa kazi. So it is very unfortunate that we have such men. Ndio unasikianga wanaume wanaua wanawake. Having mwanaume mwenye hawezi take rejection. Ukimwambia ukimreject, he will either kill you, either akutusi ama atume picha zenye you shared in some secret somewhere, atume hizo picha online ndio akuaibishe. Can you imagine such kind of men? I hope we don't have some of them here. And ama hatuna wanaume kama hao hapa. So such, in fact, if Lagat Jiro Lagat angeanda approach, hata kama angeita Albert Ojwang amshike akuje. In fact, he was able to influence Albert Ojwang akuwe kama bloga wake social media. You use wisdom. You don't just fight your enemy. Ukiona huyu mtu ni kama ananiingia, you end up killing them ama fighting them. You can also influence people to come on your side, like the way we do here. Watu wakikuja hapa sijui nini mimi na supportigi hivi, and then you give them some sense. In fact, angeongelesha Albert Ojwang na maybe influence akuwe side yake, akuwe blogger wake wa social media, na anything that yenye inaletwa social media ya Eliud sijui nini, kwa wale walikuwa namjua, he can counterattack that, even the rise ama the propaganda. But because of a fragile ego, he had to kill someone's son ati aende apigwe juu ya sharing such information. Imagine such a person. Huyo ni mtu anakaa aje hata kwake? How do people relate with such people? Anyway, such people are ni kama Ruto Njiro. It is very unfortunate that we have such a person in power. In power, Njiro, in terms of leadership, inatakanga someone who has wisdom and someone who listens. Can you imagine Njiro, Raila alienda kuapishwa na Miguna. alienda kuapishwa na Miguna Uhuru Park. What happened? Uhuru sent his police wakakaa huko mbali. Raila did his thing, and in the evening he went home. Did he become the president of Kenya? He called himself the people's president, but did he become the president of Kenya, who is duly elected mwenye ni commander in chief? He did. So you win against your enemy. You don't just win by fighting them. Uhuru ali-apply wisdom, and he had to leave Raila do his thing. But now we have a person who kills so that you can know, kuwaeka uoga, abaue ndio muogope. That is the language you can only understand. I'm going to finish by saying, as we commemorate the 25th June, last year, 2024, if Ruto listened, whatever happened to the parliament and the people who are killed, Eric Shieni, kina Rexi, hawangeuliwa. Why? Hawangeuliwa. Why? We had 24th, people are still going for a maandamano. And Ruto just calling a press conference. Angesema, I have withdrawn the bill. We are going to amend this bill once more again. So, my children, I'm urging you, do not go for maandamano. If it is about this bill, it is not important. It is not big than the Kenyan citizen. I have withdrawn it. It is no longer there. We are going to amend the bill. We are going to draft a new bill. And we are going to do public participation. We could not have encountered the deaths and the destruction that happened on 25th June. But because he cannot be, in fact, his ego haiwezi kubali kunini ameshindwa. There is a song that says, ya Kenny Rogers, you don't have to fight to be a man. You do not have to fight to be a man. Hiyo mambo ilifanyika 25th June haingefanyika. But he could not have done it. In fact, he came in the evening, wakati Kenya imenyamaza, kuna wasiwasi, ndio anaanza kuita watu criminals. Later he realized there is a mistake, and he tries to do the mistake when he has already done the worst. So, having a very fragile ego, that is something people might need to work out on. People really need to work on their egos. Si kila kitu mtu akikuprovoke, wewe umekimbia polisi. Wewe umetafutia mtu umeenda kumuua. Tumeona watu wengi, mtu alikuwa provoked by a jirani or something. Then you end up killing these people. You end up doing a thing that you really live to regret. I know Ragat, whoever he is, he really regrets going for Albert Ojwang in Homa Bay. Wacha nifikishe hapo. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you my sister, thank you for that. Nimeona James amekaa hapa. Jemo, umekaa hapa hujaongea, can you hear something? Jemo, are you there?
Ama Jemo amekuja good night hapa. You know we also use our studio for nini eh?
Oh yeah, niko hapa, nilikuwa nasikia.
Ama Jemo amekuja good night hapa.
Oh yeah.
Jemo, reduce your nini? Reduce the background.
Poleni. Nilikuwa nasikia kwa TV, so sikuwa kwa comp. Well, mimi nawasalimia tu. I was listening to Unfazed. I drop points mingi sana hapo. It's a lot of facts, you know. Kenya tu ni viongozi, tunafaa to invest on good leadership, you know. Makosa yenye tulifanya kuenda hapo na kurekebisha itachukua all of us, you know. Some of us will disagree with the remedy. By the end of the day, the goal is to fix the country, you know. Nimesikia hiyo story mko unasema juu ya Murkomen, niliona hiyo story. But kama Murkomen anataka pia kwenda kuwa CS wa US huko penye wanabebananga, vile alikuwa anasema, ama UK penye FBI ya US wanabeba watu ama secret service, siende akuwe CS huko basi. Murkomen anafaa angalie passport yake inasema Kenya ama inasema US. Hawezi kuwa kitu compare na US kila saa ama UK. Kenyans will write the chapter of Kenya, you know, not for US. So he needs to understand that we are writing a new chapter for our country. And if he wants to be part of the country, he has to shape up and comply with the wishes of the Kenyans. We can't be out here tunajaribu kufix US. Tunafix Kenya na atuambia juu ya US. If you compare US with Kenya, then they need to do everything that US is doing. Yeah. You know what that means? Njiru na and Face na Joseph.
Yeah, of course. Tukuwe na makazi.
Compare each other's countries. Sijaona president wa US ameenda kufungua barabara. You know?
The way they na pia watupe economy ya maana. So nani
barabara
Jemo
inajengwa kubwa, projects hawakujangi hapo kuambia wananchi, oh, tumefungua hii, tunawaletea transformer. Na huku maendeleo hufuatilia na meya inakuwaga approved na what they call the city managers. So kama tutaanza kucompare each other, let's compare ourselves all the way where services works in UK. You know, 911 actually works. You know, ambulance works. Ukilipa insurance, it works. Sio ati when it comes to the matters of demonstration, you want to compare us. When it comes to the matters of service delivery, you want to disassociate yourself with those other countries. You know, call if you're not compare notes, compare all the way. Because you pick and choose. You know, you don't see these countries wakienda demonstration wanashutiwa vile tuliona Mwangi alishutiwa juzi for no reason, ameshika mask. You know? So the strategic part of this leadership vile Unfazed amesema ni watu hawana akili, and that's the unfortunate part. You know, how do you kill somebody by picking them up all the way from Homa Bay to Nairobi, and it's so messy that it triggered another demonstration, and in the same demonstration you take bait, you kill another person with a broad daylight. You also unleash goons wenye walikuwa wanasindikizwa na polisi. That is just taking bait. You know, these people are not smart at all. And for that reason, we have to fix our country, no matter what they say. You know, hata Murkomen, a lot of the youth watakuwa hapa long after Murkomen ametoka. And tukikubali ati ni Ruto na Murkomen wata dictate how Kenya will go. And then Murkomen will be on his what? How many watches was he buying? Belt ya 60,000. Angekuwa na kama 5. Nilimsimamisha saa zile alisema ako na moja. Those are his wishes. Those are the plans they had. And the Gen Z said no. So for a guy who is buying a watch that is $1 million, Kenya shillings, for someone like that, he's not the type of person to ambia what kind of Kenya we need, you know. So wakae kando, na kesho me, I'm supporting the Gen Z. Let's not try to hijack this demonstration, hata kama ni anniversary. You know, we can call it whatever we want to call it. I think it was supposed to be an anniversary, and then they went and did all this other stuff with Ojwang and Mwangi. So at this point, either it's a demonstration or it's an anniversary. Why couldn't they just leave it as anniversary without triggering more incidents in the country that are gonna trigger all these demonstrations for police injustice, you know? Mbona wangeiwacha tu hivyo? Hii kitu ilikuwa ni anniversary. This 25th thing wasn't planned because of Ojwang. It was supposed to be there. But then wameleta goons hapa katikati and changed the conversation. wameua mtu wa mask na hakuwa na mawe yako na nini. This changed the conversation. Hawa watu hawana heki. And it's true what Unfazed say. What Uhuru did back in the day when Raila alienda akajiapisha. Let him just be. Yeah, utajiapisha mchana, jioni utakuwa tu wewe tu ni utarudi Karen. You know, and then he used that opportunity to talk to him. But kama wangeenda wa escalate that situation, there's no even there wouldn't be a way for them to talk. Tungekuwa tuna ban the country. I think our leaders need to be like that. You know, just because unarusha maneno na mangumi does not mean that wewe ni mkali. As a matter of fact, this entire Gen Z thing has made the previous demonstration look a little bit primitive because they are coming in peace versus the other ones who used to come more rally na kufa. And I'm not saying the Luos or anything. I'm just saying the demonstrations that we used to see. So these ones are coming with iPhones, Bendera, Namaj. Then the government introduced the goons. So this is a smart demonstration and it's working. The previous one was a little bit, you know, ngumu. You know, I saw ODM ama Raila akisema hata sisi tulikuwa tukifanya the same. And I agree he used to do the same, but it wasn't, don't say it was the same. It wasn't the same. You know, they did not outsmart the government. They were playing into the government's, you know, agenda. Juu mking'oa street lights, mking'oa reli, inaonekana tu, you know, okay, pengine ni gava ilikuwa inang'oa reli na inang'oa street lights zake zenyewe, but tuliona vile Gen Z walibait the government last week and just shine the light to them to say, is the government doing this against themselves? You know, and they're claiming it's us. So I'm with Gen Z. I'm with the demonstrations tomorrow. Let's not hijack it to, you know, Gava is really waiting, you know, praying that the movement gets hijacked and then redirected into violence and different interpretations. But we're smart, and I think we have been doing a very good job. Hopefully, now that what happened last week, hopefully now the international community will be paying more attention now, and because it's also a big anniversary from last year, to see what the government will do. If they are smart, I would just let the demonstration go. You know, maybe try to address some of the issues. You know, Ruto angekuwa smart, you'll be even angeaccommodate hii kitu poa sana mpaka hata atoe statement kwa State House. You know, ile maombi yote ile juzi walikuwa wanaomba wakisema tunaomba pole. This is when he will be saying that pole. Tomorrow from the State House naseme never again will Kenya be taken down this road. This is when you say so. That's a good strategy. That is president. Tutumia hii village elder Murkomen hata hafai kuwa akiongea. Everywhere Murkomen has gone from transport. Sijui alienda wapi baada hapo, ni kama tu vile Nfeza anasema. Once alitoka transport, hawatumii hata ni sijuangi wanapanga wapi, sijui kazi yao ni nini, sijui the importance. I don't care. Alitoka transport mess. Sijui aliendanga wapi hiyo mzee. Alipotelea hapa katikati tu juzi, like it's so bad that we can't even trace our leaders. So now he's making noise because Ruto needed close enough. You know, you need to let his village boys chill, because it's them who are making it worse for him. But other than that, I will keep back and continue listening.
Thank you so much, Brother James. Naona pia kuna our sister and our mom Nyapairo Ma'am Nyakairo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Joseph. How are you?
Yes, we are fine. We are just operating on tomorrow.
Yeah, I can hear you people. I say hello to she, and the other one is the one who was on the floor. Habari zenu, nasalimia kila mtu, wale wako comment section, na Mkenya wetu pahali popote wako. Surely it's amazing how people can make a sweet thing that can happen in a country, peaceful thing, kujitayarisha as if it's a foreigner fighting between in between, yani ni kama watu wanatoka nchi nyingine wanakuja kupigana na Kenya. How comes a government can prepare itself looking for goons of the same country waje wapigane na watu wao, ati ndio wawasaidie kupigana na watu ambao hawana hatia isipokuwa hiyo kulalamika kwao, na ni kweli kabisa they have a right kulalamika. Ruto is somebody who has shown he is an angry person from the word go. Wakati alisema hakuna watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin, that is anger. And up to today, mimi sijawahi kujua Wakikuyu waliwafanya nini ndio akasirike hivyo. Paka sasa anaonyesha wazi hata akiwa mkubwa anaweza umiza kila mtu. And you just wonder, who is that leader who feels that the only way he can deal with the people ni kuwaumiza na wakiongea awaue? Just imagine. Do you know the pain of those parents, what they have gone through to rear or to bring up their children who you are killing? Tulisikia yule mzee baba wa Ojwang alikuwa anafanya kazi Kware, ndio mtoto wake asome afike pahali alifika. You can imagine there are others who cannot go to Kware, wanaenda njia zingine ambazo wakikueleza pahali wanapata pesa utawahurumia. So for me, when I look at what this jambazi anafanyia wa Kenya, it's not that he is ready to listen to the problems of Kenyans at all. Hana haja. Because if he is respecting whatever Kenyans are saying, hii corruption hangekuwa anafanya, hii mambo yote hangekuwa anafanya ya kutumia pesa ovyo ovyo. Because he would be trying to kuziba pahali ambapo anaona kweli hapa nimekosea. Lakini yeye huwa anaona hajakosea, lakini especially when he says hii kitu inaitwa nini, chief of what do we call it, chief what?
Chief of General Staff ama chief of police,
mkubwa wa forces in general,
IG,
what is it?
IG
No.
IG ama CDF, commander in chief,
Commander in chief. Hilo neno anapenda sana kusema. I am the president, commander in chief. Anapenda sana kusema hivyo. So those words zinamfanya kusikia nobody should tell him anything. Hata kusikia sauti ya mtu yeyote. Hata hii maongeo anaenda kuongelesha hapo ati anaongea na kuongelesha nation. This is a pretense. How many times has he spoken addressing the nation? And what is the outcome? Anafanya yeye anaelewa sana na speech. This guy knows only to babysit people, sweet talk them, but the next minute you are dead. Hakuna kitu unaongoja hapo. He will just utter words that you want to hear. Kumbukeni habari ya finance bill ya 2024, how he said he has considered, and so he's going to do his best to see that all those things come to light. What did he do? Alitupitia nyuma, ikawa even it was the most expensive than even before when we were crying for it. Alileta watu huko, watu ambao advisors ni sijui ni 1,000 ngapi, experts are there. Sasa hata ikawa imeongezeka habari ya kubwa kuliko hapo mbeleni. So we cannot say anything, tunyamaze tu kwa sababu sisi ni bumbuazi, hatujielewi. So when I look at him when he's talking there at the podium, telling people what he is, telling people that we should listen, I don't even listen to him actually. I may listen to him just to have a point of opposing what he is saying, but not me being here glued at listening, this is my president. He is not. And even he is not fit to be a president. Somebody who doesn't care about the life of their inhabitants, that they voted for him. And in fact, maybe even those children who were killed, if they had not reached the age of voting, their parents voted for this gun. These people who are killing them. It's so painful. When you think about what the country is going through right now, because of somebody who came with very sweet talking, godly men that people trusted, na sasa amekuwa mnyama. Try to imagine those days, the way he was talking, and the way he was trashing Uhuru, saying all kind of manner so that we can hate Uhuru. However, nobody is perfect. But when we look at what this guy came towards Kenyans, I believe people can be so evil. When you think what Kenya is going through with a person who was singing and crying at the pulpit, analia, anaonyeshana ati ni kulia, analia vile yeye anaamini Mungu. He was not crying because he believed in God. I'm sorry, I'll judge him because of the acts that he has done to our people in our country. What he has done is unforgivable for a human being. Mungu tu ndio anajua. So when you look at all this he has done and what he's continuing doing, he has no remorse to Kenyans. Nimeona huyu mama anaitwa Elachi. Elachi is talking like nobody who just lost his son the other day. I would ask her, what did she feel when she lost her son? Her son was not killed by anybody. Whatever happened, it's not about Ruto. But did she feel the pain? How about those children who have been killed by somebody? Innocent children who have no weapon or doing anything wrong, but only to say that we don't want what you are doing. Can you change? Those children, when they went there, they were not going to take Ruto out. They were going to look for how things can change for the better. But instead, they met bullets. So now he is trying to say that people should not go for maandamano. What good has he done since the time that he was let to continue by the Gen Z? Everything collapsed on our side and people are suffering. And so what we are facing is a wrath from Ruto. Ruto has no interest with our country. The only thing he's interested is money. The other thing I want to say is this. Murkomen is trying to compare Kenya with America. The same thing, the way they used our constitution, the part that favors them, or whenever they do wrong, but you guys, you try to correct it, they start talking about constitution says this, which favors them, but they don't use it. But they would like to quote it so that we listen to them and see like they are good people. Now, comparing Kenya with America, I don't even understand how he came to that idea, because the sufferings people are going through is not what is happening in America. There's nobody can be taken from their father and mother, taken to a long distance cell and be killed. It doesn't happen. And if it happens, I promise you, Kenyans, wherever you are, in America, you'll be jailed. The case will be done. Jurors will be called to listen to that case, and they rule against you, especially when we know the evidence that we saw all the way and how they lied. First of all, IG, DCI, Murkomen, and IPOA, the way they were lying to us, all those were perjurers. They will have been faced jail time if it was America. But because wanatuchukua sisi ni wajinga, hatuelewi, they just take it that they can do anything. Murkomen should not compare Kenya with America even 1 minute or second, because he is a failure and he is using words of a dictator. And we cannot allow that. People should be let to go for protest. Americans are let to go for protest because they are trying to air out what they feel about the treatment they are facing. And there is somebody to listen to them. And it get answered, whether it will be negative or positive, but it will be discussed. It will be in the Senate what those people were talking about. They were listened. But in Kenya, you fight with bullets, as if those children were going for war. As if when you kill, you can bring back that life. It's terrible. Our Kenya needs a different government, a government that can listen to us, a government that feels the pain of everybody and knows that it is there because of the inhabitants. It's not about him, it's about the inhabitants. So when I say that we don't have a government in Kenya, I don't think I'm wrong. We don't. We have got thugs, criminals, crooks, thieves, and all kinds of names. Because if they are good people, what we have seen them doing on the camera, surely we don't have a government. Asanteni sana. I'm still here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, kwa those thoughtful words. They are very encouraging. So I can see Ellie is here. Ellie. Okay. So Anfez, tuko hapo? My sister. Ma nyinyi wote okay, I see my brother Alex. Alex, just come.
Joseph, pea mtu
Yeah?
mwingine aongee. Sasa mimi niko nafinya ugali hapa.
Sawa,
Nipate
Alex.
nguvu ya kesho.
Sawa, Alex, I can see you're here.
I don't have much. Let me just say hi to everybody. Those, those for the demonstration, those against demonstration. At the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. Whether you like it or not, people have a right to picket, demonstrate, even for petty things that we don't agree to. It is enshrined in our constitution. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's a right we fought for. Whether you want to throw yourself in the nearest dustbin or go to the nearest hell and jump, there is nothing you can do. That is what democracy entails. But what angers me most is not the fact that it is enshrined in the constitution. It is the inability of the government per se, overall, when you look at it, because of lack of wisdom on how to contain the country, especially when there is hopelessness. I don't know if I'm old school kidogo, but I remember during Moi's time, though I was young, but Moi used to know how to deflect when issues are truly national issues. Moi had one of the worst oppositions because the combination of the Kikuyus and the Luos coming together, forming the Young Turks, was one of the most formidable opposition. But through wisdom, he knew how to deflate. Some of the greatest organization at that time was NAT and KOTU, so on and so forth. He positioned people who are not from his tribe. In fact, people like, what was this guy who was in NAT for so long? What more used to, not Sosion. Sosion is later on. There was this guy, there's a Luo guy who was in NAT for so long. Okunya or something of the sort. He came from Oyugi somewhere there. I think it was, he came from a very prominent family. You know, Moi understood that when the nation is angry with the government, there is rhetorics that really do not help. If you look, for instance, at the beginning when Jiro was playing those clips, if you look deeply and ask yourself, why are the young people even going out to demonstrate? It's not even, if you look at it keenly and with wisdom, it's not even because of Ojuang or anything else. It is the fact that the government is daring them. If you look at keenly, it is the fact that there is lack of wisdom to persuade the young people that there is a better alternative, or even give false hope. You see, even the spin doctors throughout the world, what they do when issues of national arouse and the popularity is, pulling is so bad against the government, more often than not, you will find even the appointment of people who take the positions of the security are technocrats who actually have the ability to be independent and be able to transverse the aura of politics and neutralize any narrative. I will give you, for instance, when Matiang'i came out so foolishly last time saying that, kutakuwa na swearing in of Raila Amolo Odinga. And remember how Matiang'i came foolishly, and I think the people who surrounded Matiang'i told him, I think if there is any mistake you will do that will bring this country to ban, are these some of your rhetorics. Remember Kainseri also gave rhetorics that in the end, he became a soft target even though originally used to be from ODM, and even the government was able to deal with him in the way they wanted, because I still believe, allegedly, not be so firm so that anybody can get a problem here, but his rhetoric betrayed him. Even though we cried that he died, but if you remember how he used to lord over us and thorax us, power had gotten into him. Now, the problem is Ruto security operators are the weakest link ever in my livelihood as a Kenyan. I can authoritatively say that without fear of contradiction or fear of being rebutted out. You look at Murkomen, even the soprano guy seems to have been a better by far. If you now you start even comparing, the other day, I don't listen to the Grand Mullah mostly. Sometimes I think he also likes to do political expediency.
Can I
But
interject, Alex? Mimi ni noma si noma. Mimi ni noma si noma.
imagine that.
Unasema nani hana base? Mimi ni noma si noma.
I saw a clip, somebody echoing him in TikTok. It was so funny the way but anyway, I'm talking about Murkomen way of handling this issue. I think Ruto will live to regret in many, many ways. Not only so, Murkomen does not understand the sensitivity and the uniqueness of that particular docket. If you look out throughout history, in any constitution, anyone who has become a minister for internal security, even when the government changes, the constitution has a tenure of protecting that individual. Like Matiang'i right now, for a couple of years, Why? Because of the sensitivity and also the information that comes out through holding that docket. If you look at Murkomen, the way Nani Ahmed Nasir was saying, the problem with Murkomen is he looks at every ministry that he goes to, kuangalia the best deal he can get out of it, which is a contract. So far, there is nothing cohesive or concrete or tangible that you can look and say that this is a signature thing that we can say this man, as a minister for interior, has done. In the short term that Kindiki was there, even though I did not like him, his negotiation in the way he was dealing with the banditry, whether it succeeded or not, his efforts, you could see that he may have meant good for the country, but probably the government in itself, it's a cahoot of cabals who doesn't want him to do his work. But with Murkomen, you can understand the man is out of touch. He doesn't even know what that docket means. And he comes out like a person who is more than stupid. In fact, stupid is underestimation. Because if you look at everything to go with, when the mainstream media, look at it, look at how things unfolded. Never has the media become so abrasive and so bold to say, now KTN has unveiled a plan by a senior government officer in the State House to disrupt on Wednesday. It was never heard of. It tells you that a government that is so weak to the core that even the mainstream media,
kumbuka they have imported some goons from even Kamket. Ule anaitangwa William Kamket. Goons
That's where I
to
was
come and
coming.
beat
Yeah.
up protesters.
Yeah, that's where I was coming. Like, even the mainstream media is able to unfold every government. Let me tell you, we know it. Mtu asikudanganya, hata ingekuwa ya Raila, mkono ya serikali ni refu. But how they do their things is intelligently, especially when you are dealing with power. In fact, everything we are doing right now is the fight for power. Election is fight for power. Power is what directs the policy and the direction of a country. Okay? When you see the mainstream media come out and give concrete, credible information of the pettiness, where they held meetings, they even say names of women, they say they are Kikuyus, they even say where weapons are being manufactured from, like, and the government does not come and shika anybody, no journalist, the media is not closed, because these people have evidence that is concrete. And then you hear some people here thinking that we borrowed our minds, thinking that we borrowed our intelligence, expired like 1963, that hakuna maandamano, hakuna goons, hakuna nonsense, when the media has concretely revealed and the evidence is out there and the photos and everything, and it is saying readily that, you know what, if it is ICC, if it is the World Court, if it is the People's Court, if it is the Citizenry Court, we are ready to give this information. These are the people. Wanaenda mpaka wanasema these are the people. Kamket, in one way or the other, the State House operative, you know, that is Farouk and Sudi. And you tell me that we have a Ministry of Internal Security. I told you the other day, the center is not holding. If there was, let me tell you, like ice and water, I think there is a certain temperature that it's completely water, and it takes 0.1 only for it to become ice. I think Kenya needs to understand and ask themselves, how do we do this execution with precision so that we can dynamitely piga hii kitu once, and we will be in the State House and Ruto will be past tense? Let me tell you the truth. We might be here blaming Raila Amolo Odinga, and he might be our friend, that if we push this thing beyond a certain level and he stands up and says, your enemy can turn out to be your foe in a millisecond. We have to ask ourselves how we need to execute this thing. And if there is a time that Ruto is so scared, it is this time, let me tell you. Why? Because, first of all, the Ojwang thing was a blessing in disguise. The killing of the shooting of the other guy was a blessing in disguise. The police are going to be arms free. They know their power is limited through the court process that is going on right now. Anything you do, the government is not going to protect you. Then what is going to happen? These people are going to give Kenyans a free ride. Now, what has Ruto done? For the government, if you say you are mkuu wa majeshi, where you are the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and everything, and yet you cannot command that armed forces. Instead, you go to the goons. It tells you the security in Kenya is equally divided, and it is not on the side of who. During Kibaki's time, by the time we were going to ICC, you could say the police commissioner was with who? With Kibaki. Throughout, you have seen from Kilonzo, the former police commissioner, then we came to Abonyo, ABCD, mpaka the last. Where have you seen the police commissioner, who is IG, looking face on the TV and say, the person of interest is this man? He's literally saying the person of interest is William Samoei Ruto. So Kenyans, don't be afraid, but sometimes it's good to read psychology and understand where we are as a people. And this issue of goons should not scare us, because if you look at it keenly, what wako na njaa, people trying to make money in even insidious ways. But when they realize the tide of Kenyans is toward forthright, they don't have any fear. I think that is why people like Morara, they understand that this thing might go wrong and they will be blamed. Now they come early and say, Mimi nimeretire from politics. Not that they have retired, because inside them, they have a deep yearning, but they have been bought. They have been sold out. So what do? They bolt out, but they show us ahead that, look, if this was to happen, I don't want to be blamed, but I will also be happy. If you look at politicians across the aisle, if you look at truly even those that deem to be in UDA, including people like Boni Aluale, have come openly and said enough is enough. The center is not holding at all. You know, we can go back and use even the rhetoric of Obama and say, this is our time, this is our moment. Look at it critically. How the media is perpetuating the whole issue. It is saying this government is weak, totally weak. Even the people who come here, you know, the other person, yesterday we were talking here, when people don't have ideas, they end up saying, mbona huyu msichana anaongea sana hivyo, ni kwa sababu anatoka kwa kabila yenu. You will see when people are very weak, that is how they start attacking you. Or they start saying, oh, Alex, umeturn out siku gani kuanza kukua na periods, because they are very weak. There is nothing anymore that they can talk of sense. It is disrupting people. But even those disruptions are not working anymore. Nobody's paying attention to them. Why? Because Kenyans are united in one thing. And let me be very clear by finishing. It is not that we love we love our brother Gachagua, but Gachagua has chosen to be on the right side of history. Whether he was wrong from the beginning, hata mumuchukie vile mumuchukia, if he has decided to be part of the solution, it is better for him not to be silent than a person who we have branded for years saying akikwambia bibi yako, to a point we use the most sacred ways that mtu anaweza kuambia bibi yako amekuwa mimba uanze kununua diapers ama pampers, and the person is keeping quiet as if all these years Kenyans were dying for no reason. What does that tell you? That power is transient. Even those that we wanted to lead us, God was protecting us ahead of time. So Kenyans, don't fear. If I was in Kenya, I would have openly gone to the streets. I don't fear. If I die, it is okay. What is wrong with that? People die, people leave, people come, people go. That is what Parliament told us. But you cannot openly try to execute genocide using goons. And the media has already told us where the weapon came from, and expect Kenyans to sit down and, you know, ubuogoji, uparani, just because all the years you've been thinking that you hold the monopoly of what? Of demonstration. It has never been like that. Don't think so. It was the collective Kenya who are doing so. But you hijacked the whole thing. And people thought that that was it. But now we must expose these people for who they are and who they have been. They've never been part of us. So I don't see how some few people can convince us here that whatever is going to happen, to let it happen. But the one thing I know is for sure, this time around, our people from the mountain, our brothers from the mountain have chosen to be on the right side of history. If our brothers from the lake, some of them, not all of them, if some of them will decide to be on the wrong side of history, it's okay. But eventually, I know they will look back and understand that this journey ought to have been the way it is. And maybe God understands why we should not finish some journey with some people. He has his own reasons. But for tomorrow or for today, I echo every young person who came out openly and gave reasons to why they must go to the streets. Nobody is forcing anybody to go to the streets. They have cogent, persuasive reasons. I listened to them. I thought some are going to burgle and say wrong things, but each and every young man that spoke on his own reasons of going to the streets convinced me that they understand that the future is so bleak and they must rescue themselves. We left the fight for them. They don't want to leave the fight for their children. It is Bob Marley who sang, and I always say this: rise of falling fighters. Rise up and fight again. For he who fights and runs away will live to fight another. That is the problem that we have had. Another day, but unfortunately, we have left the fight to our children. We have left it to our grandchildren. Now we are coming from Gen Z to another generation. How sad that will be. I hope the Gen Z will finish this thing so that we will never pass it to another generation. That is my clarion call. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our brother, for those insights. And I really love when you come to give us some helpful, meaningful words. And I really agree with what you said, mostly for the clarion call on the Gen Z as they come tomorrow. Also, another thing that I wanted to add on what you have said is I think the government is afraid because I've just seen right now that they are trying to hijack the Standard newspaper. They were trying to change the front page of the Standard newspaper just now, but the Standard was on top of things. So I think they are afraid. They are terrified. So, Brother Njiru, uko hapo? Njiru?
Yes, I'm here, but I can also see neutral. So maybe you can allow neutral to say something. I will be back. Unless
Okay,
kama ni
was
mimi
not,
unataka nichangie. But I
nilikuwa
think
nadhania uko
maybe
busy.
kidogo before neutral comes, yeah, I can commend that elaborate speak by Alex. And for sure, I think us as Kenyans, we have to understand the reason why the events happening in Kenya cannot be postponed. The events happening in Kenya, if they are postponed, we are actually aborting a process which is almost mature. And itabidi tuanzie kuweka mimba ingine, and you know the process ya kuweka mimba ingine. So for me, I see we are in a process whereby our pregnancy is term, and the Gen Z wave can actually finish this process. I think Mr. Ruto has overstayed in power. I think Mr. Ruto can count himself as one of the most lucky human beings ever. Capacity to be in power with all what has been with all what has been happening in Kenya. I think Ruto should count himself very lucky. I don't see very many people who can survive what Ruto has survived. And maybe this is the final wave. Maybe he will not survive this wave, but the signals which have happened in Kenya, if it was in another democracy, it could have already collapsed. But I think it also tells us the nature in which our democracy is founded on. Our democracy is a heinous democracy. It's a democracy which doesn't need to be called a democracy. The Kenyan democracy can allow somebody like Ruto to still be a president. It is a facade. So maybe Alex, in terms of that, maybe in 1 minute, can you tell us why do you think still Ruto is in power with those signals, with what is happening in Kenya, and if these things happened in another democracy, actually a regime could have already collapsed. How comes Ruto is still in power with those signals? Actually, even some other nations, a half of what has happened in Kenya, somebody could have already collapsed. I don't think in some countries even somebody will even take a half of what, in terms of regime, in Africa to a level whereby you even want to organize criminal gangs. I think it's an extreme frustration. Maybe they are teaching the world new ways of resisting movements. So Alex, what do you have to say with that before kabla tupate neutral?
I think that is the conundrum with Kenyans. Like, they love their country so much, regardless of the hate and the pain they go through. They are so patriotic. I mean, there's a level of patriotism that Kenya has. If you try another person, any country, try to attack Kenyans, we all come together because we love our country. And one of the things that we are all agreed is that we will never destroy our country. We understood in 2007 it could have gone even worse, but we said, you know what, there is no need. And I think politicians have taken advantage of that. Politicians have taken advantage that Kenyans really love their country. Even out here, with everything that somebody can accumulate, there's always, all of us, whether we support this or not, but there is one thing about Kenyans: their hearts is still back at home. You will never see what is happening in Zambia, whereby even if somebody was so bad or they disagreed with anybody, whereby we can even bury our president out of the country. I think Kenyans, with everything, they can still, you know, they can still say, no, we cannot do that. But if you want to know that Ruto is the greatest coward, all of us who are here, if you have the capacity, I've never seen, and I wanted somebody to help me, if it's not a king in a world who can do that. You change your deputy president, you buy the Supreme Court day one that you enter into power, you give them 800 million, and then you buy the opposition, you buy a parliament, the executive, you put your own speaker, you put your own commander, like mkuu wa majeshi, you kill one, you put your own, you fire the police commissioner, you put your own, you go to areas that you don't like people, and you take governors out, you put yours, but still Ruto cannot sleep. If you are able to do all this, honestly, let's say if it was Uhuru who changed his deputy, akachange mkuu wa majeshi, akachange police commissioner, akanunua. Remember, Uhuru ran a country when all his judicial cases he lost. Remember that. Even at some point, Matiang'i said, when I go to court, Okiya Mtata is already there. He has been served papers to stop everything we are doing. Okay? But Ruto single-handedly has done what? Succeeded. Kutoa deputy wake, kutoa the mkuu wa majeshi, kutoa police commissioner, kutoa the majority party kukua minority party, kuiven nunua parliament, all these things he has done, but he is not safe. What coward is that? Tell me. Why should we not even remove this guy in power? He is not safe with all this.
Brother Alex, and all that in 2.5 years. No, I just wanted to answer all that in 2.5 years. 2.5 years.
And that's why, thank you actually for compounding it even better. Hold on, Usi, just a So, you know, Kenyans, you must quantify how this guy does not sleep at night. You must show Kenyans that the weakest president ever. Look at Kibaki. In as much as Kibaki, we thought he was a coward, he had the strongest opposition. Okay? In fact, he even lost the referendum. He even was forced. He didn't do a handshake. He was forced to kufanya nusu mkate. But he could still, at one way or the other, do development, extend an olive arm, and at the same time, development could occur. Even when things were not doing well. Remember, Nyang' Nyong, as a minister for national development and national planning, something of the sort, could come every week and tell us the jobs we have gained, we have lost. There was cogency within. So you change everything, including your deputy president, but yet you change the budget One of the gifts we gave Ruto that people do not know is the budget. Last time that we went, we killed the finance bill, and then he ran out. He came to rule the country with some budget. Even with the so-called budget that he came, he was not certified. He did not do nothing. He did not collect the taxes. He ruled us out of autocracy with some weird budget, but nothing was done. Imagine this kind of person who has gotten all these powers, but yet he's not able to get even 1% development. And that people say that we have to go to State House to look for development. What a useless person is that? I'm telling you, the biggest coward as a president Kenya has ever had, from colonial to date, is William Samoei Ruto. You cannot tell me, I cannot imagine me becoming a president and putting all my cahoots, including my sister here, nimweke my minister for internal security, and then I start hiring goons. Petty. It tells you this guy knows very well that the center is not holding. And this is what Kenya should hold on to say, Aje, this guy must go. And that is why akisikia Ruto must go, it shakes him all the time because it is a reality. It is a real. Mtu asikudanganya ati Ruto hakuna mahali anaenda. If it were not so, why would you go to hire goons at the same time go to make crude weapons when the budget for the military is one of the biggest in Africa, top 10 in Africa? We are one of the few countries with militarized police. Militarized police. There's a difference between just police service and militarized police. We are one of the few countries that has militarized police. And even with that, he does not have control over it. His own IG has told him that you are the person of interest here. It is Kenyan versus you. Oh, thank you, guys.
Yeah, that was very profound. I like it. Very profound, Alex. So I think we can have neutral also to disseminate the same. Na neutral, I want to distance myself with what you said. Ulisema tuliachilia ati msichana aongee sababu ni wa lugha yetu. That was not the case. We know when Shiko is doing a bruff. So ulikuwa nataka niingililie bruff. I think you should also be keen enough to know when people are doing a bruff. I know you are smarter than that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Njeru. Shiko, whether she was serious or joking, she did a good presentation, which sounded like Kwamchesi Mashoka. I hope that she was being honest with her thinking, because in the beginning she spoke for about nearly 25 minutes and saying that she is supporting government, which I know she wasn't, but all she said was, okay, let people demonstrate, let them celebrate their anniversary, but people must guard so that they don't lose their lives. But I think that she was very honest, whether she was serious or not. She was very honest about her thinking, and that's why I say that I'm celebrating what she said. Apart from that, there's a few points I've noted from the presentation by Alex regarding, say, for example, the Standard newspaper. This newspaper group is owned by the Arab Moi, family, and they have a gripe to settle with William Ruto. They have their own Kalenjin affair, which is nothing to do with our national state of affairs. They have problems, and Standard is going into trouble. Ruto is in power, so there are things that those two camps are doing, and they are staging it in front of us. I don't think that Standard is independent. I think that Standard is just doing what it's doing because of the personal issues they have between the Moi clan and the Ruto himself, who didn't even attend Daniel Arap Moi's burial, But those are my personal opinions, because I may be wrong about this. But I don't think that Standard can now run around saying, lauding itself as a proponent of the truth in the mainstream newspaper. I've actually observed something about the Nation Media Group, which is quite unusual, which I haven't seen not just in the Kenyan newspapers, but if you look at the most African newspaper groups, the Nation Media is now, purportedly promoting news about the African diaspora abroad in different parts of the world. You can see that they have no time for Kenyan news, the Nation Media Group, which is actually an interesting thing, which I actually enjoy, because they're bringing stories which means that they're not interested specifically about the funeral rallies, homecoming parties, this street pronunciations by public officers, including the president of Kenya, who himself makes alarming statements in same as William Ruto, Daniel Arap Moi used to do back in the day, Kibaki to a smaller extent. These newspapers have their own personal interests. There's a reason why, for example, Nation Media Group is doing what it's doing at the moment. Because they're probably thinking these Kenyan stories are not really selling for us. So they're going for the diaspora, especially online. I don't want to dump down on the discussions that we're having tonight about the celebration of the youth, the anniversary tomorrow. Some, Alex has said some things there, which I am not shocked about, because I've been here, I've listened to Alex before. He says things like, those people who we were used to, they'd rather not be in leadership, those people. And then he goes on to say that those people have not been on our side. When you say statements like that, we sit here listening to you and we think, okay, we are those people. Then you eventually say those people from the lakeside. Then you say that we people, we are tribal. These are the things that will not change our country. Me, that's why I'm interested only in my county. I don't care about the national politics. I really, really am interested in what's happening to my county. Because every time we've tried something, when we're not demonstrating, we're in trouble. When we protest, we're called the sellouts. Right now, the people of Nyanza, and I'm going to talk and fight about the people of Nyanza here, the ones you call the Luo Nyanza. They're being ostracized now as the sellouts. At those people. These are the people whose bloodshed you have seen in the second liberation and the third liberation that is taking place now. But it is those people that now people are angry with. Who are those people? We're talking, I have time for individuals. I don't care if it's a huge majority of people from whichever province. They could be from any community. It's not about a TCG, they're Luos or whatever. But when you hear someone so eloquent as Alex coming here, making, dead-end statements, about a particular community, then he says, sorry, I don't mean that, but I mean it. Those people. God now said, those people should not be in power. Now, someone like me who doesn't even believe in the faith system at God and all that, and I'm here listening, God said those people should not be in power. It's Raila Odinga who has been trying to be in power. It's not Luos who have been trying to be in power. It's that sense of, you're making statements that will hurt other people. Right now, I am telling you, as a person from that part of the world, people are saying they have been on the streets for too long. And they have been beaten up. They've been sent to prison. You know, these people, they're saying they've had enough. They've had enough. And it's not because they're politicians.
So you have a right to say these people
No,
have gone
Alex,
to the
let me
street.
finish.
You know,
Alex.
no, you have said, no, you told
Alex,
me not to use these people, but you have a right to say these people. No, I'm only just asking.
Okay.
You just said these people. I'm only asking. Because I was waiting how you're going to brand your side. You have said these people have been going to the streets.
Yes. What I'm saying is the people that, and I hear you, I feel what you're saying. I really, you know, people are feeling that the Luos have let them down. I feel what people are saying, especially what happened in Homa Bay on that, was it Madaraka or something? People felt very bitter about all that because it was like a grand march. People felt betrayed. I feel it, how people are thinking. Is this the same people? You know, I feel that. But how is that going to help? What I know, because
Feel
I
it,
was on,
but at the same time, I spit on you. Now you say you feel it, and then you're also spitting on us. You're also doing the same thing I was doing then. So are you better than me?
So we are the same. That's what we're doing here. And what it's because of the post-Moi system has put us in this situation. We're in a long
Then
transition.
why were you criticizing me then? Then you should
Because
know that we are at the crossroads. Then I think the superior logic, and Eli, let me tell you, I totally respect you. You are a person who at every course I will tell you, there is something you cannot take away from me, your contribution to last general election. That one, there is nothing that can take it. We are at the crossroads. We are trying to ask ourselves, why can and how did we go to a point that we have been bewitched to legitimize an individual who openly is bringing all of us down? So for you to say that, I feel that you are hurt, but what?
Okay. I don't know how to explain this in a better way. Personally, I feel that what is confusing us wananchi is that our leaders in Nyanza have literally made our people to sing the song of Ruto. And then our people have gone with it. That is partly true. Because even when you go to the villages, I was
Eli, that is no, Eli, you are my friend, and let us put politics aside. What we said from the very beginning, and no, what we said from the very beginning was there is a leadership that is hell-bent, okay?
Yes.
To show that the people of Nyanza are doing what they are not. We named them. We started with Kaluma. We went and said, this visitation and what they are bringing out, that Wanga ABCD. And that was the narrative they used. They started branding, bringing all the economic things to Homa Bay, so on and so forth. And you know, essentially, it has brought conflict within even the Nyanza region to a point whereby Anyang Nyong is being told you have to go to status for development. Now you are seeing everybody's going to status for development because there was a narrative that was being built. And we are saying this. The Homa Bay issue was used as a caricature, which has succeeded within the Ruto spin doctorism. And instead of us diverting ourselves and saying, no, that is not the case. We've been going to the street for so long. Let us also stop. That's not the solution. To legitimize Ruto, to sleep and start playing music of a man who, in less than 10 days, Gladys Wanga say, we had a very good meeting. We didn't know in 10 days you're going to butcher us. And we keep on saying, that is the crossroad we are having, that we need to mend it and say, look, there is a mistake here. There is, the same way Sifuna said, there is nothing you can do to get this man out of this quandary or conundrum. This is a brutal dictator. He must go, then we must have our talks. So for you guys to say, and I insist, the leadership, not the whole people, the leadership, because the problem is that sometimes the leadership pegs us into certain branding. Unfortunately, there are so many people right now in the mountain who may not like Wamunyoro. They are, I know, for certain. Even Moses Kuria came the other day talking a lot of nonsense, according to me. But the problem with our people in the lake is right now, people like Oburu, the way they talk, bro, we are in this government. Raila going to attend retreats of the government, and Ruto sits there and say, it's a collective responsibility. You heard him say that. What is good and what is bad is both for us. And then Raila is just sitting there. You want me to be happy? Ella, just tell me. In your heart, do you feel
No, I don't
happy
feel
when
I don't,
Ruto wants to put responsibility to this man, which we know very well? Yes, he might be given money. We don't know. We are all speculating. We don't know the whole truth. But his history, we know it. Has he done worse than Ruto?
What I know is that, and you know this, that that part of Nyanza is now being prepared for some kind of coalition with this thing.
Thank you.
UDA
Finally,
yes,
you are using my own rhetoric that these people, when you say that part of Nyanza, you know, essentially when we started it, remember, me and you and some people, we used to say the Sudanese were used wrongly. You know very well, we branded them as the Sudanese, and you saw how the rebels came. And I can authoritatively say, since I come from that area, in fact, Nikotuna green card ya Kisii, I am a citizen of Luo. That one I can tell you. Okay?
I think you speak more perfect Luo than myself.
When you saw the people from Suba become the rebel, do you know that Jalango, first of all, how did the name Jalango come? Because his mother is from Kericho. His father is from Suba. So Jalangos essentially in Luo means a Kalenjin.
He's a green
Many people do not know the name what Jalango means. Okay, Jeka Kimba Kapseret anajitanga jina ingine aje. There is a historicity to that. So when we saw all this, we knew how the Suba had connived to bring ODM down. And when you say these people, I concur with you. The problem is that when I say these people, you think it's collective. It's not collective. We know what Ruto is using. So you should come out. You should come out with clarity. You should come out with clarity. The problem is people do not know that historicity. Okay? So you have to historicize and educate people. So for me and you, we know. When you tell me this side of Luo Nyanza, this is how it started, and that's why we are in this dilemma. So, Ella, it is your responsibility to respond to that, because first of all, you're eloquent. Secondly, even though we have had disagreement with you here, people still listen to you. People still listen to you. I listen to you and I respond to you. I don't just come here and say, no, this guy I'm not going. I respond to you. And if you saw, even in my submission, I was responding to you on the comment section because you matter. And we must engage with you and your people and eventually say that, look, this is wrong. First of all, I must get to you so that you can get that group that has brought us to this dilemma. So you must explain to people that honestly, yes, it seems like this. And the reason Oma Bay has been chosen, this is the problem. So that people can start understanding. But every time you are refusing to tackle that, you are entangling yourself that you are for it. Which honestly, even sometimes, even when you talk, I know it's only that inibaba unatetea. Even me, sometimes I've had problems. Nisikia watu wanaongea juu ya baba vibaya. I love that guy. But sometimes he has disappointed me to a point that I have to call him out. Ella, it's a high time you call him out so that usieke hiyo siasa kwa lungs. Yani kwa nini kwa roho. Ieke kwa lungs itoke so that you can be able how to palate in this politics so that we can be able to redeem ourselves before 2027 or 2026. Otherwise, if we go the way you want us to go, we are going to make a cover-up. And that is the narrative Ruto is using, so that he can steal election from that area
Okay,
and
what
some
about the Standard
areas.
newspaper? What about the Standard newspaper and the submission you made, please?
You know, when the Standard newspaper comes out authoritatively, we have a Ministry of Interior and intelligences in our country. Not even one. We have several intelligences, even though one is superior to others. Nobody comes to castigate them and say, this is Miwongo Nini. These people have even videos. They call names out and nobody goes to court. Why can't we be scared when a national mainstream media on prime time is saying now we can authoritatively, then the government keeps quiet? There should be a need for the government to exonerate itself, whether it is biased or not, when it comes out with such allegations that are so severe to the security of Kenya. The government remains mum. Doesn't that not scare you?
Right. Okay. In my view, okay, I have a situation where politicians, okay, they have managed to capture the ordinary citizen. If you go to the villages, if you go to the divisions, the district, what we used to call divisions, the districts, you know, that we have even now, but now because of the devolution, we call them something else. Those networks, from the chief, assistant chiefs, what, now the MCAs and all those political classes, the people on the ground have been captured so much that they believe in the rhetoric of government. Okay? Now, right now, these people believe that development is being pushed at a higher level for that part of the country. They believe it, even if it's not happening. Okay? This is something. So, what Mr. Ruto is trying to do is using the development agenda, so-called development agenda, yeah, to strike a friendship, this alliance pre-2027 with the people of Luo Nyanza. The people of Luo Nyanza are saying, and I am telling you what I hear from not just friends, but relatives and just people, ordinary people. They're saying, look, we've had enough. I'm telling you, this is what people are saying. We've had enough. It doesn't matter Jalango telling us this, Raila telling us that. But we've had enough. And then at SG, our headman, our chief, Mr. Odinga, who is not even a Luo by the the last time I knew about him and his history, he can trace himself to the Nabongos, he says that himself and it's known. And at that point, I don't even want to tribalize this thing because the family of Mr. Odinga are not pure Luos, okay? And his wife also is a Maragoli from Migori, okay? Those ones they call Yodak, But, so that's if we tribalize this thing. But the essence of what I believe is happening in Luo Nyanza at the moment is that the people have been captured into thinking that because of what they have gone through since the assassination of Tom Mboya, and even before that, there was a guy who died in 1952. If I can just remember him very well, he was a councillor in Nairobi. He was killed by the Mau Mau in 1952. 52, 53, thereabouts. And he was from the Kisumu area. And I think, no, not arguing Skodek, it was someone else. I have to try and think about his name. So since then, the Luos have played this card, this historical persecution card. And now they're saying it is this time we think we can leave the stage and keep ourselves to ourselves. And I'm telling you, if someone told me that the elections of 2022 and 2017 were not just rigged, but also the Luo did not want to participate because of 2017 and the previous election. I would also buy that theory, because a lot of the Luos that time, when people were saying in 2017 at they want secession from the rest of the country, after that they decided as a block vote that they are not going to vote in the next election. Some people even pursued that agenda of not voting in the next election. Now, there's not been any research or way of finding out the accuracy of that, whether it is true or false. Okay, but people did say at that time that we're exhausted, right? We don't want to participate in elections. So in a way, we can say, yes, the 2022 elections was rigged, but also, yes, the people, a huge block of the people of Nyanza refused to vote because of their experience. They felt used every semester of electoral democracy, when Raila and the rest of the politicians were calling them up to vote, you see? So I believe that a lot of Luos now also are against this coalition, this broad-based coalition, right? Because they say that there is nothing there for the benefit of the larger class, the majority of the Luo population. So there's people who are saying this is nonsense, okay? But we'll just celebrate it the way it is. It's nonsense, okay? But what they don't want is to be on the front line of activism, to be shot dead. At you hear Sijui Kondele, we're waiting for Kondele, we're waiting for Sijui Homa Bay. It's usually Kondele and Homa Bay. That's where, and Kibera. Those are the three flashpoints, okay? And that's what they're saying. They've had enough of this. Never mind these other bunge ya mwananchi jokers. Those ones, they don't mean nothing, okay? But I'm talking about the real people who used to be, they used to mobilize these people to actually form like militias in Kisumu, in Kondele and all, to instigate a warpath against an armed government that is ready to kill. So do you think that these people are ready to go tomorrow to march against the same people who have been killing them for the last 25 years? They want to mobilize, with the rest of the country to fight for democracy, to celebrate this anniversary of what sad event happened to our young people. But they are really, really, these people have been in the mortuaries for the longest time, picking up bodies. That's all they've known. And it's not as if other Kenyans have not been doing this. We know that during the fight for the Land and Freedom Army of the Mau Mau, over 40,000 Kenyans were killed. And see, 90% were people from Central Province, So we know our history. But what I'm saying, we need to reshape the country. What is it that we really can do after tomorrow or in the future? There's something that we must do. There is something. Right now, me personally, I don't know what it is. There's something that we must do to change that country.
And that is why
really know what it is. Yes.
And that is why Ella, and now we are having a conversation. You see, for too long, you have started to shift far right, and you've made us shift far left, to a point sometimes we cannot have a conversation. In fact, sometimes we do have shouting matches here. But how now you are coming to the center to reason out that, yes, our people are not here. It is a fabrication of the leadership, that this is what, in fact, and even somebody has said on the comment section, even though still you are saying that we don't want to die, you are still dying more than every other people. That's a fact that is continuing to be. Okay? Why is it so? Silently. You cannot kill an activism that has not achieved its goal. You know that. And the alternative is not where our leadership is leading us to. And the problem now we are creating is we are creating another monster. It was, who was that? There was a person who was having a very good conversation on TV, said, unfortunately, we might be able to get William Samoei Ruto out because we are tired of him. The problem is how now we are going to get him out is another problem, because immediately we get him out, we will try also to get this one out that has gotten Ruto out, because we wanted Ruto by all necessary means. And I think that has always been your problem. Instead of bringing it out so that we can discuss it, so that the others can know, okay, what is Nyanza's problem? Then how can we meet in the middle so that we don't remove one problem and create another abnormality? That also ni kitu inanisumbua as a Kenyan, so that we don't perpetually be politicking. At least we can have half time, yeah, even a few years kama Kibaki alikuwa nayo, then even 2 years we can have development. But as both of us going far right, far left, to a point that we have to win the argument, it's not really helping. The one thing we need to agree, Eli, which you should not be disagreeing with us, is Ruto has failed. His policies has failed. He has even brought experts. He's not listening to them. He's still bringing his own finance bill. So even the skunk that Mbadi told us a couple of years that Ruto has brought skunk to what? To his cabinet. So the person who was perpetuating that there is a skunk here has become even the biggest skunk. So the question is, are we going to be a country of skunk while we look at it and resign from fighting for a better country? That is the question. Young people, you know, one of the reasons why Al-Qaeda was able to recruit millions and millions is because you cannot threaten people who are hungry. You cannot tell somebody that you're going to die, we are going to shoot you to die, when somebody is 37 years, he has never had a job, he finished school, he still lives with his father and mother. He cannot marry because the thought of itself of having a baby is a nightmare. It's not a joy. But for us, who have been able to access, you know, other resources wherever we are through the ingenuity of other countries, we can marry as 22. Our children can go to university when we are still at 30s, and we can become what? What are they called, these people, when your children go to university and they leave you when you are in your 40s? There's a name they use. Then we become early birds and we start enjoying life. Now, kuambia somebody in Kenya is retiring. You did primary teaching education, TTC. You get employed at 50. You're supposed to retire at 55. Those 5 years, you are not even teaching. You are maximizing where you can take loans so that you build, you have a little bit. So do you see how we have turned our country into a commercial arena? So the whole thing is that we want to put this country back. So we cannot threaten a generation that has nothing. It is not going to work. We cannot say that, okay, Ruto has not done bad more than Kibaki has done, because you have come here to castigate the past regimes on how many, you know, court orders they disobeyed. We cannot live either in past glory or past defeat so that we legitimize the present. That is what you have been doing, Eli. Eli, if you could come and argue your case the way you have done today, we can have an argument. You can win over us, we can win over those, and we can have a solution for the masses. But where we are headed, the Luo Nyanza leadership cabal like Kaluma are talking, knowing very well that that is the narrative that is going to be used. Even now, they are causing even more voter apathy. So that when it comes to
2 seconds, I don't respect Kaluma at all. Where I have my project is Homa Bay, near Homa Bay town, Homa Bay constituency, but I am from another constituency in Ondhiwa. And Kaluma is a disgrace. It's not something worth even talking about. I mean, if you see the state of Homa Bay Primary School, which is opposite his constituency office, which is a posh building, opposite a dilapidated school, doesn't even have a place for children to go and use the toilets. It's a terrible looking site. It's opposite the constituency office, and this is an MP of a town. And
I expect you to speak of the facade of lies that Wanga is building, that Homa Bay is doing so well. I'm telling
Wanga
you,
also I've never taken serious. Okay,
a couple of years ago.
You have to go to Homa Bay Hospital. I think I've spoken about this here before.
Hold on. I want to build your case. A couple of years ago, by the way, my mom used to be a hospital administrator in Homa Bay Hospital a couple of years ago. I remember we used to live in Sophia, okay, by the stadium, Sophia Kule Juu.
Yeah, I remember Sophia.
When you wake up in the morning, you look that road all the way to the lake, all the way to the bay where the ships used to go. Homa Bay was very beautiful. We used to have Homa Bay Tourist Hotel down there, which again today is a mega church. By the way, Homa Bay Tourist Hotel. And then there's this facade that is being like.
So Kina John Lengo, Kina Maina, that guy from Central who used to have a.
I know.
The guy who used to carry the heavyweight guy who used to pull the vehicles using his teeth.
I know
Mike Power.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people, including Wakina Kaluma, how they lived in Kisumu, Lakeside Kule. I know those people very well. What I'm trying to say is there's this facade they are building that Homa Bay is doing so well, okay? But behind, the hospital has no functional mortuary. A couple of years ago, they put the mortuary of Homa Bay and the dead bodies. I don't know if you saw that in Facebook. That was before TikTok. It was so pathetic. And they had to enforce the Facebook rules to take those photos. I don't know if you remember a couple of years ago seeing that. Until today, Homa Bay does not have a good functional, okay, mortuary. But still, we are saying, Wanga ABCD. Hii kitu alisema ya unga imeanzia huko kwenu, the other side of Suba, the other side. It is a strong thing. Today you go, it's a big gates, 2 gates. Hakuna the milling. The milling is not working. You remember they started a
Gladys Wanga, she's a good student of public relations exercise. Because when you go to that Homa Bay hospital, which I went there last year, when I went to that hospital, I went to Homa Bay Primary, which is nearby. That hospital, what they've done is they've painted, they welcome you with all these shiny shenanigans, but as you go in, you can see the patients suffering in real time. So that's why I'm more concerned about county governance. It's a fake government.
By the way, I went to Sanga Academy.
Hotels, sorry, 2 seconds.
Okay.
Most of the big hotels, all this prime land that is coming up on the lakeside are owned by county officers, either in Awiti's former government or this one of Gladys Wanga. All those people. Hao watu, there's nothing they think about at industrialization. They think of the service industry because that's how they can wash their money to build big hotels. And those hotels, how they make money is government conferences, mostly. That's how they make their money. And if it's not government conferences, it's some NGOs or some entities who still receive public money to make sure those hotels, can register, a footprint of customers. So when it comes to county government shenanigans, honestly, there's nothing to say good about. In fact, unaona those things that Ruto has been opening, Those were Uhuru Kenyatta's projects, especially those that were led by the military, including that new Homa Bay Pier and the one they want to start in Kindu Best G, where all those things that have been built there. In fact, the Homa Bay Pier, the whole of that area was classified as defense property, military property for nearly 2 years. It was a no-go area while they were constructing that place, and they have chased the hippos, crocodiles. There's nothing there now. With the pavimentization of the lakeside, there's this part where they call the private area where the rich people and people who can afford can do their thing, and then there's this other side where they built this fish market, okay, which will be like for the ordinary mwananchi, okay. But I can't find a thing to say solid positive about how they've done the Homa Bay Pier to benefit the local population. What the only thing I can say that they have done, which can probably bring some money, is the fact that the likes of Uganda and Tanzania, their ferries and whatever other water vessels will come to Homa Bay will bring in some money to that part of Kenya, okay? But other than that, there's been a lot of environmental damage through that development agenda that, people in that county, they have literally, grabbed the government by the balls and they've built things which maybe in some counties, planning permission would have been difficult, and I'm not saying this as a bitter person, but it's what is happening now. And no one is questioning that. No one is questioning this. And this is the problem. So Gladys Wanga, people say that she's going to be the next deputy president. We know deputy president what it means. It means nothing in Kenya. In Kenyan politics, you're placed there, unatandikwa kabisa, alafu they get another person. These things happened to Kina Josephat Njuguna Karanja. I think the only successful deputy president was either Moody Awori or to some extent Daniel Arap Moi. Moi himself suffered a lot as a deputy president, But forgetting about those positions of power, what I want to say about tomorrow is I think that the young people have a right to protest. This regime is allowing them to protest tomorrow, by words of that police commissioner, the IG. He came before the media and spoke of the police ready for the protesters to do their thing. It is their right. So the police should not turn against the people, because the people are the ones in power. It's the people's power. This IG, right, I think is a sober person, but I think that department has also been captured. It's so difficult to operate in Kenya, as an individual. It is so difficult to make decisions as an individual in a team, because the moment you try, they're ready to go for you. I think that is the problem that we have in that country. That someone like, say, that Kanja, maybe he's a good person. Me, I don't know him for Adam, but maybe he's a good person.
So Eli, that is what we have been saying throughout, that
Yes.
we have one country to protect. The reason we must agitate, because if you look at it, we have no issue with any other tribe. But when leadership orchestrates and put a certain tribe that this is where they borrow goons from. If you look at Kamtet did something that was classic. He showed that, he's going to bring goon. But apart from that, which sometimes I doubt, because when I look at this guy, I don't think he has the capacity, if the government can allow him to have goons, to operate in Nairobi in a way that he can turn around and also be against the government. which is Gaucho. He might be speaking out of foolishness or out of love for Baba, which I don't know. But when you allow your community to be used so that you openly start saying that, oh, we can't go to Mandamano anymore, we have been killed, ABCD. It's like you are already resigning to their position, and therefore you are already with them, which is an optic nerve that you can never be able to redeem yourself from. And that is why Kenyans are bitter. Nobody is forcing anybody to go to Mandamano. Nobody has forced anybody. But the fact that people are instantaneously talking that, you know, sisi tumekula, sisi ndio tumekufa wengi, sisi ndio tume... So it looks like you are saying that nyinyi endeni tuone kama mta succeed. That's not a language that we should be talking. Now, if we start talking about those county politics, you look at it in a nitty-gritty way, you come to realize, honestly, this fabrication that, oh, Luos are getting all this development. Because you heard what Boni Alwale was saying, maendeleo yetu inatolewa hapa, inaenda ujaluoni. Now people have started blaming openly, and these are leaders talking like that, okay? And your leaders are happier saying, people like Alume are saying, what is wrong with us getting, people like Oburu Odinga, like the most foolish man on earth, leave even Kaluma alone. The guy says, tuko kwa serikali, tutakula kwa serikali. Tutapata maendeleo. And there is nothing on the ground. You go to Siaya, you start looking where you can sleep. There is no place to sleep. All Siaya MCAs, wamejenga manyumba Kisumu. They live in Kisumu. They live, wanatoka Kisumu asubuhi, wanaenda county assembly kesho. You are governor for 10 years. Awiti Port Peg. He lived in Imperial Hotel. Imperial Hotel for 10 years. Yeah. Who doesn't know that? And then we keep on saying Homa Bay is developing from 47 county. We have counties doing nini development, nini. Then we play a big facade there. We put red carpet. We act as if Homa Bay is so developed than any other area. And when you look at other counties quietly, like Machakos, they are doing things. You go to Kiambu, hata kama watu wanafikiria nothing is happening, it's doing something. And then there's a lot of noise, everybody thinking development is going to Homa Bay, but there is no development. If you look at even the rate at which the county government workers are not being paid 3, 4, 5 months, then you tell me that Homa Bay is doing well? We should make noise.
I think when they did that stadium in Sofia and the university campus in Homa Bay, it quite shocked the people there. I think now they thought that they've reached somewhere.
Eli, let's not go to county politics. People are talking about tomorrow. Let us not divert. And all I wanted is us to deflate this idea that we are against this and this. If you are against him, Andamano, you are against Kenyans. And I will say you people. So let us give Kenyans an opportunity to salvage their livelihood. Alex, because some of us are out of the country. Hold on. Some of us are out of the country. We are benefiting. Even if the worst comes to the worst, we have no problem with shisha. So when Kenyans want to work and get free healthcare, truly, not even free education, so that they can access loans, not even free education, they just want loans to go to school. When Kenyans are demanding essential services for what they are being taxed, when Kenyans are saying you cannot take our money that you're taking from our paycheck and again start saying now NSSF is going to start building what? Markets. I mean, Kenyans have a reason to agitate for their livelihood. Let us not disparage them. What you are doing is anti-Kikuyu, anti-what. I think that is what is really making me mad, because the narrative that is coming from Nyanza is we are not joining you. If you have heard what they are saying, we are not joining you. That is a choreographed narrative by leaders who have eaten, and you know
Okay,
who
we
they
have to
are.
change that. Okay, we have to change that. But also the other thing I think that has to change, which needs to pre-2027, is that all these politicians we are talking about right now, by now, every constituency, all those MCA level competitions, and also governor and you know, the Senate people, the senators, these youth who are going to protest tomorrow, those are the things they should be eyeing. That's all I can say. Honestly, in the whole of Kenya, we should have youth revolutionaries seeking public office, and they should start now. See, they're waiting. They have to start now. Otherwise, there's nothing that's going to change, I swear. We know this because everything has been captured. So if we have to believe in any sort of devolved electoral system, the youth now who are fighting, they should be able to mobilize and say, look, me, I'm going for this constituency, I'm going for this and that. Because we know that parliament is shit at the moment. Sorry for using an expletive, but that's the truth. So for me, a practical solution is for the youth that are now going on the street and fighting digitally online. They're the ones who should now be fighting to get into parliament to change things. Thank you.
Yeah, now Joseph, you can take over. I think Eli has understood. We are not against him. Nobody's against anybody. We cannot allow Kenyans to disparage the young people who are fighting for their lives. That is just unthinkable.
Thank you so much, Brother Alex. You have talked for quite a while. I need to welcome James. Jemo, uko hapo?
Hey,
wameongea, so you also have your own like 20 minutes.
me, I'm usually just a guy of
just take your 20 minutes also. Take your 20 minutes. It's okay.
I to re-educate back into Kenya. I was checking to see if I'm also a green card holder of Kenya, because they were talking about some good stuff, which is
green card holder of Kenya.
you know, like, it's good. I mean, and it's also, for me, I'm encouraged when I see Alex, you like when they take time to debate each other, because sometimes when people come from the same region, they can discuss their see, they always say all politics is local, so they can discuss how the national politics has been influenced by the local politics. And for all the listeners up, you know, we are taking notes, you know, and we take that and pretty much also relate to how our leaders have also failed us. Nothing is new. There are a few things I've heard a lot about what you guys have discussed, but in general, I think the approach is the same. If you can take that and also look at other areas like Kikuyu, you see how Ishungo has tried to be used to infiltrate the locals or the mountain. And basically what you guys are saying, I don't think Ruto is for anybody. He will use our people to serve his own best interest, but the agenda there is to rule Kenya and dictate Kenyans. And if we don't rise and stop him, we'll be in a very, very bad shape as a country. So me, I was very encouraged, and I think the debates that you guys have had was very productive, especially in a platform like this. I believe, and I was trying to remember during this entire time you guys were talking, I've also not seen the likes of Mount Kenya, like, you know, Munyoro trying to go for Raila, because they know what's going on. I mean, I think everybody understands at this point that Ruto is just using specific groups to create a narrative that it's us versus them. You know, it is the Nilotes versus the Bantus. It is the Kikuyus who don't like you guys. So by putting Raila there, then so what were we supposed to do? On a national level, we can talk about leadership here, but we can't be talking like on a national level that those Luos. And I'm really encouraged in Kenya now that even when we're talking about Ruto, I'll say this before, there is that feeling that we bring here and we go for Ruto, we don't go for the Kalenjin nation. We go to Kamtet and we leave the Kalenjin nation out of that because what? We are all suffering. We are all suffering in equal measures. There's nobody out there that is safe. Ruto gets a second term, everybody will be disposed. As soon as he gets the second term, you'll be disposed. So I like how we have addressed the issues of the country. And every time, even the issue that you guys were talking about, when the Homa Bay Madaraka Day, you know how quick Kenyans moved from that situation? We moved fast because it wasn't about the Luo nation. It's every time Ruto wants to show that he's in power, he has to go to the Nyanza and show the country that even these guys are with him. But once he leaves Nyanza, we are with him. So tuko naye bumper to bumper. He likes to do that. Ndio tuanze kusema Wajaluo wametu let down nene. Those conversations, I think once he leaves Nyanza, we live with him. Tunatoka naye kwa hiyo region na tunamfuata mpaka Nairobi. Nobody even remembers that he was in Nyanza, you know, because he tries and is doing his best to use specific demographics of our country to validate his style of leadership, saying that you know, if he wanted to say if the budget is bad, it's because niko na experts, so don't blame me. Niko na experts stamped by the Nyanza nation. Niko na experts who are from this other region, and that's why he wanted to flood the state, the cabinet with Mount Kenya leadership, and that's why we were like, hey, do you whatever you do, unaweza enda hata ulete Dedan mwenyewe umweke hapo, unaweza leta Kenyatta umweke hapo, but at the end of the day the buck stops with you. We don't care. We're not going to be bamboozled with the people you put around you. We will come for you and we'll disregard those side noises that you are trying to throw to us. That way you can get away. So it's good that I see that it's not like, you know what I like about Belfast, anakujanga hapa anatufundisha history, and sometimes hapo ndio I know some few things about history. We can disagree because based on the history, maybe I didn't understand that part, but I think at the end of the day, we all here for a common interest. I am sure, knowing the way Ruto is, and let me just bring Baba, knowing the way Baba is not going to go all the way with Ruto to 2027. I think Ruto he is a hot potato. Nobody, Ruto huwezi mshikilia for too long. He has messed up so many times. So many times, like we were talking before you guys came up, we were talking about the strategy that he has. He has taken and continue to take all baits. He's taking all the baits, and it's hard to kutetea mtu kama huyo. You know, there's no way utatetea mtu mwenye ukimtoa kwa shida na kurudisha kwa shida. He even tried to use this same kanja When they went to Meru, the first time they went to Meru, I think it was in March, he had Kanja up on the rooftop, speaking in Kimeru about supporting the president. And guess what? Now, the entire police under the leadership of Kanja is in a mess, leading to tomorrow's demonstration. Kanja is in a hot spot, and he knows. Unlike how Lagat, I have a feeling that if it was Lagat who was IG and Kanja who was DIG, Kanja will be in jail. Okay, that would have been an easy swap. Why? The first IG was from Mount Kenya, and getting rid of him was so easy. But if that IG was from Ruto's side, it would have been hard. Why am I saying that? Look at Murkomen. They tried to get rid of Murkomen, but Ruto kept bringing him. So at the end of the day, let's not take bait from this guy. My Nyanza people, I not only listen to this platform, I listen to Songa kwa TikTok yake. There's a lot of other platforms where I've had Nyanza people saying, nah, not this time. There are a few people here kina nani anaitwaje huyu kijana the goon. There are a few here and there, and the
goonlicious. Jemo anaitwa the goonlicious.
Kina Gaucho. And those empty debes, they make so much noise.
Jemo kidogo Jemo, nataka kuonesha as Kenyans are, some Kenyans, not all, as some Kenyans are pretending that this thing is not popular. Nataka kuonesha a podcaster from Nigeria. I want to see how popular this thing is. Kuwekea ubeshte awaongeleshe kidogo alafu tuendelee.
This life, no balance. So many of you has been coming to my DM to ask me, Doctor, why have you not made a video about Kenya? Doctor, why have you not made a video about Kenya? What is trending in Kenya? The reason why I have not done a video about Kenya is because right now, Kenyans are going through a lot. For the past week, Kenyans has been protesting. Kenyans has been protesting against bad government, against police brutality. And as I'm talking to you now, a lot of people has been unalived. A lot of people has been unalived during the protest. But Kenyans are not relenting. Kenyans are not relaxing, because 25th of June, Kenyans are heading straight to the parliament to go and stage the biggest protest of all time. One thing I love about Kenyans is that they are relentless. Whatever they want to achieve, they will achieve. Whatever Kenyans want, they must get. That is one thing you must know about Kenyans. And guess what? I don't know what is wrong with all these some politicians, some African politicians. Do you know that as Kenyans are protesting, we also have some protesters that are protesting against the protesters? Hey! I don't know if you understand that statement. There are some protesters protesting against people that is protesting against bad government and police brutality in Kenya. Nobody knows how they organize themselves, but these are protesters protesting against protesters. Where are we even heading to in Africa?
I love Monday Dev already.
We work together to achieve a goal. Why are protesters protesting against protesters?
Not be juju be that.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing new under the sun. The reason why I have not made a video about Kenya is this. Kenyans are protesting. Kenyans are going through a lot. Please pray for Kenya. Because as I'm talking to you now, this is not a joke. A lot of people has been unalived. A lot of people has lost their life in Kenya. Pray for Kenya. When we are praying for Kenya, also add Nigeria. Those ones, their own is worse. I pray that one day, and I believe one day, Africa will be great again. Thank you.
Kenya wanabuki majeneza.
Let me not go beyond that, but that's reaction from Nigeria.
Jiru,
mnashtua Nigeria.
What I noted ni kama Ruto aliwauzia roof ya State House. Umeona hiyo roof iko hapo nyuma yake? Kama Ruto aliwauzia hiyo roof, ndio akaweza kujenga ile alikuwa anajenga hapo platform.
Anyway. Wow. So I don't know, like sijui kama ni new trauma ni nani, mbona mnashtua hata Nigeria? Yani they already think that Kenya is planning the biggest maandamano, the biggest protest ever in Africa. They are calling it the biggest protest in Africa. But that's how it's being called. The biggest protest in Africa. Well, I thought Nigeria is more tough than Kenya until I listened to some podcasters from Nigeria na naona wanaanzia kushtuliwa na Kenya. Yaani Wakenya wamekuja wakapeleka mpaka baa huko juu, Porfoot, kama tizetu wanataka stori za Kenya inabidi watumie Porfoot. Anyway, sawa.
Okay, James, unaweza endelea. Pole, you are cut short.
Nice, okay. Well, that's the reason why nasema, sometimes, you know, ile ujasiri unaona na watu unajulizanga, I need to go do my DNA, because it's either inakuaga, as you know, kuna ile the boldness that you have but you don't know until when you are pushed, you know, to the wall, and then the pushback becomes even worse than the agitator. And I think Ruto knowing that we as Kenyans are like that, you know, I don't know why he wants to handle. He needs to get to this international news and understand the type of citizens he's leading. And maybe with that knowledge, he needs to at least listen from other people, even the outsiders, that your citizens are not our citizens. They are not like our citizens. Those people are bold. Those people are courageous. You know, those people, you don't handle them with ignorance and arrogance. You know, those people, you have to handle them like they know. Not like they know, because they know what they are saying and what they are doing. You know, another thing about Kenyans, we are very educated. Not just that we are bold. You can be bold and stupid. You know, kuna ile show ilikuwa inaitwa The Bold and the Beautiful. Yeah, that does not make any, you know, difference. If you don't know anything, you can be bold and beautiful. But Kenyans are very bold and intellectual, very educated. And it sounds like Ruto is the only person in Kenya that's not intellectual, because for us to be at this level to the world, you know, the way they respect how we fight for our rights, and then to have a president that does not understand even the Constitution, that the Gen Z understands it and they can break it down. To have that level of ignorance is bad for a leader. You know, I think when they were saying Gen Z mtokee na, you know, you book your own ideologies na morgue, ilikuwa naona. To lead Kenyans and not understand the people that you're leading, I think that is also, for lack of better word, suicidal. And that's the reason why Ruto will never have peace. You cannot be that stupid, but yet you want to stay in power, I think he has to pick a fight. Either he gets on the people's side, or he gets on, roll up his sleeves and get to work. Part of it, you don't really have to get on the people's side. You just need to work and make things work. I don't think kuna mtu wako hapo anataka kumtoa kama alikuwa anafanya kazi. There has been so many presidents that have come and go. And I think based on how I see Ruto, I think those presidents knew they can just do the minimum, the bare minimum, and get away. And that's what Ruto is not learning. Hajifunzi. Because he doesn't want to do nothing. He's refusing to work. When he chooses maendeleo, it's the maendeleo that you guys were discussing here, Belfast and Alex. He wants to go to specific regions and plant to, some assumptions of his to act busy, that he's amepanda maendeleo hapa, amepanda maendeleo hapa. If he was a good and smart leader, he would have been working throughout the country, listening to the people. I don't even think the issue here, Raila has shaken hands with everybody. So the issue here, Raila, is not a new issue. So that's why people are still staying with Ruto, because Raila has shaken hands from the time. But there's something about this handshake that it's not bringing any, haifanyi Ruto akae fiti. I think Raila brought some confidence to Uhuru. But when it comes to Ruto, the more someone joins somebody like Ruto, the more Ruto looks bad. So it's him who should be taking time and reflect and say, I got 2 years. I think he's too late, because the only time he could have changed Kenyan minds was last year, between last year and this year. But what have we seen? He finished that State House, okay? Then guess what? I don't know if it's false or true, that there's another 819 million allocated to the same State House. The same things we were talking about last year. Yani kuna kaujinga fulani. And that's why Kenyans are relentless. That's why these Nigerians are surprised that, how bold we can be. But it's because we gave somebody an opportunity to change, and he's not changing. What do you do with somebody like that? If I was the president of that country, I would have worked so hard to make sure there is no maandamano, and it's not because nimeka polisi kwa barabara. It's because we have stopped the noise na ni majembe zinafanya kazi. Watu wangu wafanye kazi. Mdomo ya kina Ishungwa na everybody kina Sudi. Like when you surround yourself with fools, jamani, it's very hard. Unazima moto wengine wakiwasha. Hiyo ni boma gani? Unajenga nyumba, mwingine akitoa blocks on the other side. If I was the president of that country, I would have shut down anything that interprovoke wa Kenya. Tufanye kazi, kama pesa iko, kama hakuna niambiwa Kenya kusema kweli. Sina hiyo pesa, but tunafanya XYZ. Kama ni SHA umeamua uta concentrate on SHA, then let people go to the hospital and get services. Not forcing Kenyans to register with SHA and then going to hospitals and then the SHA is not working. So what are you doing? So that's why the world will continue seeing Kenyans rising, and I am glad that tomorrow is happening. And like I said before, I support Gen Z. I support the Kenyans who will take to the street. And if I was in that country, definitely hata mimi ningekuwa frontline. Wamesema wale watu suicide wa book frontline. tungekuwa hapo frontline. Better die on your feet than die on your knees. And that's my take.
Yeah, sawa. Maybe wacha niwavunjie news zingine as Kipurira anakuja. Niwa frustrate. Although I don't know what's wrong with Uganda. Museveni is launching his campaign for 2026, so he'll be seeking for re-election. Uganda President Museveni 80 to seek re-election in the 2026 polls. His party NRM announced
He's not 86. He's not 80. He's not 80.
potentially extending his
That man is in his 90s. That man is in his 90s, bana.
Kipril,
Wow.
Kipril.
Birth certificate.
Kipril bana, kwanza salimia watu bwana. Kipril, kwanza salimia watu bwana. Nimekuwa nikikusumbua
Museveni
ukiwa huko
hajachoka.
chini.
Mimi
Just greet
ningekuja
us
hapa
first.
na abuses bana. I was restraining myself, so kuja hapa kusema F.
D-Day utakosaje kukuja kuongea D-Day?
So
Tumekuwa hapa
kidogo
na
nataka kuonesha Kip kitu kabla ya ongee. Unajua Kip yeye ndiye anashare na mimi hizi vitu, and Kip, I want you to react on this. Sijui huyo karao anapeleka kuni wapi? Naona that is the blue uniform na naona ni kuni, so sijui. You will also react to that also.
Nabu angalia, how many badges are those? How many stripes are those?
Or miti. So maybe you
No,
tunaweza
stripes on his collar. No, stripes.
Hizo.
Tatu.
One is sergeant. One is sergeant ama lieutenant.
Lieutenant Kopro.
Tunakonga na ujinga.
Usiniambie hii miti imenunuliwa na kondi yetu.
This trend was started by Kales last year. You know that.
Ile miti jemo amesema tuanze kulima sasa si ni miti ya kupigana, si miti ya
Wametoa miti kwa majembe.
Wametoa miti kwa majembe ndio iko inalima. Sasa inalima. Wataka kulima watu bwana.
And that is happening at Ruto's watch. He's watching that.
What do you mean watch? Did you see how he was talking about Jamal? Let you continue. Did you see how he was talking about the cops? Did you see the speech he gave the cops?
Unfortunately, because vile yako, I usually miss a lot of his speeches because I don't know how much he will say that makes sense and then enya itanibo. So I disregard unless ni hizi short clips yenye mnatuletea. I don't pay attention to that guy. So what did he say?
No, he was saying that, okay, I could not watch the whole speech because I get disgusted by him. Just, nasikia kutapika ukimwona. Nobody can actually finish a whole speech of Ruto. He was actually psyching up the cops. He was talking about protecting property. We need to safeguard. He just talked a lot of kizunguzungu too. He was trying to psych them up, meaning that he's oblivious about the purposes of the police officers. It's not actually to protect property first, it's protect life first. Life is more important. Like, you know that in the US, you can be sued nikiingia nimeiba kwa nyumba yako alafu nipate accident kwa nyumba yako. You can actually win a lawsuit stating that sasa nilikuwa naiba, I slipped and fell and broke my hip. That is how serious life in the US is. Lakini kuna hii kitu, other than that, kuna hii kitu the only thing which is different from that statement about me ni hiyo stand your ground depending on the state. Unaweza shutiwa na fifth, is it the third amendment or fifth, whatever it is, but anyway you can actually sue if your life is imeumizwa. Unaona watu wana protest huko US mambo ya Trump, wametukana Trump, wamesema kila kitu about Trump, but nobody is being touched. Zero. Is anybody being touched for protesting Trump?
Mimi hata sijui kuna protest.
Kuna few radical people wana protest. Hata kuna wimbo ingine hapo, hey Trump, who Huh? I wanna know why you're such a
You know, you don't respond to idlers, eh? Unawaacha tu.
Unajua Njiru anapenda Trump, so atakangi kuona kiletwa juu.
Hawezi watch hiyo kitu.
Sasa hataki kuona
They're
watu wake.
protesting. They're protesting. They're
No,
protesting Trump, but
it is a right to protest. Kwani umesikia kuna mtu ameuawa hata Marekani atijua ameprotest?
hakuna, that's the whole point.
They can
It's
protest as much as they
democracy.
want.
They can
Yeah.
protest him. They are protesting him on the streets.
Kipril, mzee labda leo mzee alikuwa anataka kupatwa na blood pressure akiwa amesema kuna ceasefire. Akasikia wameanza kurusha zile vitu tena. I had him saying what the fuck.
Nikalieka kwa Twitter kwanza. Hey, bana, nilikuwa nisha tweet hizi vitu ni mzuri bana, mpaka Njero alikuja kutuimbia jana. Sijui, we have to win hiyo. Njero alikuja akatupatia speech for 2 hours.
Kwani kuna kitu mbaya? Things are okay.
Nilienda nikalala. Nilienda nikalala kwa sababu nilienda nikalala kwa sababu alikuwa ananibo. Kwa nimelala, nikaamka tu bado nasikia tu Njeru tu anaimba tu Trump huko. Well, manzi, you lectured guys for sijui how many hours until I slept. Unajua saa zingine wewe na fancy yako it's going too far bana. Unajua tulilala bana. We thought you're going to change topic. Mpaka ukakasirisha Julia.
Sio mambo ilisha.
Julia ukakuwa shocked, yani ukakuwa shocked, ulikuwa
Njiru ndio Sudi wa Trump.
Ndio Sudi wa Trump bana, akastuka tu kwani Julia hataki kusikia vitu zangu bana. You know happy.
I gladly take that. Mimi kama ni Sudi wa Trump hiyo ni sawa. I gladly take that.
And wait, Njeru jana uliimba bana, ukaimba yani your pride will not let go of it, yani kwamba the other people who don't like Trump, yani ulikuwa tu manze, I have to kanyaga this mafuta bana, hakuna kitu bana, hii kitu lazima nikanyaga. Akaikanyaga. By the way, I don't live in the US. I don't care about Trump. The only reason I support Trump is because he's not interfering with African affairs. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nimesema, tuliletewa Ruto na Democrats. So mi hizo shida za America nyinyi mwende mpige kelele juu ya Trump huko, me I don't care. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. Hata mkiimba World War 3, it will not trickle down to us. Sisi tuko na mashida zetu hapa, na hii channel ya Njeru Mwaura is a Kenyan channel and I hope you appreciate that. Ukitaka kuja kuimba ma Trump hapa, ujue tutalala. We'll sleep.
No, that one was for yesterday. Sasa leo ni maandamano, hata ndio umenikumbusha. Si nilikuwa nishasahau. Mimi ni mtu wa kusahau vitu haraka sana.
Hadi Julia akasema ulitufukuza.
This guy was so happy, lakini leo ameshika baridi kwa sababu mzee alibant. Mzee yake alibant.
Juu ametumia ile word.
Trump alibant. Aliaibika kidogo. Sema tu kweli Njeru.
Yaani sukari ilipanda Kipril. Sukari ilipanda.
Sasa kuongea. Unaona vile anaangalia sideways. Unaona vile Njeru anaangalia side to side. Hiyo inaitwa aibu.
Acha wewe kwenda.
Njeru ako na aibu. Yaani we have to celebrate peace. There's peace. We want peace. Akuja akatupatia lecture mingi ya peace. We won. Celebrating too soon. So Njeru, yesterday
Kipril, hebu nikuulize. Are you unloading on me? Umekuja kuongea story ya maandamano?
Take your L. Bro, take your L. Accept your L. Accept the L.
Kwani kuna kitu kimetendeka? I thought ceasefire we already got.
You see your celebration is similar to us celebrating Raila Odinga. Ile siku tulikuwa tunangojea red carpet imefunguliwa hivi, nasema Azimio lero ni lero. That's how you are yesterday.
Kipril, umetukumbusha wapi bwana? Nimekumbuka nikiambia watu wote tumeshinda bwana.
Tumeshinda. Njeru alikuwa huko jana. We have to celebrate peace. Kampia manze. Unajua watu wote ni mandume bana. Sasa unakuja kufikiria hizi vitu Anyway, acha tu niachilie hapo. Let's talk about our sons and daughters tomorrow. Hawa watu wamenibeba. I'll be honest. Those guys have carried us. I actually took a nap nikaamka tunjo so that I can listen to this thing. I participate kidogo ndio nirudi kulala because I watched a very disturbing video today. A girl was crying. Kuna msichana alikuwa analia. She mentioned that she said this directly. When I die tomorrow, I would like you to know that I fought because my parents walikuwa wanajinyima, school fees imelipwa, ninabeba karatasi useless, which means she's graduated, and there is no hope. You know there are those Gen Zs, Unajua, the Gen Zs you guys might actually know, the ones you might know are the ones who maybe have support from their uncles, the aunties, maybe yourselves, or maybe their parents, bado wanalala nyumbani. But then you remember there's a high population of Kenya that is in poverty. Hawa ni wale majenzis walitumwa kwenda kusoma and they actually hope for their families. Hawa wanalala wapi? What are they eating?
Wale walitumia ile help, walitumia help ya Uhuru.
Unasikia kwamba hawa wanasema kwamba the last time they had 2 meals. I mean, they eat once every 2 days.
Kidogo, you will continue. Unajua saa zingine ni vizuri kujua ni nani yako studio. Hebu kwanza tujue Jay ni nani. Jay, how are you?
What is Julia?
Jay? There is a person by the name Jay. Jay, nakusikia? Jay, how are you? Aongei?
Unaweza tupia mabomu sahi.
Wana Jay? Jay, ni aje? Nitakupeleka quarantine kidogo kwanza tujuanie huko kwa curtain.
Unajua leo nimeona umepata guest. Amebadilisha mpaka jina Njiru. Alikuwa anajiita aje leo?
Okay, wacha nimweke. We, Jay unasikia? JJ. We, ama umekuja tu kafu. Best ni nani huyu? Anyway, wacha ni mtu atajiri.
No, unmute him. Nafikiri ameshika hiyo nini vibaya. Unmute.
Jay, hebu ongea, hebu jitambulishe. Are you part of us? Ama you are the enemy? Jay, are you for us or against us?
Mwambie type hapo private chat if it's a problem.
Amekwambia ucheko.
Uangalie WhatsApp.
WhatsApp yangu?
Amesema amekupigia sana, haujashika na uko na $50 yake. Amekupata.
Unafaa ulipe madeni bwana. Madeni. Wanakujia pesa.
Unamuita beste kwanza.
Alafu utatuambia ni NIS na kumbe ni deni. April.
This could be Big J, big brother hapo.
Okay.
Anatuambia ni NIS na kumbe ni deni.
Haya, sawa. Jay nishakupata wewe. Wewe kuja tu hivyo tu. But kamera yako iongei basi. Wacha nimwandikie. Nimemuona. Sawa. Wacha akae hapo. Amejitambulisha ni sawa. Wewe Kipril endelea ni sawa. Wacha Jay akae hapo. Nishajua. Wewe unajua tunaweza kuwa tuna deal na adui hapa. Wewe.
Jiru, hebu
ni FBI bwana.
Jiru, hebu nijibu wa comment section.
Kipril endelea sasa na uongee story ya maandamano, uachane na mimi.
Yeah, no, tunaongea maandamano. We are talking about the youth. The youth have nothing to lose. They have nothing to lose. Ile siku sisi millennials tulikuwa tunanyanyaswa by Uhuru Kenyatta. By the way, siwezi ficha white hapa. Uhuru Kenyatta alitunyanyasa. But us as millennials tulikula the last scraps. meaning that the last scraps, the last jobs, the last opportunities, sisi tulikulwa, but we were still nyanyaswa by Uhuru Kenyatta. Hii generation mpya ni ngori hawa. Ruto stole the government at the wrong time, because if you look at the millennials, we are very meek generation, useless. Sisi ni watu wa kunegotiate. Unajua Ruto ajui hawa watu ajui negotiations. They don't know. They told you leaderless last year. They told you that they're not for ati twende tuongee. Sisi ni wale tulikuwa tunaenda tukoje vile baba atasema. We are the ones. Yeah, no, it's true, and we took all the scraps. Millennials took all the scraps. I'm not saying it derogatory. It's true. The last job opportunities are with millennials. The last two little bottom feeding jobs in Gavas or in corporate world, ni sisi tulienda, ni sisi ndio tulikula hiyo. Hiyo nitaweka mkono juu. The generation above me, akina Stone PK, akina Julia, those ones walipata the actual, walikuwa nasomea kitu wanapata opportunities in that specific jobs. Those were the last generation to actually get jobs as according to what they studies. The rest of us had to work hard. Our millennial, yani unapata mtu akona degree in something. Unapata, yani kuna msichana alisema, there's a video of another girl. Alisema, hey, may I stop, kutoka kukua, sijui alifanya nursing, kwenda kuchukua opportunity kuwa mama mboga. There's more money in that. So this generation absolutely has got nothing to lose. That is what Ruto does not get. Watu kesho wako ready to kufa. Now ati sijui unasikia ati huyu IG anasema ati there are designated areas you cannot go. Ushaisikia maandamano mnapatia ati designated areas you cannot go. Na kuna watu wamelala huko tao sahii. There was pre-maandamano, I could see there's fire. So tomorrow when I'm at work, I'll be watching the youth. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Njeru.
Sawa. Njei, unaweza ongea sasa. We are ready for you without the camera as you propose.
He or she needs to allow StreamYard to reconfigure, figure the mic.
Wacha nimkick out of the studio. So Jay, nimekutoa ukuje vizuri ukuje useme mwikine. Kwani amejimute tena? Ni kama anajielewa. So unmute and talk. Jay. I don't think there's need kuna button hapo imeandikwa mute, mute and mute. Hiyo ndio unafinyanga. Unafinya tu mara moja pa na uko ndani. In fact uko ndani, tushakuingiza studio. Ni wewe tu ufinye tu hiyo button imeandikwa mute mara moja tu pa. Now raise your voice.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, you are rounded clear. Go ahead.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but sasa upate sauti kidogo. Ama ni mimi, wacha niongeza kwa system yangu. Mimi sina sauti. Okay, go ahead. Speak to people.
No, he needs to speak a bit louder.
Okay. Jay, go ahead.
Okay.
One way of speaking louder is getting closer to the mic.
I was trying to enforce with like an external audio.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you. I know you know the storyline.
I think it can be. Yes. Okay, today, for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Jay. Sorry, I think I'm feeling like some audio delay.
There's no problem if you continuously talk. That delay will lap on each other, so there's no problem. Just do a continuous talk. That delay won't matter. Just do a continuous talk. Talk in continuous prose. Go ahead.
Okay, like it was just a brief mention. Like I'm around. Okay, I'm around Embu town. I saw an Embu. I'm in Embu town. It's kind of like in between Embu and Meru. And I saw some track of goons around. So I was like really worried about where we are heading to. I'm supposed to be there tomorrow for demonstration.
Oh,
So I'm not sure. Maybe if I'm able to, I will record some clips and maybe send to you guys and see whether you can be able to.
But pia Embu kuna the goons Embu version, eh? Is that what you mean? Jay? Unasema kuna goons Embu version. So inakaa
yes.
Jemu inakaa kila town iko na goons wa. Nimeona Mbarire amerelease statement leo, although sijui. So Mbarire anasema Gen Z should be around to protest. Nimeona Mbarire is talking about that. So I don't know who she is telling, and I think she's a UDH here. So I don't know why even a protest should be something which people should be discussing about. Should protest, not protest. So I don't understand why people are speaking in the two different sides, eh? And it's normal. So Jay, so what is your general appeal or your general check on now this new wave? Yeah, now because in Canada we might even end up now here with Gen Z version 2. Uliona kanda ya Gen Z version 1 how it was. So it looks like with all this irresponsibility from Ruto government, we could get Gen Z version 2. Go ahead, Jay.
I think
I think
everyone who knows like the geography of Embu, they know it's kind of like in the middle of Embu, Meru, and Kikuyu. And so I feel like okay, the guys I saw, they were in like a truck. So
kidogo Jay, unacheza YouTube on the same
yeah, so like they diverted from Meru. Yes.
Unacheza YouTube on the same computer, because if your YouTube part of it is on and the stream is on,
yeah, I think my YouTube was also on. I
yeah,
don't
you
know
have
if it's
to
going to
mute your
help.
YouTube. That's why you're
Is
getting
now helping now? Okay, so it happened like the guys I saw, they were in a truck they were from Meru, Embu. They diverted from Meru. Then instead of going to Nairobi, they kind of were cycling around. So I saw them like thrice. So it was like, these guys are just
actually
going to see
Jay, we are not
the people
sure.
around. So or maybe the surrounding areas.
Jay,
I'm not sure whether they will be showing up tomorrow. So that's what something that I saw like something like
kidogo. Jay, you see, those people, we cannot even say like they are Embu or Merus. They could even be Kalenjins who have been transported all the way and they are distributed in different towns. That one is also a possibility which we should also not rule out. They could now be those Pokots who this idiot was talking about. So let's not just like they could. Yes, there are those Ambians or Kikuyus who could be mobilized in the same, but they could also be pacified with some Kalenjins and some Pokot. What do you think, Jay? Jay, what do you think about that?
Yeah,
Jemo?
I think I can't hear you well, so sorry
Oh,
about
okay,
that.
no problem. Jemo, what do you think about that? Jen, itakutoa ukuja tena. Just come to the studio again. Jemo, what do you think about that? The idea where the government could want to actually reinforce the local attack within those towns with some pockets, and then they are distributed all over the country. Embu town kunapelekwa 10, Baringo Nakuru kunapelekwa 15, Kisumu kunapelekwa 5.
Si umeona majembe si umeona mipini constable anahesabu mipini, anafanya inventory. Ulikuwa unafikiria huko Embu hakuna mipini? Hizi ni za watu wengine, new residents wanahitaji mipini. Acha nikwambie, if you are from Embu and you are a gunzi, you just you come to town with your own. Lakini mgeni hawezi safiri na mpini kutoka huko West Pokot. Hiyo ni mzigo. Anahitaji kitu anaweza tumia hapo na kuiwacha hapo, isikuwa evidence, you know. Yeah, they are doing too much. You know, when you are desperate, sometimes you don't think, and I believe we have seen that in this government. You know, they are too quick to misbehave. You drop the gunzis on the D-Day, siku ya last supper. Anakuja, unaona Judas anatembea hapo zaidi kama Judas anatembea hapo in the open air na wasaliti na wale watu walikuwa anahesabu pesa yake na hao Wafarisayo. So yeah, I think they are desperate and expect anything and everything from Kasongo and his proxies.
Mimi, Jemo, and you'll come to prove me right, eh? You'll come to prove right. You know, because I get very deep information. I need to ambia. Some Kalenjin mafia, na nitawaelezea hapa. They feel scared, like they feel like their government is being, which word am I going to use? Their government is being sabotaged. And Bwana Ruto secretly amerudi kwa nyumbani na ameambia hata vijana, some not all Gen Zs encouraging, some vijana huko ya kwamba you are being used by, like they're using the tribal card. Munadanganywa na hawa watu wengine na wanataka uongozi toke kwenyu. So that has been the dialogue ile ambayo wamepelekwa huko. And now they are being told that we will mobilize you as warriors to protect the presidency now. Because now they are being told, and one of the things which has been used, I'm telling you because I'm deep in it. Na Kipri, you need to come and confirm this. You know, I get a lot of Kalenjin information. Amusiniulize natoanga wapi.
Kipri wamemweka kwa.
So now they are now using statement. They are now using Gachagua words in Meru about the hotel to poison their people minds. You remember the day when, so they are not saying that ni hoteli za Ruto, but now in Kalenjin land wanasema hawa watu munafuata, hata wanasema biashara zenyu hawatanunua. So that is now the rhetoric which has been taken to Kalenjin land, so that now they can now be more agitated and more resistive. So nakumbuka Gachagua akisema hizo hoteli za Ruto. So now that information has been taken to Kalenjin land as a hate mobilization. They are not saying ni hoteli za Ruto ambazo wametumia government coffers na pesa za wizi. Now what they are saying, wanaambiwa sasa, munasikia hawa watu munafuata, hata wanasema biashara zetu hawatanunua. So that's how they have now expunged the information. So that's now how the information is being passed in down there in the community. But I hope the young people there, maybe they can be able to understand that, because equally, even as they are being mobilized to protect the presidency, because now they are being mobilized to protect the presidency. That is what is happening. Sasa vijana wanaambiwa nao the regime is under attack and there is nothing they have to protect the presidency. I hope those kids will not agree to being mobilized and be decentralized in different towns, because that was their concept. They wanted to decentralize them in different towns. Yani wakuwe ni kama yani they are supervising the line of attack. Unajua sasa tukiletoa pokoti 5 pale Embu, unajua sasa tukiletoa pokoti 5 pale Embu na kuna Waembu wengine 5 wametafutwa pale. Unajua sasa hao mapokoto wameletwa sasa, they will make sure that the assignment is being done. Hao sasa ndio wanakuja kama masupervisor.
Hao ndio masupervisor.
Jamu, sijui kama unashikanisha hiyo story. So
yeah, niliona hiyo story ya Rigiji. Na I think itachukua mtu mjinga sana kutoelewa, unless Ruto is really telling some primitive people, youth especially, if he's talking to youth, because tukisema due to bad leadership ya let's say Raila, we are boycotting his gas. How is that boycotting the Luo businesses? How many of them have that kind of business? If you say you have this luxurious hotel and we are going to boycott it because you brought it in our midst, that way you can benefit from the business in the mountain and the tourism, whatever that happens there. You are coming for the money, and that money is the same money you will use to go buy goons. Why would we not boycott that restaurant ama hoteli ndio usiachieve goal yako? But kusema wameboycott kununua mahindi kutoka Rift Valley, that's a different story. That is now touching the common mwananchi, you know, the guy that is depending on that farming to raise their kids and to pay for school fees. That one makes sense. But wewe ni president, uko na hoteli mpaka Mount Kenya, my friend, unakuja kusema walisema wana boycott hoteli yangu, so that means they are boycotting the rest of the Kalenjin aje. I think this is where either the Gen Zs are frustrating Ruto because that narrative is not selling. Your narrative haisell, you know, they have sold land, they have sold their mahindis na ikachukuliwa na Amandago, na hiyo pesa haikupewa watu wengine, na ikapenya ikalala, watu wakuenda Finland. The leadership that he's saying wana jeopardize uongozi, these people, the Kalenjins, they can say there is no leadership here. Ni uongozi gani? Are we protecting our presidency or are we protecting the country? So I hope watafika kwa hiyo level, ama wako kwa hiyo level ya kuona hiyo ni manipulation. Gachagua was right to say, umeiba shamba unakuja kutuundia restaurant hapa, hatukuji. Lakini ule former minister, kama ule minister alikuwa anaitwa nani, Ruto, the other one mwenye anakuanga kwa opposition, anaongea kwa TV, kwa YouTube sana TV, anaitwa Kiprop ama anaitwa Ruto? If another Kalenjin has one, Kiro, yeah. If Kiro comes and puts the same restaurant there, then it's a fair game. That is good business. Now, like you, Ruto is not the only Kalenjin in Meru. We can skip Ruto's restaurant and go eat at Kipkoril's restaurant. We will boycott giving you business and we'll go give another Magut hapa chini business, you know. So they are really hiding behind what do you call tribal, their tribe, to elevate even their personal agendas, even businesses. Wacha Wakenya waseme hatununue mahindi kutoka Rift Valley, then that it can be a big narrative. Lakini sasa wewe mtu umelima eka 2 na jamaa anaongelea ako na 30,000 acres mahali anapanda vitu, anatupigianga akiwa kwa mtandao amesumama vile. Those tractors, have you seen tractors za Ruto venye ni big? We uko na eka mbili hapo unaenda kudefend mtu graduate from farming, ako na Weston, ako na hii ingine hapo Meru, hata watu wako wanajua ako na nini. Kalenjin walikuwa wanajua Ruto wako na nini hoteli Meru. By the way, mbona asienda kaeka nice hotels uko Eldoret? That's another thing they should be asking him. You are investing in other counties where you are the president here. Why don't you put something substantial here? That way we can get jobs. Sijui kama yana make sense when it comes to them questioning. He's taking all the, and Ruto has a lot of investments in other places. Uko Taita Taveta. Akona a lot of other investments. Why is he planting businesses in other places other than Rift Valley, where his own people can benefit, at least even from the presidency? Ile shamba alikuwa ameambia ule contractor wa Talanta Stadium, akamwambia amchongee 5 acres ajenge a good one. Rigiji akasema that is what the contractor has to do for getting the contract. Why is he not doing that same stuff Eldoret and let them benefit from there? So in as much as he's complaining that wana boycott biashara zangu, ni biashara gani? Ni biashara zenye umepeleka kwa kaunti zingine hata tukua tunajua. Wewe kama baba yako ama mzazi akuja anasema ile familia sio mzuri, walikataa kutunini, na wewe hujui hizo biashara zina exist. Kumbe ni hata za bibi wa kambo huko, na hujuangi hata bibi ana exist. That is I think that's primitive. And I hope the people of the youth that he was talking to will not buy that. You know, Ruto amejaribu na ata continue to try, but I think every narrative is trying to build, you know, kutoa watu kutoka Rift Valley kuwapeleka other counties. If anything happens there, then that's what hapa US wanaitanga stand your ground. If you invade somebody, then that's collateral damage. Wewe unakuja hapa, tunajua ni Mpokot, lakini uko unarusha mapanga in a county that does not belong to you. Wewe unaweza explain aje hiyo kitu? So if you are somebody that has common sense, utasema no, I'd rather protect Eldoret than going to Nairobi. I'd rather protect Eldoret than going to Meru. But wengine vile umesema, they are Pokots, they are people, they don't use people who are empowered. They use people who hawajaona lami, hawajaona nini. I'm telling you, some of these Pokots don't even know what's going on in Kenya. You know? Wanaambiwa tu kuna mtapoa ng'ombe mbili. By the way, wanaweza kuwa wanalipwa na ng'ombe. These people don't even care about hawana pesa, hawana account ya mpesa, my friend. Wanakuwekea ng'ombe 3 zimesimama hapo na mbuzi 2 zimekonda. They are good. Nasema tupe mpini twende tupiganie. Alafu ukishinda, wakienda wamalize kazi, wanaambiwa shika hii ng'ombe, tembea nayo urudi nayo mpaka Pokot. From Nairobi. Haupoi gari lakini umepoa ng'ombe. People have to be smart. Naona Ashley yako hapa hivyo, acha nimwachie aongee.
Sure. Ashley, go ahead.
Hi, Sina Mengi. I hope everyone is doing fine. I just came to wish those people who will be going out tomorrow God's protection, and to ask them to stay safe. And also, the reason I actually came on the show was that, and also I saw where Senator Cheryl Gay put something out about the if something happens tomorrow and there is loss of life, that the planners and the financiers of the upcoming Gen Z demonstrations must be held accountable. And I was shocked because I asked myself, so they know that the person who is responsible should be the financier and the planners. So in this case of Albert Ojwang, why is the DIG not being held accountable for the loss of that life, because he was the catalyst that started the whole process of Albert Ojwang going to be picked from his home. So how comes he's applying selective reasoning when it comes to talking about the Gen Zs tomorrow and whoever is financing them or planning those maandamano? But when it comes to the death of Ojwang, they act ignorant to the fact that the buck stopped with the DIG, who made a complaint that wasn't officially filed. So he was picked without a warrant. And even after picking him, there was no OB at the local police station. There was no OB at the central police station. And at the time of writing the OB, he was already deceased. So it was a fake OB. So in the first place, they abducted him. And the DIG, the DCI investigators that went to get him should also be in court, and they are not. Also, the 3 prisoners who are being also charged alongside the OCS and the police officers, I cannot imagine that they could be charging the prisoners at the same, on the same level with the officers, yet they don't have this, they didn't have the same power to decide or the freedom of actions. In fact, they were ordered by the police officer who was on duty to go and attack another prisoner. So I would think they also were victims. So I hope someone is listening. I hope they have an attorney. I hope an attorney can stand for them and ask the judge to dismiss their case and have them counter that case with a charge on the OCS, the officers, and the state for the abuse and gross violation of the rights of those 3 prisoners, or how many ever they were. I think there are 3 that are being charged. They actually are victims, because if they had refused to do what they were told to do, were they also going to be attacked? Did they have fear? Did they act out of fear? And since they were bought for drugs, for them to act, was it in their control to say no? Was it in their control on the actions they took? When you go to jail, isn't the state responsible for you? So were their actions voluntary, or were they state sanctioned and supervised? So this government called Kenya should stop mocking the the judicial system. I'm going to say this. I wish all the people the best that are going out tomorrow, but I think also we should stop at the parliament, because the representatives that we have in parliament are the ones who are supposed to represent us. And Ruto, a lot of people don't want Ruto. So the representative, the MPs, are the ones who should be impeaching him. There should be a motion to impeach the president. And if the MPs are doing their job, there would be no maandamano. So the MPs need to do their job. If they did their job and put that motion because their constituents want the president out, the MPs should do their job and go and impeach the president. And going forward, I think we should put pressure on our MPs to force them to put the motion to have the president impeached, and he should not refuse to go. The 5-year was not a guarantee. It could, just like Gachagua was removed, even Ruto can be removed if the people have lost confidence with him. He cannot insist to stay. He needs to leave if people want him to leave. And our representatives, who are the MPs, need to do what the people send them to the parliament to do. They are there to represent us. At this time, they are not representing us, and we need to tell them to represent us. The reason people are on the street is because the government has refused to listen to us, and Ruto has refused to leave, even though people do not want him there. Our MPs, I am calling out to you to do your job. Get Ruto out. Impeach him. That's my statement. Thank you.
Yeah, so actually, I think that one is quite in order. So maybe to ask you a question, how do you anticipate maandamano ya kesho itakuwa? I know you have wished them well. Do you feel we cannot? These kids will be around to demonstrate in peaceful. There was somebody who was telling me already, places kama Jivaji hata watu wameanzia kuwasha candlelights huko. I know it would be that solemn mood whereby we are trying to remember moments of silence. Do you think the government has a license to attack people when we are trying actually to remember people who died 1 year ago, and they feel that if we have to celebrate them or to remember them, we cannot assemble? Because we saw that one from Isaac Mwaura. Like, does it mean that in Kenya, if people have to do this large group assembly, the government cannot allow? What are they fearing of?
You know, I feel bad because when they come, they keep talking about the Constitution. You know, they keep saying the Constitution says this, but the Constitution doesn't only apply to the government. The Constitution protects the people too. The people have been given the right to demonstrate, whether they are demonstrating because people died or they are demonstrating because they don't like the government. They should be allowed, as long as they are doing it within the Constitution, they should be allowed to contest. And I wish people like Jeff, JK Live should go. You know, sometimes they invite only leaders to these discussions, interviews. I would wish for them to have an interview where they invite someone like Mukherjee or this Cherargei. I would like to speak to Cherargei when he says the financiers and planners of the upcoming Gen Z demonstrations must be held accountable in case of loss of life. I would want to ask him, in that same breath, why is DIG not being held accountable for the death of Albert Ojwang? Because he died and it was because he complained and the complaint was not legal, why is he not being held accountable? So our media should stop failing us when they invite the leaders, because that's the only way we can, you know, people, when we don't talk, we fight. The reason we are fighting with these leaders is because they are not representing us and we don't have a way to talk with them where we can, like the way we are talking with you now, where you can ask and we can respond, so we can come to an agreement, or it can be seen publicly that they have refused. Because when they say you can't go to the street, how can they refuse people to demonstrate when it has been allowed in the Constitution? They keep saying Ruto has 5 years. The same Constitution they are using, we are using. So I don't see where, and then when they say in America, you can't say you're going to the White House. You can go there. You just can't threaten the president. But if you say he comes out, as long as you're not saying that you're going to shoot him, nobody can ask you. And the other day, there was a demonstration in almost every state. It was called the No Kings demonstration. And it went on. What is so hard about tomorrow, the government allowing people to demonstrate? They will go back home in the evening. Like, why make it such a big deal? Just put a curfew for 7 p.m. and have people home by 7. Like, let them do what they want to do. You can't control people like robots. Let them, if they want to spend the whole day either protesting, as long as they're not destroying property, as long as they're not beating anyone, as long as there is no violence. I don't see personally why they should stop it. And it is enshrined in the Constitution as a right afforded to the citizens of Kenya. So, you know, I don't even know what to say, but I think we need to look for opportunities. When these people, when these leaders are speaking, we need to engage them. engage them in a constructive talk, so we can talk with them, so that we can hear where they're coming from. We can engage them into a conversation, so that you see, like Maura is telling us, he comes and tells us, like, more comment comes and tells us, Ruto comes and tells us. I think what the disconnect is that we are not sitting down and you tell me why I cannot have my rights. And I tell you why I need my rights. And then we ask Ruto, yes, we gave you 5 years. And we feel that you have breached the contract. So we want you to step down. Why are you insisting on staying? So, and then let's hear what he has to say. Why is he forcing to stay? More than half, 50+1 of Kenyans do not want him. So he needs to leave. Then why does he feel that he needs to stay the 5 years? We are tired. We don't want him. We don't want to finish the contract. Why is he staying? We need to hear from him. We need to talk with him. And then he can tell us. I don't know how we engage him, but I think we need to engage him so that he can talk to us and we can talk to him and go from there. Because now, what is the option?
Okay, so I think that one is quite in order. So some of the reasons
Let
why.
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question for a change.
Okay.
Something that has really been bugging me. These 3 prisoners, this officer that went, he said he went to the cell and selected and told them to go and beat him. Did they have a choice? Why are they being charged? And they were ordered. They were prisoners. If you're someone's prisoner and they tell you to do something, would you be held liable for what you do that you are ordered to do?
Okay, let me say about if it was me. If I'm ordered to do something bad, I will not do it. The problem which these policemen are having is so the suffering should not be only them. The suffering should be in a chain. Every person who was in, because for information, we don't know we have not been told the real, maybe actually the real reason why this boy was killed or this man was killed could actually be, I'm not saying it is true, but who knows that maybe it was actually a discussion between Ruto and Lagat, and they agreed among themselves, this boy has to go or this man has to go. And then the order has to be implemented downwards. Huyu anaambia huyo mutu ngole. So I think everybody in that chain needs to suffer. I don't see the reason why, because actually the real perpetrator is the person who ordered the killing of this man. But it doesn't mean that if you kill, you're also not liable. So we need to trace all that chain, where that order came from. Nasikia huyu jamaa anaitwa Mukwana. Mukwana tuambia aliambiwa na nani? Naye huyu aliambia Mukwana, naye aliambiwa na nani? Hiyo chain yote tuifuate mpaka juu. But
now, before that, and Njiro, before even we go to say this prisoner, do you realize until he died, akukukua na obina, akukukua na warrant, so he was actually abducted.
Yes, and I think we have traced, that one has been traced very well, and the orders were done by Lagat, inasemekana hivyo. And then they are also trying to put fake reason, the reason why Lagat wanted that person dead. For me, what I think is that many people need to suffer. We need to hear that Lagat suffered because of this guy. This like the same way we did with the Philomena, not Philomena, Deputy CJ. There was a lady who was seriously punished for pinching somebody. Baraza. Like the way Baraza had to lose a job, it did not even involve somebody dying. It was just a pinch. So I think there are no consequences in Kenya, and that is why another person will still die in Kenya, because there are no consequences. Somebody died.
But let me ask you, you remember like when Boniface and the lady, the Ugandan lady Atohire, when they were taken to prisoners? Let me put a scenario. if Boniface was told to molest or have sex with, since they were being sexually molested, if they were told to have sex and they did, one cannot accuse the other one of rape because they were in a position where they did not have the power to say no. So what I'm trying to say is, like, when you are a prisoner and you're told to do something, you don't know what is the consequence of you saying no. So these prisoners, and I'm defending them because I feel like they could have been afraid of saying no. And then on top of that, so that to make them do what they wanted to do, they were bought for medicine. What do you know? I mean, they were bought for beer or whatever he said he bought them, but what do you know that was put in that beer? So you see, what I am trying to say, these people are victims. Those 3 prisoners are victims and they should not be held liable. But we need to hear from them because we don't even know whether they are just planted and they were not involved. They are just being used as decoys. But in this, imagine how can the OCS and the policeman sit with a person who was in chains and be charged at the same level? That cannot happen. Because when they are in jail, if they had fought within themselves, like you go to jail and you're harassed by a prisoner, they can be held accountable. But when the police comes and gets you, gives you a drink that has been tampered with so that you can do an act, then it is not you who has done the act, you have been used. So they're actually victims and they should be treated as such. Now, when it comes to OCS, and I'm going to repeat myself, nasi wajinga nini Njiro, because unaona huyu nini Cherargei anasema our finances wa nini, these people are organic, yes, tomorrow's Gen Z whatever is organic, but they are saying the planners, they think they are people planning, they think they are people financing them. So if they are people financing them and you want to hold them accountable, how comes you cannot use that same mind to hold DIG accountable for the death of Ojwang? Because if he complained, where is the complaint? Where is the formal complaint? There is none. Where is the OB? There is none. They falsified that the OB was written whatever time it was written, but that time he was already dead. So they actually abducted him. So they abducted him and he died in their hands. Anybody who was involved, from the DIG, from the people who picked him up at his father's home, everybody in that chain, even the police, police station, he was taken at his local police station, who allowed him to go without an OB, they all should be liable of murder, minus the 3 prisoners.
Yeah, and I think that that is what makes that case in Kenya very simple, because complexity will not be achieved. So whereby you want to trace what every person did. And by the way, actually, watangojea tusahau kidogo, maybe in the next 3 months, and frankly speaking, they will start killing some of the people who are in that case. It is after tukuje tupate kitu inaitwa missing links. Hata ukijaribu kufuatilia kesi, people will die. So
especially the 3 men, the 3 prisoners will be the first to go. Na ndio na hope wakipewa bail wafanywe interview ndio waseme vile kulienda, so we can know exactly what happened. But if someone comes and intoxicates you and you do an act, that person who has given you something, put something in your drink, is liable, not you, because you acted when you are not in your full mind. No, unajua hii kesi inaenda kukua kama ile ya Joey, when they charged this lady called Jackie Maribe with murder. Just waste time, the court's time. The court should see this and dismiss the case on the 3 and not waste their time on them. Juu ni kutupotezea wakati, time and resources. Because when Jackie Maribe was charged with murder, it came to the end, she wasn't involved. Her issue was she lied, but they didn't charge her with the correct crime. So they just wasted the whole court's time doing all these things. It took so many years only for her to be released. So I think even in this case, they are just playing, and then they will come, and then simu inasemekana ilikuwa inatuma message. How can even that person who was sending messages Why did they send to an attorney who is already in the case? It is because they wanted that attorney to bring that issue to the attention of the court. So it was the people who are sending, was a fake person who was trying to interfere with the evidence. Na tunajua there is something called spoofing. This, because a number can be sent to seem as though it is that number when it is not. So why are they asking for the phone? Why are they not first trying to see the source of those messages? Did they come actually from that phone, or did they come from another source pretending to be that phone? So there is a lot of nonsense. A lot of it is making us look like fools when we are not. Lakini they are thinking that Kenyans are fools and saying that phone was sending messages. That phone was locked, and we know that a number can be sent to seem like it is from your number when it is not. But they were buying on that. They were banking on the issue of yani, they want access to that phone so that they can remove whatever incriminating evidence is there. But they know that, but they are wanatubeba ujinga. So it is up to the judge to cut them, call them out, and stop them at their crap. But I don't even know what to say, because this case is so bad. Alafu, they've killed so many people since then, and I think they want to just crowd it to where hii case ya Ojwang, unajua itaanza kukua behind. It's like old news, because every day there is a new killing. There is a new killing worse than the other. Some of them, we can see them, they are so blatant that, like, yeah, Ojwang is even now becoming a has-been. And I think that is the idea. So at what point do we say, by the way, at the back stops with the representatives that we have in power? Au ndio kama ni kwao need kuenda kwa manyumba zao ama hapo parliament tulale hapo na tuseme hawatoki? I think would be more, I think to me that would be a better strategy than going to the State House. To go to parliament when we know they are in, and we block and we say they're not going to come out until they pass that motion to impeach. I think that one would be a better argument in my view.
Okay, so actually that one is quite in order. So I can see there is new entrance in town and in the show. Unless maybe you still want to wait a little bit, Ashley, I will give Nyakairo a chance. I would also want to close because I also want to be in the show during the day. So Nyakairo, I will not be having a lot of time here, unless maybe kama Mkenya Mukora anaweza kuja endelee. But today I will be doing a show 10 a.m. Kenyan time. So I will be doing a show time ya Kenya. So that's the reason why I want to close and tukutane hiyo matime ya maandamano yenyewe sasa, as we try to review what will be happening in the street. If that's a good idea for all of you, you can let me know. Mama Nyakairo, go ahead.
Thank you, Njiro, and I say hi to Ashley. I wanted to add what Ashley has said about financier of protest. First of all, these people are eating themselves before they are cooked. Because look at how we were seeing these goons walking with djembe sticks in town together with the police. And they publicly announced who gave them the order. And the person has the audacity of going to the camera to tell us that he cannot do that. That person ought to be arrested. Now, why I'm saying so is because Kanja has come out to tell people that they have a right of demonstration, assemble, picket, and all that. But he is saying that people should not carry weapon. When you are found with weapon, you'll be dealt with. Now, what are they telling us? The other issue is, I hope Kenyans are getting what I'm saying, because We have witnessed people with the djembe sticks walking with the police hand in hand, trying to chase the innocent demonstrators. Even we see them robbing innocent civilian walking, going home. And police cannot react on that. The government has seen that, or even in their own houses, they are watching TV to see what will be the outcome. When such a government, because me, I call it fake, stand and start giving people orders of how you should behave, and they are the one who are making people feel out of place because of their behavior. How can a government behave like goons and then they expect raia wawe ati wao ndio waonyesha vile wata behave? It's ridiculous. So whatever Kanja is trying to tell us, should first declare who had those orders for people to carry djembe sticks in town, chasing people, robbing people. Why was there not even one? Those goons were arrested with those sticks. They are the same people who said about Sakaja. They are the same people who said about, they mentioned another name, Gaucho. And now they are trying to tell us to behave so that for them to behave. It can't work that way. And even they are not behaving, they are still pushing us and putting their fingers into our eyes. We can't accept that. Look at those other politicians who are announcing that we are going to take goons to Nairobi, Kamket. Look at these two other ladies who are transporting people, goons, from Nanyuki, from another place, I don't know whether it is Embu. And they have been mentioned. This is not a joke. It's not that they are going for drama to have competition. They are going to deal with innocent people who are fighting for their right, but for these useless goons, because they are aimless, they don't have a job. So for them, they can be used by the government to be the militia. And yet the government is saying it is doing its due diligence to work for the country. I don't understand. They have no respect or even moral to think that we are fools, that they have to tell us how to behave while they are not behaving. They should be the example of our lives. They should be the role model of how we Kenyans, we should behave. Kenyans are behaving normally, but the government is abnormal. They're crazy. Don't twist our minds as if we don't know what we are saying or we are talking, we are doing. And the other thing is, this is the same man who said, hakuna watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin. And who is now dealing with the people in the country? It's Ruto. Because if you are a president, you have to keep the order. You have to make people understand that you like to follow the order. Now, the Kanja is saying that you have a right of demonstration, picketing, and all that. And he has a mouth of saying that we have to be in order and we cannot go protected areas. For who? This country belongs to us. We have the right to go. We are peaceful, and even demonstrators have said we are peaceful. So for them to stand there, don't be scared about them. Listen what they are saying. Don't start shooting people because they have gone to protected area. That is Kenya. Those protected area is for those goons who are carrying jembe sticks. These people have got the flag to show the solidarity and patriotism of their country. And yet you take a gun and shoot them. Everything the government right now is doing is horrible. And I call it fake government. Ruto amekasirika kwa sababu ya Wakenya wamemgundua tabia yake. Wamekuja kujua huyu ni mdanganyifu. Anatufanyia madharau, anatufanyia maovu, lakini tunyamaze. Kenyans are not created that way. They are created that if you step on my neck, I'll shout. And it is not starting today. It started long time. So this is new. This is not news. What I feel is that the government wants to deteriorate our lives, make us so poor so that we go to our knees to start begging. Our services are not for begging. We deserve them. We are not going to remind him what he should do for us. What we are going to do is to remind him that he is not able to work, he vacate and go home. That is my stand. Because when you are employed, you don't have other things that you hide behind so that later you come and bring them forward. We come to learn you are not a good person. Immediately you are fired because of your behavior. What is he representing to Kenyans? What is he showing Kenyans? He is just there to finish us. And that is why Kenyans are on the street to tell you, you don't know what you are doing, you have failed, vacate, go home. And in fact, he knows that he has failed. Lakini si wale watu huwa wanaanguka kazi yao, then they accept that they have failed. Huyu ni mtu wa kutoa
Mama Nyakairo.
Atung'oe. Yes.
Mama Nyakairo kidogo. I wanted to, maybe as you speak, sijui kama ni kutuenjoy na tuenjoy ama ni nini. There is a report from NIS, wanasema ati they are warning Ruto ati, I don't know, but maybe I don't want to percolate to that, but NIS wanasema from the intelligence they feel that Kenyans could occupy the state house. I don't know how true it is, because they are arguing that there's that fear that it is not there is no, that element of shooting has really been suppressed. So there is that scare that they feel. Then INS feel that if Kenyans protest in large numbers, they could reach state house. That it's somebody who has posted in Anasema. Let me read it for you. Maybe you can tell me. Breaking. NIS wants President Ruto.
You are off, Anjiro.
Oh, I was trying to read. Maybe kube ukisoma. So I was just trying to say that NIS wanasema if Kenyans appear in large numbers, there is a possibility of occupying the state house. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Let's wait for the day.
I wish it can happen, Njiro. That is our house. And that is what we mean. Because you cannot keep on people like animals, treating them like idiots, while people are suffering and they don't know which other way to go. Ushawahi fungia paka kwa nyumba ukiwa unataka kudeal naye, ukaona vile hiyo paka ubehave. That is the way now Kenyans are. And they are feeling left out. They are feeling the pain. And now what they have to do is what they feel they can do it to take away this anger. Kwa hivyo, kufika State House, it's not history. It will not make a big deal. Ruto knows that he has angered every Kenyan. Na hii maongeo watu kwake wanaongea, wanarusharusha maneno hapo ya kuharibu akili za watu, like mockery. We are not going to stomach it. We want our country free. And we want to have our country free from corruption, killings, and all those bad things that Ruto has committed in our country. This, if you can remember what Ashley talked about Ojwang, how this case went. And now we understand that those people who are very much involved are being acquitted. And the boy is dead. No more. You will see how people feel the pain and they feel insecure. And so I saw another lady saying, I've gone to school. My mom have sold her cow. They have sold land so that I get where I was going. Now I am jobless. What was I going to school to do? I am hopeless. So let me die if I die. Because what am I doing? I have no hope. And that is the most Kenyans are feeling. It's very painful. And we have to work hard. If they manage to get to State House, I'll be the happiest woman in the world. Honestly. For me, I'll stop there. Let somebody else say something. Thank you.
Sawa, wacha nisikie the man in the SGR. Bado Bwana Joseph umetoka kwa SGR ama bado unasafiri?
Bado nimebakisha wanawa.
Kwani SGR inaenda polepole aje? Hiyo SGR yako inaenda polepole sana.
Ya Nairobi si na kwanza niko first class na ni 90 kilometers per hour.
Kumbe sio bullet. Nilikuwa nikifikia
9:45.
So how is the first class? Mnasavua nini yuko first class? Like, can you describe for us the first class in SGR? Ama ni fake tu?
There is nothing much.
Unafaa kukuwa na jagi yako ya maziwa hapo, wanakugonga jagi yako ya maziwa hapo, majuice kama ni ile vitu ya wazee unagongwa.
Ya wazee nagongwa lakini nalipia bei ya safari park.
No. Musiharibu hiyo jina first class. First class comes with its own with its own fortunes.
It has nothing to offer.
Wewe bwana. Okay, ni sawa. So huko kulingana na vile unasikia msisimuko. Sorry. Do you feel the momentum of maandamano ya kesho ama usiki? How do you feel? How is the environment? Weather inakaaje? Hali ya anga.
Weather inakuwa weather iko mzuri kwa sababu huyo mtu anaonekana ataenda nyumbani before 2027. Ataenda nyumbani before 2027. Hello? Zero.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. I am just giving you a chance to speak.
Ataenda before 2027. Hata nilikuwa naogopa kuongea. Siwe naongea DCI akiwa nyuma yangu.
Alafu bebwe. DCI anaweza kuwa kwa Mugithi. Joseph, DCI anaweza kuwa kwa Mugithi ya kubebe. Yeah, you always say mnazamanga vito ziko na nini? Mnazamanga nini? Idhaka ziko na masikio. Vichaka ziko na masikio. Vichaka ziko na masikio. Hakuna kitu ina masikio kwa hii dunia, hata viti ziko na masikio. That is what Kenyan revolutionaries used to say.
Hatuwezi ogopa sana.
My grandfather used to say, we, githaka ki matu.
No, vigo na ile matu. Vigo na ile matu. But mimi Jiro, mimi nafurahia mambo yako. We are really educating our people.
Bora mushare link na watu wengi. I hope you help in popularizing the show.
Tomorrow itakuwa much difference. Mimi kulingana na vile nasikia hata nikiwa kwa SGR nauliza my daughter, unajua my daughters ni majenzi. Wananiambia kesho itakuwa moto.
No, watu wamejitolea. No. Wacha Kasongo apatane na dawa yake. Unajua Kasongo alikuwa amefikiria ameweza dunia.
Hawezi, mimi nakwambia. Hawezi. Kusidanganywa na mtu, hawezi.
So kuna swali nilikuwa nikiuliza, so what will be the business in Wamonyoro, ama Wamonyoro ni kuangalia tu?
No, Wamonyoro Wamonyoro ile kitu amefanya anaenda polepole kwa sababu unajua alikuwa anastakiwa na hawa watu wa finance.
Okay.
So alikuwa anataka ku play down. Unaelewa?
Yeah, nashika.
Ndio aone sio yeye anaongoza hiyo kitu.
So kwa hivyo yeye hata tu ni kuangalia kile kinatendeka.
If you can remember, kuna siku moja alikuwa anaongea one of the vernacular stations, akasema yeye hata support watu watokee kwa sababu wakitokea atasemekana ni yeye anasema watokee. So he was not supporting watu waende kwa street.
Hata alitoa statement leo, by the way, he is still not for prostrate.
He is not for kwa sababu akitoa tu watu watapata idea ya kusema ni yeye anafanya hivyo. But he is for.
Wow.
Yako kwa hiyo.
Yeah, of course we know how things work.
For me, I'm just trying to congratulate you because of your education to our people.
No, we have to do it. We have to do it every day. We have to be here. It takes a lot of resilience anyway, but we have to be here. Anyway, let's do this, Ashley and Mama Nyakairo, so that we can also be able to, we have a very big day.
Ninakwambia, Mungu, you have really done a good job. You have really done a good job.
We will keep on doing it.
Nyakairo is so resilient. Mungu akusaidie.
Watu wanakuja hapa wamechoka sana.
You.
Hata nilikuwa na ngojea Lex nini huyu Mukisi.
Yozia amepakoreti vibaya sana, ameongea sana.
Nilikuwa namsikia background kama sijakuwa kwa studio.
Naona Janet kuna kitu anasema hapa. Janet anasema Njiro na watu wajue their phones are targeted. So watu wakienda maandamano wajue sasa simu zitakuwa zinachukuliwa na kuibiwa. It is true because they don't want us to record the evidence. I agree on that, Janet.
But you should know that today we have achieved because the international community is with us. Have you noted that?
Yeah, walitoa statement. Definitely.
That one is a plus.
We have a wrong government. Joseph, let me tell you one thing. You need also to know that when you have a bad government, hata international community inakuanga ikikapitia. Usifikiria ati ni vile hata kuna vitu zao hazisukumiki. Maybe pengine hata wanaendea bribe huko.
Correct, because you could also realize that in Nairobi and Mombasa, 70% of the business belong to the West.
Yeah, so hata how they feel, they can understand that enye regime kuna. So ukisikia international community wanaongea, they don't speak out of lack of information. They speak as casualties. They speak. They also casualties of this problem.
Of course, yes. and you don't hatuna alternative. Hawa watu lazima, huyu jamaa lazima aende, lakini tulikuwa tunamwambia agawie hao watu wa jenzia wagawie pesa kuliko anakula peke yake, kwa sababu pesa mingi inaenda kwake. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. You can speak out.
Nyakairo.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Mimi nakupenda juu you are so, kuna vile unafeel hii nchi.
I do seriously.
Yako inafurahisha sana kwa sababu uko na ile hali ya kusikia you are pitched also.
I am seriously.
Even if you are not in the country, lakini unasikia wewe umeumizwa. We are happy to hear that.
East or west, home is best. Tukisikia watu wetu wanaishi vizuri, hakuna mtu analia. Because we have gone to an extent even helping neighbors who are even lacking meal to eat. Watu ambao walikuwa wamejisimamia. So you feel bad. Hata sahi mtu akichukua miguu safari ati unakuja Kenya, you are going to people who are crying, people who are weeping. It's so sad.
Thank you very much. Kama sisi tunakaa hapa na tunafanya biashara tunasikia.
Ati Njiro pia nimesikia Nairobi lodgings zimejazwa na goons. Malojo na hii serikali kwaje? Ati Nairobi lodgings lodgings zimejazwa na magoons. Of course that one we knew.
No, anyway. That one is hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo wanataka kuintimidate watu. Waseme rojingani imewekwa goons. Waseme rojingani imewekwa goons. Hiyo ni uogo.
Watu waende ili watu waende wazione.
No, that is intimidation. Wanataka maandamano isiendelee.
Yeah, wanatumia mbinu zote ile inaweza simamisha watu wasiende.
Si hata walikuwa wametumia historia ya Iran, by the way. Nyakairo, unajua walikuwa wameanza kutumia historia ya Iran ati watu wasitokezee maandamano, kunaweza kuwa na possibility ya terror attack.
Exactly, yeah.
Leo Jiro nimekuwa Udhaya. And kuna mtu alikuwa anatoka Middle East na amekuja mazishi na tumekuwa na yeye. Nimekuwa Udhaya wakati unaona nikiingia SGR. Nilikuwa Udhaya leo.
Na huyo mtu wa Middle East anasema namna gani? Ni Middle East nchi gani?
Alikuwa hatukujua exactly kwa sababu alikuwa among the family, lakini aliongea kwa speech kwa hiyo function tulikuwa.
Okay.
So I was not able to ask her where she was from.
Okay.
Lakini Jiro nimefurahia vile una educate watu.
Hii tunagonga mpaka 2027 as long as Mungu atatupea uhai.
I'm approaching to my destination about 45 minutes.
Sure, we enda Mombasa, encourage those. Unajua pia majenzi wa Mombasa wanaweza kuwa wanataka kudemonstrate, encourage them.
Tutaongea Friday.
Sure, wewe gonga kile unagonga huko. I appreciate even hata wewe constantly being part of our audience. We feel happy.
Nyakairo hapa wiki.
Sema tena.
Nyakairo. Ukuwe na wiki mzuri.
Na wewe pia tafadhali na safari njema. Yes.
Asante sana.
Asante.
Okay, thank you Bwana Joseph. Thank you. Yeah. Actually na Mama Nyakairo, please you can give your closing statement to funga show. Hata mimi sasa niende nipate kopo la maji as I also prepare for the day. So I think what we have done is enough. So Ashley and Mama Nyakairo, you can put your closing statement, please.
I'll just add, as Ashley said, tunawaombea watu wetu wapate nguvu, wawe na usalama. Mungu awaongoze, awape nguvu za kufuatilia hii mambo yote ambayo tumeletewa nchi yetu ambayo hatujazoea. It's painful, We hope we are not going to lose anyone for this fight. Thank you. Wakenya wetu nawaombea heri. Asante sana.
Okay, sawa. Ashley, you can give your closing remark, please.
I think she said exactly what I wanted to say. I am praying that no life will be lost tomorrow. And I'm praying that we will be able to attain that which we seek. I don't know whether it was Martin Luther King who said, oppressed people cannot remain oppressed forever. Their yearning for freedom eventually manifests itself. I hope tomorrow is that day of manifestation. Have a good day. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Nimeshukuru sana kwa kila mtu ambaye amekuja kwa show yetu ya leo. Today we were having brilliant people here. There was a lot of participation in the comment section. Let's be our brother and our sister's keeper in everything which we do. Maandamano ya kesho, we support it. We have seen pia hata kanisa wako nyuma yake, and let's hope that Mungu atatuondolea hiki kikombe. Ni kichungu sana. That's all what I will say. The cup in front of us is too bitter. Mungu atuondolee. It's too bitter. The 3 years have not been easy. Mungu ametusaidia. The 3 years have not been easy. Kenyans have suffered. It's now not becoming a joke. Suffering is becoming our way of life. It's not normal for people to accept suffering. Mungu tu atusaidie that siku yetu ni leo. Uponyaji ni leo. I just pray God, Mungu atusaidie uponyaji wetu ni leo. Mungu tu atupe hiyo neema. Thank you for your continued support kwa hiki kipindi. I will be here 10 a.m. Kenyan time. So we will also, I will put a show 10 a.m. Kenyan time. So whoever we want to join, and we also try to encourage our children hata wakiwa nje. I will appreciate. So nitakuwa hapa 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. nafikiria. So 10 a.m. to 12 hivi. Yeah. Sina la ziada.
Good night.
Thank you and bye.
Bye.
Thank you.